Chapter 211 I am also a person with a background starting from Konoha as a villain. Garp, Sengoku, Golden Lion. These three people. The battle was not decided until half of Marineford was destroyed. With the strength of three people, fighting at full strength, it didn't take much time to destroy half of Marineford. In fact, it only took 2 hours. The battle was over. Garp fished the Golden Lion Shiki out of the seabed and threw it to the ground. Shiki, who was arrogant before, fainted like a dead fish. The navy rushed up with sea stone shackles, locked Shiki's hands and feet respectively, and then surrounded Shiki with 10 sea stone chains. Not only that, the navy also pierced Shiki's legs with stone nails made of sea stone. Then, under the escort team composed of elite officers, Sakazuki personally led the team to escort the Golden Lion to the impel down and locked it in the 6th layer of infinite hell. After the battle, the medical team finally entered the broken central square to treat the Navy soldiers who were not dead yet. With the help of a good-looking nurse, Charlotte came to the square next to him and sat down. There were many Navy officers who were injured like Charlotte. The atmosphere was low, and there were a few painful wails from time to time. There were too many injured Navy officers tonight, and there were not so many beds. The Navy officers with less serious injuries could only stay here temporarily. The nurse was very skilled and bandaged Charlotte quickly. If it were normal, Charlotte might still be interested in chatting with the nurse, but at this moment he was not interested. Looking at the night sky, Charlotte was thinking about what to do next. A week later, Roger was executed and the age of exploration began. Countless people poured into the sea for the legendary One Piece, and the number of pirates would definitely increase dramatically. As a Navy officer, this was both a danger and an opportunity. Next, he needed to prepare well. Seeing the battle between Garp and the other two tonight, Charlotte once again felt that he was weak. He couldn't even resist the sword of the Golden Lion. Get stronger. He must find a way to get stronger. It seems that entering the city of advancement must be accelerated. While Charlotte was thinking, a black shadow fell. Charlotte was slightly stunned and subconsciously raised his head. When he saw the person coming, Charlotte quickly stood up and saluted, Vice Admiral Garp. Sit down. Garp said lightly and sat down in front. Charlotte hesitated and sat down. He glanced at Garp calmly, wondering why Garp suddenly came to him. Why? His eyes fell on Garp's hands, and Charlotte's pupils shrank slightly. Garp's hands were wrapped in bandages. It seemed that Garp was seriously injured in the battle with the Golden Lion just now, and even his proud iron fist was cut. It is normal for the opponent to be injured by a top strong man like the Golden Lion. If he was not injured, Garp would be really abnormal. Neither of them spoke, staring at each other. Garp didn't speak because he didn't know how to speak. He couldn't say that I took the credit of a little kid from you. I also want to save face. Damn! Suddenly, Garp cursed, cursing, I am not suitable to talk about this kind of thing. I won't waste my time. You will know tomorrow. I am here to announce your promotion order. Hearing this, Charlotte stood up immediately, stood straight, and pretended to listen carefully. Garp glanced at him, said seriously without saying much, from today, your rank will be promoted from branch lieutenant to headquarters lieutenant colonel. You can choose to join the Naval Academy for 2 years of further study. After you come out, you will command a medium-sized battleship. You can also join my ship and follow me. I choose the latter. Charlotte did not hesitate at all and decisively chose to follow Garp. Hard training is the biggest waste of time for him. His opportunity is people. The more people he kills, the faster he will upgrade, the more gold coins he will get, and the faster his strength will increase. Next, the Great Pirate Era will begin, and Garp will definitely go out frequently and fight at the forefront of the era, and fighting will definitely be indispensable. Moreover, he was dealing with big pirates, so even if he was just picking up the loose ends, he could still get a huge reward if he encountered a few survivors. If he could get a kill like Garp did when he killed the Sea King, he would definitely be rich. Garp looked at Charlotte in surprise and said with a smile, "Boy, are you sure?" "Sure." Charlotte nodded. "Not changing it?" Garp asked again. "Not changing it. Only a fool would change it. I won't give up such a good opportunity." "Ha ha ha." Garp suddenly laughed. Just when Charlotte was wondering if the old man in front of him was crazy, Garp suddenly burst out with domineering power and pressed Charlotte back again and again. "Asshole, if I had known you would choose me, I wouldn't have asked Zifa to accept you as his personal student. Do you know how many people in the Naval Academy want this opportunity every year? Zifa only accepts 5 students each year. It's a waste of my good intentions and a bottle of good wine that I have collected so much." With that, Garp turned and left. Looking at Garp's back, Charlotte pursed his lips and whispered, "I think you care about that bottle of wine. What are you still standing there mumbling about? I don't want a slow-moving navy on my ship. Here we go." Charlotte responded and hurriedly followed Garp, secretly happy. Being under the command of the Navy hero Garp is like having a big tree to lean on. There are not many people who dare not give Garp face on this sea. Starting today, I am also a person with a background. I still have to find a way to get along well with this old man, maybe one day I can use it. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network Update Speed Full, the fastest network. Chapter 211. I am also a person with background starting from Konoha as a villain. The next day, Charlotte came to the logistics department and received the uniform of the Lieutenant Colonel of the Navy and the room key. Only officers above the school level of the Navy headquarters are eligible to be assigned to single-room dormitories. On the way, he bought some things in the town behind the base. Charlotte carried large and small bags and brought these things back to the dormitory. He spent half a day cleaning and arranging. Looking at the little nest that finally had some popularity, Charlotte nodded with satisfaction. Although the dormitory is not luxurious, the configuration is still good. It has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The area is very large, with nearly 60 square meters. As the largest and most violent institution under the world government, the Navy headquarters has a large amount of funds every year. In addition to the spoils obtained from the encirclement and suppression of pirates, the Navy is not short of money, and the treatment is naturally not bad. After arranging these, Charlotte put on the clothes he received from the logistics department. Navy officers can wear a justice coat with casual clothes when they reach the school level, but Charlotte is not interested in buying clothes. Besides, he doesn't have the time because he will set off in the evening. Standing in front of the mirror in the new military uniform on the ship, what a handsome boy, handsome face, and handsome spirit. From a man who is about to enter his 25th year, he is 10 years younger and becomes a 15-year-old boy, still so handsome. It's a big profit. He sighed. He was conceited. Charlotte took the newly assigned sword, as well as a pistol and a long gun. The swords used by school-level officers are much better than those of ordinary soldiers, but they are only of better alloy quality, not even as good as ordinary swords. Speaking of this, Charlotte couldn't help but think of the big sword Murasame that Roger promised to give him, which was still in Rayleigh's hands. He could only find a chance to get it after Roger was executed. I hope Rayleigh hasn't lost before I go. Muttering, Charlotte took the sword, thought about it and decided to take the pistol, left the dormitory and headed for the port. It takes 4 days to get from Marineford to Rogue Town, even if you go through the doldrums. Today is the first day, and there are still 6 days before Roger's public execution. In addition to the preliminary arrangements, we have to set off tonight. Arriving at the port, Charlotte spotted the dog-headed ship in the fleet of warships at a glance. On the ship, he found that many sailors were carrying supplies, including food, medicine, and ammunition. In order to prevent members of Roger's pirate group from robbing the prison, each of the Navy warships participating in the escort carried ammunition according to the ammunition consumption of a major war. Seeing the sailors on the deck carrying supplies, panting, Charlotte stepped forward to help. As a lieutenant colonel, Charlotte does not need to do hard labor, but he is idle anyway, and working with these sailors is also the fastest way to become a member of this ship, and can gain the favor of most people on this ship. Don't underestimate these sailors. Although they are all ordinary soldiers, the ones on Garp's ship are different from those on other ships. There is a saying that goes, the 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister. These people have traveled all over the country with Garp. They have been to the 4 seas and the New World. They have chased the pirate King Roger and fought against the Whitebeard pirates. They have seen a lot and know a lot of news. During the chat with these sailors, Charlotte knew a lot. Not long after working, he heard Garp boarded the ship. Charlotte looked up and saw that Kuzan was not following behind Garp today. Thinking about it, Kuzan is the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters after all. Even if he really wants to stay on Garp's ship, Marshal Kong will not let him. Garp, who was on board, also saw Charlotte, who was helping to carry supplies. He was a little surprised that Charlotte, this kid, was so hot with the sailors on the ship so quickly. He didn't care about these. Garp boarded the ship and went directly to the bow, asking the helmsman to drive the battleship out of the port. Half an hour later. In the sea outside the port, in front of the Gate of Justice, 50 naval warships have been neatly arranged in an elliptical defense formation. White military flags fluttered in the wind, and on the deck of each naval warship, thousands of Navy soldiers stood neatly on the side of the ship. At this moment, Charlotte was shocked. This feeling cannot be described in words. Each warship floats on the sea like a hill, and 50 warships are 50 hills. Each warship is equipped with 1,000 marines, which adds up to 50,000 marines. And such a large fleet was dispatched just to escort one person. Roger is the first since the establishment of the Navy headquarters. Or perhaps the only one. The Gate of Justice slowly opened, and a prison ship converted from a naval warship sailed out. The 4 warships in front of the formation separated to both sides, revealing a passage for the prison ship to enter the middle of the formation. Everything was ready. Zhang Guo stood on the flagship, took a deep breath, picked up the Den Den Mushi and ordered all the captains. Set sail, set sail. With sails hoisted one after another, the escort fleet consisting of 50 warships left the Navy headquarters and headed for the East China Sea Roach town. Chapter 212 I looked at you more in the crowd starting to be a villain from Konoha. Haiwan Calendar 1498. East China Sea Roach Town. Today is a day that will be low days in the annals of history. In the sea area outside Rogue Town, 50 naval warships surrounded the entire Rogue Town, blocking the entire sea area and building an impregnable defense. At the main gate of Rogue Town, on the naval flagship, Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku stood at the bow. The sea breeze blew in their faces, and the white cloak of justice fluttered in the wind. The time is coming, why don't you go and see him off? Sengoku glanced at Garp next to him. We've already seen him off and impel down. Garp raised his bandaged head and looked towards the square, saying lightly, let's see him off here. It's been decades, and he's traveled around the world, and finally returned to the place where we first met. Seeing that Garp was in a low mood and unwilling to speak, Sengoku did not continue to speak. In addition to the death of Roger, who was both his enemy and friend, Garp was thinking more about Ace, Roger's posthumous son. Garp was very conflicted about whether he should intervene in the matter, keep him or tell his superiors. On one side was the dying entrustment of his old friend, and on the other side was the justice and position in his heart. To the east, Sakazuki stood at the bow with his arms folded across his chest. The greatest evil on the sea is finally going to disappear. To the west, Kuzan put his hands in his trouser pockets, his eyes deep. Another era has ended, when will the new era begin? To the south, Borsellino sat on a chair and looked towards the execution ground. Even if he dies, the crimes of pirates cannot be erased. The scene turned to the central execution ground. The streets were empty and the crowds were surging. The central avenue leading to the execution ground was crowded with people on both sides. The Navy sent thousands of soldiers from the Navy headquarters to erect 2 human walls to block the excited people. The noise resounded through the sky, and everyone was waiting for the arrival of the king. This afternoon was particularly hot and humid, and the sun was blazing, as if it was angry. Charlotte, who was hiding in a building near the central square, stepped back from the window to avoid the scorching sun and looked down at the square. Thousands of people were waiting for Roger to arrive. These surrounding buildings also hide a large number of Navy officers to prevent someone from robbing the execution ground. After the Golden Lion attacked the Navy headquarters, the warring states had stricter protection in this regard. "Here we come!" Someone in the crowd shouted, including many Navy officers who looked towards the end of the central avenue. On the central avenue leading to the execution platform, although handcuffed, Roger still strode forward, like a general returning from a triumphant victory. Today is the day of his execution. This well-deserved king who commands the sea is heading for death. Among the thousands of people today, there are ordinary people who came after hearing the news, and strong men from all over the world who want to witness this historical scene. When he stepped into the square, Roger suddenly looked up and glanced at Charlotte standing calmly at the window, with a slight smile on his face. Retracting his gaze, Roger looked at the high execution platform, stepped forward, and greeted death. Seeing Roger coming, Charlotte's eyes flickered slightly. His face was calm, but he cursed in his heart, "Damn, old bastard, you did it on purpose, absolutely on purpose, and you want to take me with you before you die." At this moment, there are tens of thousands of people gathered in the square, and there are tens of thousands of them, and there is no telling how many strong people are hidden among them. He saw no less than a dozen just now, including Doflamingo with yellow hair, Dragon without shoe prints on his face, Moria with a thin figure, Shanks wearing Luffy's straw hat, and Buggy with a red nose who was choking and crying. This is what Charlotte saw, and he didn't know how many strong people were hidden who he didn't see. Everyone's attention was on Roger. Roger looked at him, and in an instant, countless pairs of eyes swept here, and many strong people's eyes fell on Charlotte. The hidden strong people instantly remembered Charlotte's appearance. Even if I don't know why Roger wants to see a lieutenant colonel before he dies, even a fool knows that this lieutenant colonel must have something hidden in him, which is important enough for Roger to see before he dies. Feeling the gazes of the strong men, Charlotte wanted to cry but had no tears, and regretted it very much. If he had known earlier, he should not have stuck his head out. Who would have thought that Roger would use death to fool the whole world, and such a big plan would actually involve him? It's really fucked up. Charlotte had no place to scold him, and he could actually show his face in such a big scene. You know, those pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions are not even qualified for the admirals of the Navy. This is too much respect for me. But I would rather not have this honor. At this moment, Roger's voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. The tide of the times, the dreams of people, as long as people continue to pursue the answer to freedom, all this will never stop. Saying these words, Roger stepped onto the stairs to the execution platform step by step under the sun. Facing this man, even the executioners who had killed countless big men were still sweating and swallowing hard. "Are there any final words to say?" an executioner asked routinely. "Help me take this off. I can't stand the itch." Roger raised the shackles made of Shanghai stone in his hands. "I can't do this. How can I escape?" After saying this with a smile, Roger stepped onto the execution platform and sat on the executioner safely. The two executioners raised their long knives at the same time, and the bright long knives reflected a dazzling light. Just 1 minute before the execution, someone in the crowd put his hands together and shouted, "Where did you hide the treasure? Is it really the Grand Line? You got it, the legendary great secret treasure. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting to be a villain from Konoha Shohage Novel Network is more. The new speed is the fastest in the whole network. Chapter 212 The crowd looked at you more starting from Konoha to be a villain. That unique secret treasure, One Piece. The crowd was quiet. The world seemed to be quiet at this moment. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a guy wearing a blue shirt and a very ordinary look shouting there. Charlotte pursed his lips, this is too fake. So many strong people present did not speak, but an ordinary person asked. At first glance, he is an unlucky guy who is secretly controlled by others. Some people don't want to show up, so they control the others to ask. Maybe it's Roger's own agent. For a while, the square was extremely quiet, and everyone looked at Roger on the execution platform, with expectations in their eyes. Ha ha ha! Roger laughed heartily, laughed freely, and laughed proudly. At this moment, everyone stared at Roger intently, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Countless people swallowed their saliva, waiting for Roger. On the ship, Jean Guo's face changed drastically, and he shouted through the den mushi. Execution! Execute quickly! Garp understood something and laughed. Jean Guo reacted, but it was too late. Roger said what he should say. Do you want my treasure? If you want, I can give it to you. Go find it. I put everything in the world there. Before the voice fell, a bright light flashed, and two long knives pierced Roger's body at the same time, piercing Roger, and blood flowed all over the ground. In an instant, dark clouds covered the entire rogue town, and the scorching sun was blocked by dark clouds at some point, and the dark clouds were as thick as ink. Crackling! Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and thunder and lightning streaked across the sky, and then heavy rain fell. The sultry afternoon turned into a storm in an instant. Gold Roger, the Pirate King, the first king of the sea recognized by the whole world, died at the age of 53. After a short silence, the square suddenly rang with deafening cheers, and almost everyone fell into carnival. The legendary One Piece is on the Grand Line. In the crowd, the strong men from all over the world had different reactions at this moment. Ha ha ha! Moria clenched his fist and laughed wildly. He Doflamingo laughed in a low voice, a new era is about to begin. The young Hawkeye had a blank expression, and his eagle-like pupils stared at the dead Roger, bidding farewell to the king's fall. Monkey D. Dragon, wearing a dark green coat, had a firm face and turned to walk away. I already know the answer I want, let me stir the world. The thin Shanks lowered his head, pressed the straw hat on his head tightly, and gritted his teeth to hold back the tears flashing in his eyes. Captain Roger, I will definitely inherit your will and find someone to inherit it. Buggy beside him burst into tears and cried loudly. Captain Roger, what should I do if you die? If I go to the Grand Line again, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Wang Zhi, these guys will kill me. Buggy felt that his future was bleak. If he had known earlier, he should not have been so arrogant. He could not go to the Grand Line again before he had the strength. At the window, Charlotte was silent, letting the heavy rain pour on him. A world scam. He was not lamenting Roger's death, he was worried about what he should do. Roger's look pushed him to the forefront. On the battleship, Sengoku looked ugly. Garp was silent, looking at the direction of the execution platform, without saying a word. New World, on the Moby Dick. Bang! The dark red wine bowl fell to the ground, the wine spilled all over the ground, and Whitebeard sat alone on the deck. His sons all left the deck at his command, cleared the deck, and Whitebeard placed 2 bowls on the deck and poured the wine he had collected for many years into the bowls. Looking at the wine bowl that fell on the ground, Whitebeard laughed at himself. I never thought that one day I would not even be able to catch a wine bowl. As he said that, Whitebeard picked up the other wine bowl in front of him and raised it high to the east. Goodbye, Roger. Push into the city. In the deepest cell on the 6th floor, the golden lion Shiki was tied up in the dark cell, and all his limbs were locked by hard sea stone shackles. Suddenly, the golden lion with his eyes closed opened his red eyes and struggled desperately, and the chains trembled and made a harsh metal collision sound. "Roger, how can you die like this, and die so cowardly? You are the man I recognize." Woo! The alarm sounded loudly, the red warning light flashed in the dim cell, and the anxious and chaotic footsteps sounded. A large number of jailers appeared on the 6th floor, holding guns made of sea stone and aiming at the roaring Shiki. Deputy Director Magellan walked to the side of the steel cage and said coldly, "Shiki, no matter how much you roar, you can't deny Roger's death, and you will stay in this infinite 6th layer of hell forever until you die." Sabayati Archipelago. Blackmail Bar. Listening to the news on the radio in Den Den Mushi, Rayleigh drank one glass after another. Xiaoqi didn't say anything, just stood quietly in front of Rayleigh. Rayleigh drank a glass, and she poured a glass. "Roger is dead." At this moment, Rayleigh burst into tears and fell on the bar. On this day, countless people lamented the death of Pirate King Roger, and many people shed tears. Roger's death plunged the world into the future unprecedented turmoil, a storm sweeping the world slowly unfolds. With the death of the Pirate King Gold Roger, the Great Pirate Era has begun. Both the Navy headquarters and the world government thought that the storm would soon fall, but no one expected that the storm would sweep for decades. Until the birth of the new Pirate King. But that was in the past. Now, I, Charlotte, am the protagonist. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 213 Red Hair and Red Nose Starting from Konoha to be a villain. The execution is over. The heavy rain fell, and the crowd gradually dispersed. At the execution ground, everyone was smiling and discussing where the legendary One Piece was. As for Roger, who cares? Is the dead Pirate King still the Pirate King? How many people would care about a dead person? On the execution platform, two executioners pulled out the long knife that was inserted into Roger's body. The two looked at each other, and the meaning was self-evident, and they were happy. The knife that killed the Pirate King Roger personally would definitely be sold at a sky-high price at the auction. However, the Navy guarding below came up, snatched the long knife from their hands, took out the body bag and packed Roger's body. Seeing the Navy start to act, the people who stayed in the square at the end also left one after another, and the pirates hiding in the dark had already followed the crowd and left. The fewer people there are, the greater the probability that they will be discovered by the Navy. The pirates are leaving Rogue Town quickly, and the Navy is chasing those pirates whose traces have been discovered. The whole Rogue Town is in chaos. An alley entrance far away from the central square. Shanks and Buggy dressed up and walked out of the alley. Shanks looked at Buggy's red nose and kindly reminded him, "Buggy, you'd better cover your red nose. Many Navy officers will recognize you when they see your red nose." "None of your business." Buggy was annoyed and his voice was sharp. "Shanks, if you have any ideas about my nose again, I will dye your nose red too." "Forget it." Shanks shook his head quickly with a look of disgust, which made Buggy even angrier. Seeing that Buggy was about to get angry, Shanks changed the subject and said, "By the way, Buggy, come with me. After leaving this time, I plan to form a pirate group. Come and be my vice-captain. We will sail to Raftel by ourselves." As he said that, Shanks stretched out his hand to Buggy. Looking at the hand in front of him, Buggy snorted coldly, "I don't want to be your subordinate, idiot, I want to form my own pirate group and rob all the treasures on the sea." Seeing that Buggy had made up his mind, Shanks smiled, took back his hand, and did not invite him again. "Where are you going to go after leaving Rogue Town? What does it have to do with you? Stay in the East China Sea." "I won't tell you." Buggy was unwilling to say, and Shanks did not continue to ask. After thinking for a while, he reminded him, "Before you have the strength, you'd better not return to the Grand Line. We all have the mark of the Roger pirates on our heads." At this point in time, if someone discovers our identity. Neither the Navy nor the pirates will let us go." This time Buggy did not talk back to Shanks. Even if Shanks did not remind him, he would not return to the Grand Line. He has a lot of enemies in the Grand Line, especially in the New World. In the past, when Captain Roger was there, Whitebeard, Kaido, those people were nothing. Now that Captain Roger is gone, those people will definitely kill him if they find him. Thinking of the horror of Whitebeard and those people, Buggy shuddered. "I can't return to the Grand Line even if I kill him." Glancing at Shanks, Buggy whispered, "Well, what are you going to do next?" Shanks clenched his fists and said confidently, "First, travel in the East China Sea, find powerful partners, and then form a pirate group and return to the Grand Line." Seeing Shanks so optimistic, Buggy couldn't help but complain, "This is what I hate most about you. You are always so optimistic. Isn't it good to be optimistic?" Shanks asked with a smile, "Optimism is more fun." "Okay, Buggy, all good things must come to an end. This time we parted in Rogue Town, and we don't know when we can meet again. I wish you all the treasures on the sea." "Of course." Buggy raised his head and said confidently, "Within 10 years, Buggy's name will be heard again on this sea." Seeing Buggy so confident, Shanks couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Shanks looked solemn and looked at Buggy. "Goodbye, Buggy." "Goodbye." After saying goodbye, Shanks turned around and walked to the right without any hesitation. Buggy glanced at Shanks back and turned around and left. After parting ways, Shanks raised his hand to wipe away the tears from his eyes and looked at the distant sea. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded behind him. "One Piece trainee crew member Shanks, bounty 70 million Baileys." Shanks' face changed drastically, and the tears in his eyes were instantly stuffed back. He turned his head and looked behind him. When he saw the person who spoke clearly, Shanks' face became solemn. "Navy." He was relieved in his heart. He was just a lieutenant colonel in the Navy, not a strong Navy man. Charlotte, who was leaning against the wall, stood up, walked out of the alley, stopped 10 meters away from Shanks, and looked Shanks up and down. Wearing a white plaid shirt, black trousers underneath, with a belt around his waist holding a sword, what attracted Charlotte's attention the most was the straw hat on his head. The straw hat that runs through the entire One Piece. Retracting his gaze, Charlotte smiled and said, "I didn't expect to find a crew member of Roger's pirate group here. If I catch you, I should be able to be promoted to colonel." During the execution, Charlotte found Shanks and Buggy. He kept staring at the two until Shanks and Buggy separated, and then Charlotte appeared. "Shanks has a bounty, and even Buggy has a bounty." Charlotte didn't know about this until he arrived at the Navy headquarters. Thinking about it, as a person on the ship of Roger, the Pirate King, even if he is a trainee crew member, he is a pirate that the Navy headquarters needs to pay attention to. Even Chopper, who is a pet, has a bounty. Chapter 213 Red Hair and Red Nose _ becoming a villain from Konoha. Not to mention Shanks and Buggy, they have been on the ship for 5 years, fought Garp, provoked Whitebeard, fought Golden Lion. Buggy can even remember Whitebeard after decades, and the two are more famous than some regular crew members on Roger's ship. Hearing that the lieutenant colonel on the opposite side wanted to seize him for promotion, Shanks showed a trace of contempt in his eyes. Captain Roger was killed by the Navy and separated from Buggy. The successive blows made Shanks feel very uncomfortable. It was just right to kill a lieutenant colonel to vent. A lieutenant colonel can be solved quickly. Thinking of this, Shanks did not hesitate, stepped on his right foot, rushed out, and swung his sword to kill Charlotte. Clang! There was a sharp metal collision sound, and flames shot out. What? Shanks couldn't believe that the lieutenant colonel in front of him actually blocked his attack. Before he could be shocked, Charlotte attacked and kicked Shanks in the chest. Shanks reacted quickly and quickly pulled back to avoid Charlotte's kick. Step forward and cut. Charlotte rushed forward at Shanks, as fast as the wind, and swung his sword. The long sword was as fast as the wind, and Shanks narrowly avoided it, but Charlotte still tore a tiny cut on his neck, and blood oozed out. Feeling the pain from his neck, Shanks was shocked and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" An ordinary lieutenant colonel in the Navy headquarters should not have such strength. The guy in front of him is much stronger than a lieutenant colonel. Charlotte smiled and announced his name, Lieutenant Colonel Charlotte. Before he finished speaking, Charlotte used another move to step forward and cut forward, but at this moment Shanks put away his contempt and fought seriously, using his observation haki to predict and avoid the attack. Chapter 214 Demasha starting from Konoha to become a villain. After a move failed, Charlotte quickly withdrew, but Shanks took the opportunity to approach, and slashed dozens of swords with his long sword, and the slashes came like raindrops, covering all the directions where Charlotte could dodge. Charlotte did not have the haki of observation haki, so he could predict Shanks' attack, but Charlotte had absolute defense. Wind barrier. The long sword swung and rolled up the surrounding airflow, forming a wind wall, blocking all the slashes from Shanks. Whoosh! Several sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and Charlotte's face changed drastically. He glanced to the side and saw two small knives flashing with cold light flying towards him. Steel flash! Charlotte shouted softly, swinging his sword to make a circular slash, and two clicks sounded, and the knife was cut into two ends by Charlotte. Steel flash can cut steel. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, Charlotte quickly retreated, and when he was a safe distance away from Shanks, Charlotte stabilized his steps and looked at the person who attacked him. Seeing the person clearly, Charlotte was stunned and muttered to himself, "Red nose." Buggy, who was standing on the roof, was furious when he heard this, and cursed with anger, "Asshole, I will dye your nose red." Charlotte's mouth twitched, "Red nose, so ugly." Seeing Buggy, Shanks was surprised, "Why are you here?" Buggy. Jumping down from the roof, Buggy walked to Shanks and explained, "After separating from you, I found someone following you, so I followed to see." Hearing this, Shanks immediately said happily, "You still care about my safety, Buggy? Don't be so self-indulgent." Buggy was annoyed and pouted, "I just can't stand it. You can't even deal with a lieutenant colonel in the Navy." Seeing Buggy's stubbornness, Shanks smiled and didn't point it out. In front of outsiders, he still had to give Buggy some face. Hearing Buggy and Shanks bickering, especially the arrogant Buggy, Charlotte couldn't help laughing. Buggy and Shanks, both big guys, are together, it's really rare. A future 4 emperors, a future 7 warlords of the sea. Well, save trouble, solve it together. Buggy and Shanks talked a few words on the opposite side, and looked at Niji at the same time. Buggy also drew his weapons, 2 short swords. Although it is not clear what the two talked about, it is nothing more than joining forces to solve him and then leave Rogue Town. The two rushed towards Charlotte at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Cooperate well. Let's go together and kill him quickly. If we delay any longer, the rest of the Navy will come. Just wait and see, I'm going to dye this guy's nose red." Charlotte's face was dark. This guy was fighting with his nose, right? Buggy rushed to kill him first, and the 2 short knives crossed and slashed at him at a very fast speed. The moment Charlotte jumped to avoid Buggy's attack, Shanks followed and swung his sword to slash at Charlotte, who had nowhere to borrow power in the air. Swish! Charlotte quickly swung his sword to block it. With a crisp sound and a burst of fire, Buggy flew and kicked Charlotte into the air more than 10 meters away. It must be said that Buggy and Shanks worked together in perfect harmony. In a blink of an eye, Charlotte fell into a disadvantage. It was difficult for Charlotte to deal with Shanks alone, and with Buggy, Charlotte was really no match. But he had a trick. At this moment, he was kicked into the air by Buggy, just in time to perform that move. A dazzling golden light suddenly lit up on Charlotte's body, and then the light flowed into the sword in his hand like water. As more and more light flowed in, the sword in Charlotte's hand was as dazzling as a small sun. Demasha Justice. In the air, Charlotte released a pale yellow light with both hands, and the light flowed into the long sword like a tide, and the sword light became more and more intense. Buzz! The long sword trembled slightly, making a harsh buzzing sound. The next moment, the light materialized and extended along the blade, turning into a nearly 10-meter-long giant sword of light. Everything seemed long, but in fact it was in an instant. What is that? Looking up and seeing the golden lightsaber floating above their heads, Shanks and Charlotte were stunned. Devil Fruit Ability. Buggy is a Devil Fruit ability user who ate the split fruit. At this point, Buggy angrily glanced at Shanks. It was all because of this guy. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have become an ability user. Shanks frowned and said in a deep voice, "No matter what it is, I have a bad feeling." Hearing this, Buggy's face changed, and he immediately said, "Then let's run away." Shanks' face was dark. Even if he ran away, he shouldn't say it so quickly. "I can't run away." Suddenly, Shanks shook his head, and the giant sword above his head had locked them. The next moment, Charlotte swung his sword and stabbed down, and the golden giant sword fell from the sky, like the sword of judgment from the sky. In the distance, two former members of the pirate group, Taro and Duolingo, passed by, and their eyes were stunned. Taro asked in surprise, "Have you ever seen this kind of swordsmanship?" Duolingo shook his head, "No." "Is this the legendary swordsmanship that falls from the sky?" Buzz! At this moment, the golden giant sword burst out with power, shaking the void, and immediately there was a roar, and golden light scattered, dyeing the surrounding buildings with a layer of gold. "The power of Demacia!" Charlotte shouted, swung his sword and slashed it down. The giant sword flew into the air, as fast as lightning, and slashed straight on the head of Buggy Shanks. Facing the crisis of death, Shanks roared, and his domineering spirit condensed on the blade. The next moment, he slashed the giant sword above his head, and his domineering spirit burst out. Crack! There were several metal-breaking sounds, and the long sword in Shanks's hand broke into several pieces, and the short knife shot by Buggy also broke into countless pieces. Boom! A loud noise was heard, the ground trembled continuously, and buildings collapsed, and rubble flew. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, it will be more exciting later. Chapter 214 Demacia starting as a villain from Konoha. The explosion immediately attracted the navy who were searching around. The drizzle fell sparsely, and the thick smoke from the explosion was quickly blown away by the wind. A large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground originally paved with bluestone, and more than 10 houses around collapsed into ruins. The rubble rolled down, and Shanks and Buggy struggled to climb out of the ruins. At this moment, both of them were very miserable, their faces were frighteningly pale, and their bodies were cut by the explosion and rubble, and their clothes were stained red with blood. Ahem! Shanks coughed lightly, and every cough brought blood. Regardless of his injuries, he quickly climbed up to Buggy next to him and shouted worriedly, "Buggy, Buggy, are you okay? Not dead yet?" Buggy's hoarse voice came out, holding his chest, and struggling to get up from the ground. Buggy's face was paler than Shanks, but his injuries were not as serious as Shanks'. Shanks took most of the damage from the giant sword, and Buggy was a man in pieces, so he used the devil fruit to avoid a lot of damage. Seeing that Buggy was not dead, Shanks breathed a sigh of relief and growled, "Buggy, you go first. Get out." Buggy cursed and roared, "If you want to go, go first. I've lost a lot of money to save you. If you don't die, you owe me a big favor. Find me a lot of treasure maps." Shanks looked helpless. At this time, you still have the mood to talk about treasure maps. It's hard to say whether the two of us can survive. At this moment, Charlotte fell from midair, and his feet landed on the ground. With a plop, he half knelt on the ground. The screen froze for 3 seconds. Shanks and Buggy were stunned for a moment. "I present you an at." Charlotte's face was dark, and he wanted to curse. According to the normal script, he defeated Shanks and Buggy, then floated down, waved his sword to capture the two, and it would be best if he said a few words of justice. It was the moment of highlight and pretense. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, From Konoha to Becoming a Villain. Chapter 215 Lucky Color Haki _From Konoha to Becoming a Villain. Who knew that he consumed too much physical strength when performing the ultimate move, causing his feet to be weak when he landed, and the gravity acceleration was too fast, and he knelt directly on the ground. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and supported himself with the sword in time, both legs would have knelt down. "What is this guy doing?" Buggy murmured, a little confused. "It's not the new year yet." Charlotte's face became darker. "Okay, Buggy, I'll remember you, and I'll cut off your red nose when I catch you later." After recovering some physical strength, Charlotte quickly stood up and walked quickly towards Shanks and Buggy lying on the ground. Shanks and Buggy are not ordinary people, especially Shanks, whose identity is mysterious. If time goes by, the two may recover a lot. "It's over." Seeing Charlotte walking quickly, Buggy looked desperate. "I'm going to die, I'm really going to die now, who can come to save me?" "I shouldn't have followed, Shanks, you've hurt me so much." Hearing that Buggy still had so much to say at this time, Shanks was helpless, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. No matter what, even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to let Buggy escape. Charlotte, who was walking towards Shanks and Buggy, suddenly stopped. He felt a sense of crisis and subconsciously looked up. The crisis came from above. At the same time, Shanks also noticed something was wrong. He looked up at the sky and saw a flash of lightning suddenly flashing in the thin black clouds above his head, followed by a muffled thunder roar. "Damn, no way!" Seeing the flash of lightning above his head, Charlotte suddenly thought of something and his face changed wildly. The next moment, Charlotte gritted his teeth, stepped on his right foot, and used up his last bit of strength to shoot out, swinging his sword at Buggy. Just as Charlotte was about to move, the black cloud seemed to be enraged, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky, striking Charlotte straight on. Charlotte was extremely alert, and when he noticed the thunderbolt falling, his face suddenly turned green. Barrier. A ray of golden light emerged from Charlotte's body, and the golden light seeped out of his body and turned into a spherical barrier. The moment the barrier was formed, the thunderbolt fell and struck Charlotte. The dazzling light flashed, and Shanks and Buggy closed their eyes. The next moment, an explosion sounded, and the shock wave knocked Buggy and Shanks dozens of miles away, and they fell heavily into an empty clothing store. Shanks, who got up, hurriedly looked through the window and saw that the lightning had dissipated. He didn't have time to think about why a thunderbolt suddenly fell and hit Charlotte accurately. "Let's go!" With a low shout, Shanks grabbed Buggy, who was still in a daze, picked up 2 pieces of clothes, and fled the scene. On the other side, at the intersection, the deep pit on the ground deepened a few meters. A figure covered in dust jumped out from the bottom of the deep pit. "Damn, what's going on?" Charlotte wanted to cry but had no tears. He was extremely depressed. He saw the cooked duck, no, the duck that had been cut and rolled, flew away. The key point is he was not saved by others, but by God. A lightning bolt fell from the sky and hit him. The lightning bolt just now was really powerful. If he hadn't had a barrier to block it, he would have been in danger just now. Thinking of this, Charlotte was very angry. He looked up at the sky. The next second, he suddenly raised his middle finger and cursed at the sky. "If you have the guts, strike me again." As soon as he finished speaking, thunder sounded in the sky, scaring Charlotte's face pale. It can't be so effective. Fortunately, it was just thunder, and no thunder fell. "Hi!" Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief, but his face was still ugly, and he frowned. Coincidence? Even if what happened just now was a coincidence, it was too coincidental. The root of everything was still Buggy. Lucky color domineering? Charlotte didn't believe it before, but now Charlotte feels it is necessary to believe it. Even if it is not the so-called lucky color, Buggy is extremely lucky. No, to some extent, this can't be considered luck. A time traveler versus a son of the plane? It seems that such a thing really happened in history. What a joke! Charlotte's first reaction was that he was crazy. He could think of such a weird idea. But on second thought, even if such a thing as time travel appeared, the so-called son of the plane is not impossible. 20 years later, there is still Luffy with the halo of the protagonist. Thinking of this, Charlotte had a splitting headache, shook his head, and stopped thinking about it. He didn't believe that Buggy's luck could continue to be so good. At this stage, he was still too weak. If he was strong enough, he could break the thunder with one sword. No matter how lucky Buggy was, he couldn't escape. At this moment, the surrounding navy finally arrived. When everyone saw the dusty Charlotte crawling out of the deep pit, they naturally asked some questions. However, Charlotte was on Garp's ship, and the only one who could ask was Garp. Garp was very protective of his children. On the deck of Garp's battleship, the surrounding navy gathered in a group, with Charlotte in the middle, Garp sitting opposite him, and the Brigadier General Staff from the Navy headquarters standing next to him. Looking at the navy around him, the Brigadier General Staff swallowed his saliva. He really didn't want to come to Captain Vice Admiral Garp. The navy on this ship were all guys who liked to talk with their fists. After a few routine questions, Charlotte answered one by one. He had nothing to hide. In addition to the fact that he had the system, he also had a conversation with Roger. After asking for the records, the Commodore escaped from the ship, feeling I made up my mind that I would never come to Vice Admiral Garp again. Whoever wants to come can come. After the staff left, Garp waved to let the rest of the navy disperse. He looked deeply at Charlotte in front of him, thinking. Charlotte said nothing, sitting upright, looking very honest. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it will be more exciting later. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha Shuhage. Chapter 215 Lucky Color Haki _ Starting as a villain from Konoha. Stinky boy. Garp said in a low voice, tell me the truth, what happened? What? Charlotte said with a confused look, what happened? It's just like what I said. I found 2 trainee crew members on Roger's pirate group, followed them, and then a fight broke out. Can he tell Garp that he is a time traveler? Can he tell Garp that he has a system? These things can't be said, I am so strong, yes, I am so good, such a genius. Garp looked at Charlotte suspiciously and said, only you can defeat Captain Roger's red-haired kid and red-nosed kid. Of course. Charlotte said confidently, not only defeated, if it weren't for a lightning strike from the sky, I almost caught them both. At this point, Charlotte hurriedly said, by the way, Vice Admiral Garp, you see, my saber was also destroyed in the battle. Can you give me a good sword, or a sharp sword will do? Garp was immediately surprised. After joining the Navy for so many years, this was the first time he saw someone asking the Navy for a saber. Although no one has done it, the regulations don't say it's not allowed. In this case, can I ask the guys in the logistics department to make me a pair of gloves? By the way, that bastard Jean Guo still withheld my salary and didn't give it to me. I must ask him for it when I go back this time, otherwise I will get angry. What are you thinking about? I was almost led astray by this kid. Garp coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, boy, don't play dumb for me. Tell me honestly why Roger looked at you before he died. I don't know either. Charlotte looked aggrieved and said innocently, I don't know why Roger did this. I don't have any friendship with him. I just sent him a midnight snack when I was at the base. Not only did they have no friendship, but they blackmailed Roger for a big sword of 21 gongs. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 216 Garp Inquiry _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Blackmailing Roger for a big sword. No way. Suddenly thinking of something, Charlotte was a little bit unbelievable. Roger is the Pirate King after all, with a bold and open personality. He would never make things difficult for a small character like me. But why did he deliberately look at himself before he died, attracting the attention of the whole world on him? What was Roger planning? Charlotte wanted to curse, but he couldn't find anyone to curse. Roger was already dead. Garp didn't say anything, staring at Charlotte, and even the slightest expression could not escape Garp's eyes. But Charlotte had lived 2 lives, so he was still thick-skinned. Even though he was in a state of confusion, his face remained calm and innocent. Forget it. Seeing this, Garp suddenly said, "You kid, you can say whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me anyway, but you are in danger." Charlotte's face changed slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You are scaring me." Humph. Garp snorted coldly and sneered, "I am the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and you are just a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair and hasn't even tasted a woman." The beginning was fine, but when he heard the latter, Charlotte felt a little uncomfortable. What does this have to do with me being a virgin? Fortunately, Garp returned to the point later and said, "Although Roger only glanced at you, what was the situation?" There were many extraordinary guys hidden in the crowd at the execution site that attracted everyone's attention. Roger did nothing during the entire execution process, but only glanced at you. Just this one glance was enough to trigger countless people's associations. I'm afraid no, definitely, many people remember your appearance. Now the underground world should be looking for information about you. Even if your information is blocked by the Navy because of Roger, it will not be kept secret for long. Soon, the whole world will know. Roger surrendered to you, and you talked with Roger all night. What did you talk about that night? Was it about One Piece, ancient weapons, or the route to One Piece? Hearing this, Charlotte's face was extremely ugly, uglier than a dead person. Everyone would think so, would he think so? As for the explanation? At this point, who would still believe it? Everyone believes that you must know some secrets. Even if you say no, no one will believe you. If you say yes, more people will target you. This is a pot that can never be thrown away. The moment Roger looked at him, the pot was firmly on his shoulders. He wanted to kill Roger, but Roger was already dead. Charlotte couldn't find anyone to chop him. Thinking of the situation he was about to face, Charlotte wanted to cry but had no tears. He hadn't done anything earth-shattering, but the eyes of the whole world were already on him. What should I do now? At this moment, Charlotte was extremely depressed. The novice village hasn't even been released yet, and it's already a hell game. Seeing Charlotte's appearance at this moment, Garp wanted to laugh in his heart. He told you to hide it, and now you're in trouble. Do you really think Roger is so easy to tease? By the way, what did Roger say to this kid? Also, why did he push this kid to the front before he died? Charlotte, who was having a headache, suddenly thought of something, looked up at Garp, rubbed his hands, and laughed. That Vice Admiral Garp, what do you think I should do next? Stupid. Really stupid. Charlotte felt stupid. Since he couldn't solve it himself, he would find someone else to borrow strength. Isn't there a best person to borrow strength in front of him? First, he captured the Pirate King Roger, and then defeated the Golden Lion Shiki. 2 of the 3 major overlords on the sea were defeated by Garp in succession. At this moment, Garp is a symbol of invincibility on the sea. His name is a deterrent on the sea. With Garp's current status and position on the sea, even Whitebeard has to temporarily avoid the edge, let alone the others. As long as he can hold on to Garp's thigh and stay on Garp's ship, no one dares to attack him. Even if some people in the government want to attack him, they have to think twice. In the world government, Garp is definitely an alternative. His son is the leader of the revolutionary army, his grandson is the emperor of the sea, and he has adopted Roger. Any one of these three things, ordinary people will be killed if they are involved. But Garp is still wearing a military uniform and drinking a little wine. Not only is he fine, but the government is also begging Garp to be a general. Thinking of this, Charlotte's eyes lit up, and he felt more and more that staying on Garp's ship was an extremely smart decision. Noticing that Charlotte's eyes were not right, Garp frowned and said, "What bad ideas are you thinking?" "Vice Admiral Garp, why do you have such an idea?" Charlotte looked surprised. Garp narrowed his eyes slightly. "Okay, kid, you are planning to attack me, pretending to be stupid in front of me." "Don't play dumb in front of me," Garp said directly. "When I was fooling the marshal, you were not even a tadpole." Charlotte, who was pointed out, smiled awkwardly. How dare I fool you? My admiration for you, Vice Admiral Garp, is like the endless torrent of the river and the flood of the Yellow River." Bang! Garp punched Charlotte dozens of meters away and fell heavily on the deck. Retracting his fist, Garp cursed, "Bastard, where did you learn these flattering words? Do you really think I am that kid Borsellino? I don't know the directions." After flattering a few times, Charlotte, who was touching his head that was hit and hurt, heard this. His eyes lit up. "Kizaru actually likes to be flattered. I didn't expect Kizaru to have this hobby." Chapter 216 Garp Inquiry _starting from Konoha to be a villain. Ignoring the pain in his head, Charlotte ran to Garp and flattered, "Vice Admiral Garp, I heard that the strong people in the New World all have a kind of domineering power." Haki is the skill that Charlotte wants to learn most when he comes to pirates, but without the guidance of a master, it is extremely difficult to get started with Haki. Armament Haki improves defense and attack. Observation Haki predicts attacks. Garp was surprised and said, "You are well informed." Including today, Charlotte has been away from the West Sea base for 7 days. He has been in the Navy for less than 3 days, but he knows about Haki. This is a bit beyond Garp's expectation. Charlotte touched his head and smiled honestly, "I usually chat with everyone more, so I know more." Garp saw what Charlotte was planning at a glance and smiled faintly. "It's okay to want to learn Haki. Don't mess with me, kid. As long as you can withstand my training, I guarantee that within a year, you can master armament Haki and observation Haki. No problem." Charlotte patted his chest, full of confidence. He has a strong physique, and Garp's training, even if it is devilish training, is not a problem for him. But a month later, Charlotte regretted it. Garp first threw him into the deepest canyon in the first half of the Grand Line, and then tied him to a balloon and released him from the sea, claiming to train his survival ability in the wild. Haiwan Calendar 1499. 1 year later. The Grand Line is approaching the calm sea. A Navy warship is chasing a pirate ship. The pirate ship is chased by the Navy warship behind it and has no way to go up or down. It can only run to the calm sea. Chapter 217 1 year starting from Konoha to be a villain. On the deck of the pirate ship. Zhang Gangshan. With a cold shout, Charlotte swung his sword horizontally, slashing out a circular slash. The pirates who were besieging him flew backwards at the same time, and all the weapons in their hands were broken into pieces. All the pirates had the same wound on their necks, and blood spurted out and spilled all over the ground. "Asshole!" Seeing his men die tragically, the pirate captain shouted angrily, and punched Charlotte with his right fist. The moment the fist was punched out, the armed color domineering burst out, like a black armor covering the fist, and the fist whistled down. The way of the man. Seeing the black fist coming, Charlotte was not in a hurry, and shouted in his heart, and his left hand also punched out, and the same armed color domineering covered the fist. Bang! The two black fists collided in the air, with a muffled sound, the air exploded, and the strong wind blew around, and the wooden deck under the feet of the two people cracked and shattered. Both were blown away by the opponent's domineering. During Charlotte's backward flight, he swung his sword with his right hand and slashed a sharp slash. "Break!" the captain shouted, condensing armament haki on his hands, smashing and slashing. At the moment of smashing and slashing, the captain stepped on his feet, shattering the deck, and shot out with the force, running towards Charlotte as fast as an arrow from a string, swinging his fists and slamming. Black Fist Sass. A pirate with a bounty of 100 million, a new pirate who has risen in the past year. Originally a king's guard of a king in the South China Sea, he heard the declaration of the pirate King Roger before his death, resigned from his position, gathered a group of men and ran to the sea. In just 1 year, he fought all the way from the South China Sea to the Grand Line. He is strong and good at armament haki. Clang! A sound like metal colliding sounded, and flames shot out. What a hard fist! Charlotte frowned. His steel-cutting flash could cut through a sharp sword made of steel, but it could not cut through Sass's black fist. The opponent's armament haki was too strong. Sass's fist landed on Charlotte's sword. Although he didn't hit Charlotte, he still knocked Charlotte away for more than 10 meters. At the moment when he was about to hit the mast, Charlotte tapped his toes lightly and flew to a height of tens of meters. Looking up at Charlotte in the air, Sass snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "You think you can break my black fist by diving from a high altitude? Lucky boy, wait until I catch you, one piece will be mine. I present you an at." Hearing this name, Charlotte's face was dark and he almost cursed. I don't know which bastard gave him such a nickname. If he is found, he will kill that guy sooner or later. Demasha Justice. With a light shout, Charlotte released golden light with both hands. The light intertwined in the air and poured into the sword, becoming more and more intense. The next moment, Charlotte swung his sword and stabbed it down. The rich light turned into a golden giant sword. The giant sword fell from the sky and slashed at the Black Fist Sass. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and the pirate ship was split in half, breaking in half. Black Fist Sass's 2 fists exploded, flesh and blood burst, bones shattered into powder, and he died tragically on the spot, with his eyes wide open. Most of the pirates on the deck also died tragically in an instant, their bodies exploded, and only a few pirates with domineering power survived. Soon, these pirates were also killed by Charlotte's sword, and no one was left alive on the entire ship. On the sea, corpses floated one after another, blood flowed, and in a blink of an eye, the surrounding seawater was dyed bright red. At the same time, the seawater backflowed, and the damaged pirate ship sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Charlotte looked around and made sure there were no living pirates. While waiting for the battleship behind to arrive, Charlotte calmed down and opened the system. Killed 82 pirates, including 30 melee soldiers, 50 ranged soldiers, 1 super soldier, and 1 hero. A total of 1,730 gold coins and 5,300 experience points were provided to him. A hero alone provided him with 300 gold coins and 1,000 experience points. Although this system is different from what we know, many places are similar, such as the enemy hero judgment. There is no difference in the camp. It is mainly based on the bounty. Bounties below 50 million are super soldiers, and bounties above 50 million are enemy heroes. Killing an enemy hero can get 300 basic gold coins, and if you get the first blood, you can get 400 coins, but he has already taken the first blood, and the gold coins he got this time are the basic value. As for the bounty above the gold coins, it should be related to the pirate bounty, but I don't know where the boundary is in the middle. Without thinking too much, Charlotte lit up the experience. Swish swish! In an instant, Charlotte's body flashed with light. 3 consecutive lights flashed, and Charlotte was promoted 3 levels in a row. Of course, these lights are invisible to ordinary people. Open the basic system interface. Level 36. Gold coins, 5,030, plus 1,730, 6,760 pieces. Physique, 450, plus 30, 480. Physical strength, 810, plus 30, 840. Physical strength recovery, 4s. In the past year or so of fighting, following Garp, Charlotte also grabbed a lot of heads, so he upgraded very quickly. However, as the level increases, the experience points required for upgrading are increasing. It takes 1900 experience points to upgrade one level, which is almost equivalent to 2000. And the experience points of the system are different from what I knew in my previous life. In my previous life, the upgrade experience was a cycle every time I upgraded to level 25, that is, the experience from level 50 to level 75, and from level 76 to level 100 was the same. The system is that every time you upgrade one level, the experience points required for the next upgrade increase by 50. At this rate, when you are at level 100, it will take more than 5,000 experience points to upgrade one level. I like to be a villain starting from Konoha. Everyone collects, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 217 1 year starting from Konoha to become a villain. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help but have a headache. He wiped out a pirate group with a bounty of over 100 million, and the experience points he gained were barely enough to upgrade to the first level. Even in today's age of discovery, the number of pirates has increased dramatically, and a pirate group with a bounty of over 100 million is also a big pirate group, perhaps not a big deal in the New World. But in Paradise, it is definitely a first-class pirate group, and there are few with high bounties. Even so, there are only more than 100 pirate groups with bounties of over 100 million in the entire sea. According to the current upgrade experience, if he wants to reach level 100, he has to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Charlotte didn't care about destroying the Whitebeard pirates. What he cared about was the upgrade reward. Even if he upgraded to level 100, his physical strength would only increase by thousands. What can thousands of physical strength do? It's not enough to punch the 5 elders and kick the 4 emperors. Advanced task, kill 1,000 soldiers, and complete the 1,000 kills. Reward 500 gold coins. The sudden reward sound made Charlotte's face happy, and he checked the system again. Gold coins, 6,760, plus 500, 7,260 coins. Not only these basic attributes are improved, but also the skills rewarded by the system at level 36 and level 35 are available. Obtain passive. Dragon Bloodline, blood is converted into hot dragon blood, physical strength is increased by 100 points, physical strength recovery is increased by 50%, and the summoner can obtain the power of the dragon. Dragon Power, whenever a summoner level summoned hero kills a siege soldier or super soldier, the physical strength can be permanently increased by 1 point. The damage caused by the summoner and the summoned hero to the dragon is increased by 20%, and the killed dragon will provide the summoner with an additional 5 points of physical strength. Summoners and summoned heroes can permanently increase the physical strength by 1 point by killing a sea king or sea beast monster. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain. Chapter 218 Dragon Bloodline becoming a villain from Konoha. Wow! Charlotte's eyes flashed, this passive is really too abnormal. Dragon Blood Weapon Shyvana's Dragon Bloodline, increasing 100 points of physical strength is not the most important thing. Of course, increasing 100 points of physical strength is equivalent to upgrading 10 levels out of thin air, which is still very powerful. The key to the key is the power of the dragon, which permanently increases the physical strength. Killing a siege soldier or super soldier permanently increases the physical strength by 1 point. There are not many pirates with a bounty of more than 50 million at sea, but there are many pirates with a bounty of less than 50 million. There are not only pirates in the world who have bounties, but also mountain bandits, some criminals and gangsters, all of whom have bounties. In addition to siege soldiers and super soldiers, killing a sea beast or sea king monster can also permanently increase a little physical strength bonus. The most abundant thing in the One Piece world is the sea king. The Sea King can be seen everywhere in the calm belt, not to mention the sea beasts, which are more numerous than the Sea King. This means that in addition to training, upgrading, and equipment upgrades, Charlotte has added a new channel to improve his physical strength. And this channel is operable. After all, the bounty is also set by people. The most important thing is that this passive effect can be shared with the summoned hero, which means that when the summoned hero kills the Sea King, he can also get a little physical improvement. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help but laugh. After laughing for a while, Charlotte stared at the dragon in the middle, with a thoughtful look on his face. Kill the dragon. Charlotte muttered, a little headache. It's not that he has a headache about where to find the dragon. There are dragons in the world of One Piece, and finding dragons is not a problem. It's just that what kind of dragon is the dragon determined by the system? Is it a specific type of dragon, or any dragon is fine? After all, wild monsters are divided into small dragons and big dragons. If it is a big dragon, the most likely one is Kaido? Or find an opportunity to kill Kaido one day. After thinking for a while, Charlotte couldn't find a clue, so he thought about it and didn't think about it for the time being. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain bridge, maybe one day he will know. In this year, Charlotte has been upgraded to level 36. In addition to the passive dragon bloodline just given, 4 skills have been given. Wind and breath slash, flash to the side of an enemy hero that has been knocked away, and slash out a sword energy like a storm. Consume 120 points of physical strength, and the cooldown time is 120 seconds. Walk on the waves, and walk on the sea surface as if walking on flat ground. No consumption, no cooldown. Counter-attack storm, rotate the weapon in your hand at high speed to resist attacks from all sides. The defense power is equivalent to the physical strength consumed, consuming 30 points of physical strength, and the cooldown time is 14 seconds. Card trick, card throwing technique that shoots sharp cards. The 4th card is more powerful, no consumption, no cooldown. In short, in the past year or so, Charlotte has followed Garp and his strength has greatly increased. It must be said that although Garp looks unreliable, he is a very experienced teacher. Charlotte has learned a lot from Garp. Of course, the premise is that you are lucky enough to survive. Garp's training method is unmatched in the entire Navia, few people who can bear it. This is also the reason why the Navy headquarters rarely allows new recruits to board Garp's ship, fearing that Garp will be killed. Colonel Charlotte. At this moment, the Navy warships behind caught up. Yet, Charlotte, who woke up, turned his head and looked behind him, and responded. With a light tap of his right foot, he jumped onto the side of the ship and ordered the surrounding marines to clean up the wreckage of the pirate ship below, deal with the bodies, and search for spoils. After doing this, Charlotte walked to the front of the bow. Garp was sitting in front of a grill, holding a half-human high thigh of an unknown creature in his hand. The grill was very huge, 4 or 5 meters long, with 4 thighs as huge as Garp's in his hand. The 4 marines next to him turned the grill in front of him at the same time. After a while, the 4 were out of breath and quickly replaced by the rest of the people. Feeling the strong smell of blood on Charlotte, Garp frowned and said, "Another survivor." Charlotte sat down next to Garp and said lightly, "They are all damned people, why keep them alive? Kill them all, just in time to avenge the small town of 1,000 people that was massacred yesterday." Charlotte took a roasted leg from the grill and ate it in big mouthfuls, wolfing it down. As his physique strengthened, the amount of food consumed every day also increased day by day, especially after each battle. The best way to replenish physical strength is to eat. The quartermaster on the side saw this scene and said with a headache, "What should we do if we eat like this? The Navy headquarters left the day before yesterday, and only half of the food is left today. If this continues, the ship will be short of food the day after tomorrow." Originally, Vice Admiral Garp was the only big eater on the ship, and now with Colonel Charlotte, the 2 of them have to eat several tons of food every day. If they encounter a battle, it will increase exponentially. The quartermaster's voice was very low, but Garp and Charlotte heard it, and their faces turned black. Ahem! Garp coughed lightly and hurriedly drove him away, saying, "Boy, did you hear me? Get off my boat quickly! I can't afford to feed you the way you eat." When he said this, Garp ignored the pile of bones next to him. Charlotte rolled his eyes and said, "I don't eat as much as you do. This old man has no shame at all. He has the nerve to say that with a pile of bones next to him." After a while, Charlotte finished eating the hundreds of pounds of roasted legs in his hand and threw the bones aside. Without wiping his hands, he turned his head and looked at Garp next to him and said, "Old man, if you want to drive people away, just say it directly. Why do you even throw this kind of pot to me?" Garp spit out the bones in his mouth and said lightly, "You are thick-skinned. If I don't say this, what will you do if you refuse to leave? If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 218 Dragon Bloodline _ Starting from Konoha as a villain. Charlotte's face was dark, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. "What do you mean by refusing to leave? You think that there are beauties on your ship, and it seems that I am happy to stay. Old man, I am very sad that you are like this." Suddenly, Charlotte covered his chest and said with a heartache, "For the past year, I have regarded you as my grandfather. I thought we were not grandfather and grandson, but better than grandfather and grandson. I didn't expect that at this time, you would drive me away. In order to comfort my weak heart, old man, you can just give me a few 100 million Baileys." The more Garp listened, the darker his face became. Finally, he couldn't help it and kicked Charlotte out. "Who taught this shameless thing? He didn't teach these. The problem is that now everyone thinks he taught it." Before leaving the port the day before yesterday, Xiao He scolded him, saying that he was a traitor. He can't even clear himself up even if he jumps to the doldrums. He kicked Charlotte away and cursed, "Damn, you little bastard, don't give me that. It's not my idea to ask you to leave. This is a transfer order from above." As he said that, Garp took out a transfer order from his pocket and threw it to Charlotte. Charlotte quickly got up and took it. Seeing the oil stains on the paper, Charlotte looked disgusted. The old man didn't care about hygiene at all. After reading it quickly, Charlotte wondered, "Sword Force? Does the Navy headquarters still have this force? Why haven't I heard of it?" Garp explained while eating, due to the increasingly severe situation at sea, the higher UPS decided to form two confidential forces to deal with some special situations. One is the Sky Sword Force, codenamed Sword, and the other is the Science Force, codenamed SSG. They are commanded by Vice Admiral Sakaski and Vice Admiral Borsellino respectively. Chapter 219 Robbery of the Celestial Dragons _ Starting from Konoha to become a villain. Hearing this, Charlotte was stunned. He didn't expect that this scientific force was established at this time. Charlotte touched his chin and said, "Let Vice Admiral Sakaski and Vice Admiral Borsellino lead the newly established special forces." "So, Marshal Kong is ready to resign from the post of Marshal." Garp glanced at Charlotte and didn't say anything. Not speaking, it is obvious that he has acquiesced. It seems that the top leaders of the Navy will soon usher in a major change, but these it has nothing to do with him. One day later. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Charlotte was almost driven off the ship by Garp. When Charlotte got off the ship with a large bag of personal belongings, he turned around and looked at Garp, who was lying on the side of the ship and laughing excitedly. "Humph!" Charlotte snorted coldly and raised his middle finger to Garp. "Today you are indifferent to me, tomorrow I will make you out of reach." Not far away, a person who was as unlucky as Charlotte was also driven off the ship. The man with a long knife on his back looked up and saw that Charlotte was the same as him. He immediately smiled and walked forward and shouted with a smile, "Isn't this Charlotte? You were also driven off." "Driven off? Charlotte looked up, bewildered. What are you talking about? The man was stunned for a moment and asked suspiciously, you got off from Vice Admiral Garp's ship with a lot of personal belongings. Aren't you driven off? Charlotte rolled his eyes and said, who said that getting off the ship with personal belongings means being driven off? This is a normal transfer. From today on, I will go to another unit. As he said that, Charlotte glanced at Fic. Fool, you still want to laugh at me, you are far from it. As if suddenly reacted, Charlotte asked surprised, you were driven off. Fic's eyes evaded, and he said perfunctorily, of course not, I was also transferred normally. Why? Even Charlotte, the bastard, was not driven off, why did he drive me off? It's unfair. What did I do wrong? Didn't I just torture and kill a captain? Those guys insisted on forcing me to bring up my grandfather. No matter what, I must go with Charlotte this time, otherwise he will laugh at me in the future. Seeing that Charlotte was going to continue asking, Fic quickly changed the subject and said, I have a big deal here. After it's done, both you and I can get this amount. Fic said, while holding up 2 fingers. 2 million. Can you be a little ambitious? 20 million. Get lost. 200 million. That's right. Now it was Charlotte's turn to be surprised. He had no interest in 20 million, but if it was 200 million, he would definitely try it. He was poor recently. In the past year, all his extra money was deducted by the old man Carp, under the beautiful name of protection fee. If it wasn't really impossible to win, Charlotte would have fought with the old man. Charlotte was not the kind of person who was greedy for money. Before confirming, he felt it was necessary to ask clearly. Pulling the proud Fic aside, Charlotte whispered, are you sure? We each have 200 million, that's 400 million, where is such a good business? 100% sure. Fic patted his chest and assured. Seeing that Charlotte still didn't believe it, Fic scanned the surroundings and confirmed that there was no one around, and whispered, I saw it with my own eyes at home. The Celestial Dragons asked my grandfather to dispatch 3 naval warships to the Sabayati archipelago to escort a batch of things worth 400 million. Celestial Dragons. Charlotte wanted to kill this guy. He actually wanted to steal the Celestial Dragons' things. Isn't this courting death? As for credibility, since it was seen from his grandfather, it is definitely true. His grandfather is none other than the contemporary Marshal Steelbone Kong. In other words, the guy in front of him is definitely the biggest in the Navy headquarters in terms of background. Fic glanced at Charlotte and said with disdain, what? You don't dare. This level of provocation is useless to me, Charlotte said unhappily, it's not a question of whether you dare or not, but a question of whether you can get it. Things worth 400 million will definitely be escorted by strong people, and the Navy will also participate. Are you going to kill your comrades? Let's not talk about this for now. How much can the two of us move with treasures worth 400 million? Hearing Charlotte's concerns, Fic smiled and said, don't worry about these. The Navy only participates in maritime escorts, and the Celestial Dragon Guards are responsible for the entire journey on the Sabayati archipelago. You also know that the Celestial Dragon Guards, except for CP0, are all garbage. Things worth 400 million are not enough for CP0 to take action. In addition, this batch of goods is worth 400 million, but there is actually only one thing. With the strength of you and me, we can solve it in half a minute. Hearing this, Charlotte suddenly looked up at Fic and said playfully, you know so clearly, what are you planning? If you don't tell the truth, I won't get involved. From the beginning, Charlotte felt something was wrong, and the more he listened, the more wrong it seemed. It was obvious that Fic had been eyeing that thing for a long time, and the 400 million Baileys was probably just an excuse. Suddenly, Charlotte looked at Fic and said in a deep voice, you guys are not going to grab that thing first, and then give me 200 million Baileys to shut me up, right? Fic shook his head decisively and said, of course not. Damn, it's really not easy to fool. After just a few more words, Charlotte realized that something was wrong. He understood it so quickly. What does it mean? It means that if this kid were in his place, he would do the same. He is really black-hearted. Charlotte was right. Fike had this idea in mind at the beginning. At first, Charlotte was just guessing, but seeing Fike's refusal so decisively, he immediately confirmed it in his heart. Charlotte's face suddenly showed a playful smile. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 219 Robbery of the Celestial Dragons Starting from Konoha to become a villain. Okay, kid, you have calculated it on me. In the future don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the smile on Charlotte's face, Fik suddenly shuddered and shuddered. Fik suddenly regretted it. It might be a mistake to call Charlotte. But if he didn't call Charlotte, he wouldn't be sure to get it. In the Navy, only Charlotte is strong, brave, and black-hearted. Apart from him, no one else can do it. Charlotte smiled and said, "Tell me, what is that thing? You can ask me for help, but at least tell me what it is? And what benefits can I get? Stealing things from the celestial dragons is too risky. If you don't give me enough benefits, I won't do it. Helping is no problem. Fik is Kong's grandson, and he will be of use in the future. But helping is helping, and Charlotte doesn't like to talk about empty talk. He wants visible and tangible benefits." Having said that, Fike did not hide it anymore and said in a deep voice, "This time, the celestial dragons got a devil fruit from the auction house." Devil fruit? Xiaoluo was stunned for a moment, and said suspiciously, "Devil fruits are treasures for others, but they are nothing to you, right? Fike has a martial grandfather. If he really wants a devil fruit, it's just a matter of a word." As the marshal who leads the headquarters of the Navy and a world-class strongman, it is indeed easy for Kong to get a devil fruit. Those rubbish of the celestial dragons can feed the slaves with devil fruits, let alone a strong man like Kong. Ordinary devil fruits are fine. Fike said, and suddenly sighed, but some special devil fruits cannot be obtained by strength, but require opportunities. Besides, I don't want to rely on my grandfather to get a devil fruit. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 220 Summoning the Little Fishman Starting as a Villain from Konoha. Charlotte couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "If you show off in front of me again, you can take it yourself." "I really didn't show off." Fik looked helpless. "I'm begging you now, how dare I show off in front of you? I can't even kneel down and lick you. What do you want?" When asked about this, Fike said with a serious face, "For the sake of prestige. When others introduce me, they say that I am the grandson of Marshal Kong. Everyone thinks that I am a second-generation ancestor. No matter which ship I go to, everyone stays away from me and does not allow me to lead the fleet to act alone, for fear that something will happen to me and I will not be able to explain to the Marshal." Charlotte glanced at him and muttered, "If I had your background, I could walk sideways on the sea, beat anyone I don't like, and of course, forget this." As he said that, Charlotte shook his head and sighed, "Hey, you second-generation ancestors are just living too well. You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Get out." Fike's face was dark, and he cursed, "I just don't want to be the kind of second-generation ancestor who eats and waits for death. When people introduce my grandfather in the future, they will say, 'This is Fike's grandfather Kong.'" Charlotte shrugged, too lazy to say more. He is just an ordinary person, and he really can't understand the thoughts of a second-generation ancestor. It's really sad. He has lived 2 lives, but he didn't become a second-generation ancestor in both lives. Then, Charlotte didn't say much. The two agreed to go to the Sabayati archipelago tomorrow, because the day after tomorrow is the date of the escort, and they need to make arrangements 1 day in advance. That night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the moon is in the sky. The sea surface is sparkling, as if covered with a layer of silver-white gauze. It was late at night, but the Navy headquarters fortress base was still full of lights, illuminating the sky like daylight. As the headquarters of tens of millions of naval soldiers around the world, the Navy headquarters is in charge of hundreds of naval bases in addition to hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers at the headquarters. Even in the middle of the night, there are still many things to deal with. Somewhere on the Cape, Charlotte came here secretly and hid in the shadow of a rock. Coming here in the middle of the night, Charlotte is naturally not here to date a beautiful marine, he wants to summon his first hero. Gold coins, 7,260. Yesterday's Black Fist pirate group just collected the gold coins he needed. For more than half a year, Charlotte has not used the gold coins. He saved them just to summon the first hero. The key, the new passive given by the system yesterday, the Dragon Blood system. Originally, Charlotte was going to buy the death cap of the World Destroyer, but now with the Dragon Blood system, it may not be as good as the physical enhancement brought by buying the cap in the short term, but in the long run, it is definitely more profitable to summon heroes. Opening them all, Charlotte focused on searching for heroes suitable for the sea. In this world, the sea is more important than the land. After a long time, Charlotte chose the Tide Sea Spirit. Murloc. Murloc is both a sea spirit and an output-type burst hero. It is not a problem to kill sea kings and sea beasts. The key is that Murloc is also a fishman and can show his body. Maybe he can infiltrate the fishman tribe at that time. I just don't know if the summoned hero has his own wisdom. Muttering a sentence, Charlotte clicked the purchase button. The gold coins disappeared one by one, and before Charlotte could feel sad, a faint white light flashed on the sea in front of him. The next second, a small red and white ball appeared out of thin air, without any warning, just like that. Before Charlotte could react, a crack opened in the red and white ball, a bright light was released, and the next moment, a blue fishman appeared on the sea. On the surface. Hero, Tidal Sea Spirit, Level 1. Tidal Sea Spirit closed his eyes tightly, holding an ancient ocean trident, his feet stepped on the turbulent sea surface, and the tentacle-like hair behind his head fluttered, emitting a faint blue light. For a moment, Charlotte was a little stunned. Shocked. The familiar hero in the game appeared, or in another world, Charlotte couldn't help but be shocked. His eyes slowly opened, and a bright light from the Tidal Sea Spirit shot out and poured into Charlotte's eyes. In an instant, a stream of data appeared in Charlotte's mind. Congratulations to the summoner for summoning the first hero, Tidal Sea Spirit. Only task, summon the first hero to complete, reward experience points 1,500, gold coins 500. As soon as the system sound fell, Charlotte's body burst into a gleam of light, and he was upgraded to level 37. Before Charlotte could react from the system prompt sound, an interface appeared in front of Charlotte, which was the same as the hero attribute and introduction interface in the system. Light up the hero, and the interface changes. Seeing the familiar interface, Charlotte couldn't help but exclaim. The system is still very user-friendly. Charlotte was surprised and sighed. The hero interface is the same as the operation interface in the game, with the hero skill attribute panel in the middle, the small map in the lower right corner, and the scoreboard in the upper right corner. Because it is a familiar interface, Charlotte quickly understood it. It looks familiar, but the details are still different. However, after all, I have played more than 1,000 games as a silver summoner, and the main body has not changed much, and I quickly became familiar with the details. Just like in the game, Charlotte can see what Fizz is doing and the range of sight that Fizz can see from the god's perspective. Not only the god's perspective, Charlotte can also temporarily replace Fizz with his own consciousness and become Fizz. However, this cost is very high, consuming 1 point of physical strength per second, and he can only use it for 10 minutes with his current physical strength. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it will be more exciting later. Chapter 220 Summoning the Little Fishman _ starting from Konoha to become a villain. And there are no complicated operations. Charlotte can control the little fishman with just one command. Attack! Charlotte pointed to the sea next to him and gave a command in his mind. The little fishman immediately waved the trident and stabbed it in the air. Blue water splashed on the trident and a water column flew out. Boom! With a muffled sound, a 1-meter-high water splash stood up on the sea. Charlotte's mouth twitched. This is too weak. I thought the summoned little fishman was devastating, but now it seems to be just a fishman cub. It still needs to grow up. Fizz has wisdom and self-awareness, but this wisdom and self-awareness are not high. However, he can understand Charlotte's instructions and can perform tasks in an appropriate way. It is a bit similar to the pet in the game. But this pet is a bit too weak. It seems that I have to upgrade Fizz first, and then buy 2 pieces of equipment for Fizz. Thinking of this, Charlotte bought a Duran's ring from the system mall and put it in Fizz's equipment column. I saw a blue light rising from Fizz. Charlotte immediately felt that Fizz was much stronger, and asked Fizz to bombard the water again. Boom! A loud sound came out. The water column fell into the water, and a splash of water several meters high exploded. Seeing the splash several times higher than before, Charlotte dragged his chin and thought slightly, it seems that the summoned hero is still a little different from my upgrade, but it doesn't matter. It's okay to be stronger. I just don't know if there is a limit. Thinking of this, Charlotte asked Fizz to kill a sea fish. The little fishman quickly dived into the sea water. In order to see how the little fishman killed the sea fish, Charlotte attached his consciousness to the little fishman. Sharing the eyes of the little fishman, Charlotte felt that the sea in front of him was different. It was transparent and blue, with various colorful coral reefs on the seabed, and many unnamed algae fluctuated with the waves. In the eyes of humans, the seabed is dark and silent, but in the eyes of the little fishman, the seabed is full of vitality and vigor. After diving dozens of meters deep, the little fishman finally found a sea fish that was almost 2 meters long. The little fishman rushed over quickly, waved the trident in his hand to pierce the head of the sea fish, and blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding sea water red. Charlotte quickly retracted his consciousness and looked at the gold coin column, which jumped immediately. Gold coins, 1060.01. Seeing this number, Charlotte's mouth twitched, and it increased by 0.01. At this rate, 1 gold coin would have to kill 100 sea fish. The speed of killing 100 sea fishes by the murloc just now is not slow, but the murloc needs to consume physical strength in battle, and needs time to recover physical strength, plus rest. In a day, he can probably kill 100 sea fishes, which is about an extra gold coin. However, as the number of sea fish killed increases, the murloc will be upgraded, and he can light up skills. After upgrading skills, his strength will increase, and he can kill stronger sea beasts, even sea kings. At that time, the number of gold coins obtained every day should be quite a lot. But I don't know how long it will take, it's a bit too far away. At this stage, let the murloc kill small fish around and upgrade slowly. Feeling that the murloc's strength is a bit low, Charlotte thought about it and gave it. The little fishman bought an explosive wand and equipped it. In addition to letting the little fishman hunt powerful sea beasts around to upgrade and become stronger, Charlotte also asked the little fishman to pay attention to the sunken ships on the seabed. If he found any, he would collect the treasures on them and gather them together. After doing all this, Charlotte returned to his room to sleep. There was still work to do tomorrow. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 221 Borrowing Money Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Sharing the eyes of the little fishman, Charlotte felt that the sea in front of him was different, transparent and blue, with various colorful coral reefs on the seabed, and many unnamed algae fluctuating with the waves. In the eyes of humans, the seabed is dark and silent, but in the eyes of the little fishman, the seabed is full of vitality and vigor. After diving for dozens of meters, the little fishman finally found a sea fish that was almost 2 meters long. The little fishman rushed over quickly, waved the trident in his hand and pierced the head of the sea fish. The blood gushed out and dyed the surrounding sea water red. Charlotte quickly regained consciousness and looked at the gold coin column. The gold coin column jumped suddenly. Gold coins, 1060.01. Seeing this number, Charlotte's mouth twitched. It increased by 0.01. At this speed, 1 gold coin would have to kill 100 sea fish. It was not slow for the little fishman to kill 100 sea fish just now, but the little fishman needed to consume physical strength to fight, and needed time to recover physical strength, plus rest. I am afraid that he can only kill 100 sea fish in a day, which is about 1 gold coin extra income. However, as the number of sea fish killed increases, the little fishman will be upgraded, and he can light up the skills. After upgrading the skills, after the strength is enhanced, he can kill stronger sea beasts, even sea kings. At that time, the number of gold coins obtained every day should be quite a lot. But I don't know how long it will take. It's too far away. At this stage, let the little fish kill the little fish around and upgrade slowly. Feeling that the little fish is a little weak, Charlotte thought about it and bought a blasting wand for the little fish and equipped it. In addition to letting the little fish hunt powerful sea beasts around to upgrade and become stronger, Charlotte also asked the little fish to pay attention to the sunken ship on the seabed. If he found it, he would collect the treasures on it and gather them together. After doing this, Charlotte went back to the room to sleep. There was still work to do tomorrow. The next day. The Sabayati Archipelago. Rather than an island, it is better to say that it is a sea forest, a dreamlike forest composed of thick mangroves. The thick Yarkai mangroves, each with a diameter of thousands of meters, have roots deeply rooted in the seabed of 10,000 meters. Just the exposed roots can build a town that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Mangrove number 12. Charlotte was stepping hard on the grass under his feet, and it felt like he was stepping on soft cotton. He lifted his foot and felt something pulling it. With a little force, countless bubbles flew out of the grass and flew into the air. Fike, who was standing next to him, looked at him with contempt, took 2 steps back, and looked away, as if he didn't know this fool. But when Charlotte looked over, Fike smiled and said, "The most distinctive feature of the Sabayati archipelago is the secreted resin, which can turn into bubbles." Fike flattered in his mouth, but cursed in his heart. "Damn, this bastard! When I get the devil fruit, I will definitely want to beat this guy up." He and Charlotte had a ring fight, and Charlotte won by half a move. Although the ring fight is not a life and death battle and cannot determine the strength of the two, Charlotte's strength is definitely not lower than his. Otherwise, he would not have come to Charlotte. After all, in addition to strong strength, what he values most about robbing the things of the celestial dragons is Charlotte's black heart. As a navy, it takes a black heart to steal the boss's things. Charlotte looked at Fick with interest. Since they met in the morning, this guy has been smiling apologetically. It's definitely not a good thing. Now you should tell me, what is the devil fruit you want to steal this time? Hearing Charlotte's question, Fick said seriously, "A fantasy beast, dog fruit fantasy beast great Tengu form." Charlotte was slightly surprised and said, "This is a good thing. Among the many devil fruits on the sea, the natural system is the king, but the fantasy beast system is definitely more precious and rare than the natural system." "That's for sure, I don't look down on ordinary fruits either," Fick nodded and said, "If this devil fruit is not so rare, I won't do the thing of robbing the celestial dragons." Then, Fick said, "Such a rare devil fruit is a waste to those garbage, it's better to give it to me. When I become stronger, I can kill more pirates and catch Whitebeard at that time." Just when Fick was full of confidence, he glanced at Charlotte next to him, and he was suddenly confused. Charlotte took out a pen and paper from somewhere, and wrote quickly on the paper, muttering as he wrote, "Let's make a written agreement first." On October 20, 1499 of the Haiwan calendar, Navy Colonel Fick owed Charlotte 500 million Baileys. Fick's face turned green immediately. 500 million Baileys. If I could sell 500 million Baileys, I would have sold myself long ago. After saying that, Charlotte tore off the white paper, handed it to Fick, and said lightly, after signing and pressing the fingerprints, "I will help you." Fick frowned and said, "Didn't we agree on 200 million Baileys yesterday?" Glancing at Fick, Charlotte sneered, 200 million? I'll give you 200 million, and you buy me a fantasy beast seed. Fick said embarrassedly, even if 200 million is not enough, you don't want 500 million, you are not the only one who did it, I also did it, even if we split it equally, you don't want 500 million, although the mythical beast species is precious, you don't want 10 billion Baileys. Bailey is still valuable these days, I don't want to see the severe inflation in 20 years. In addition to the cost of the action, there is also the risk. If you are found out later, you have a strong background, even if the higher UPS investigate, they won't do anything to you for the sake of your grandfather, but I will be miserable. If I am found out, I can only defect to the Navy and become a pirate or bounty hunter. Then, Charlotte said, it's up to you whether to sign or not. Anyway, if you want me to take action, you have to pay me so much. If you don't sign, I don't care. I will go back to Marineford now. So far, I will pretend that I know nothing about this matter and will not betray you. I ask you? Besides me, who else in the Navy will help you? I bear almost all the risks here alone. That's what he said, but Fick always felt something was wrong. Seeing that Fick didn't react, Charlotte didn't take more and reached out to take back the receipt. No, wait. Seeing that Charlotte really wanted to take it back, Fick, who originally wanted to bargain, immediately became anxious and quickly grabbed Charlotte's arm and took the receipt from him. After looking at the content on the receipt, Fick didn't sign it immediately. He looked up at Charlotte and said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if you sign it, but I only have 200 million Baileys now, and the rest of the money will be given to you later." Charlotte was a little surprised that this guy could actually come up with 200 million Baileys. I didn't expect him to be a local tyrant. Then, is this considered to be fighting the local tyrants and dividing the land? Okay, Charlotte nodded and said, "But the interest rate is 10% per year." Seeing that Charlotte agreed, Fick didn't hesitate anymore, took the pen and signed his name, and pressed his fingerprints. As for the 10% interest, we will talk about it later. As long as he gets the fantasy beast seed and cultivates for 2 years, his strength will definitely increase greatly. It will be easier to make money at that time than now. Besides, by that time, he will definitely be stronger than Charlotte, and it is still unclear whether he will give money or not. If Charlotte knew what Fick was thinking at the moment, he would definitely sneer. What is a fantasy beast seed? I am a man with a cheat. Do you know what a cheat is? Chapter 222 Black Shop _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Putting away the receipt, Charlotte asked again, "When did you start the action?" Fick whispered back, "Early tomorrow morning, we will start from the auction at the 24th Red Tree, pass the hotel street, arrive at the naval base to board the ship, and then escort directly to Marineford." Charlotte thought thoughtfully, "So, the devil fruit is still at the auction tonight, I think it's better to act at night." "I have this idea too." Fick squinted and said, "I'm just a little worried about causing too much noise at night. The auction is in an illegal area, and many pirates heading to the New World gather here before the coding is completed. If the battle cannot be resolved quickly at night, the pirates will swarm in like cats smelling blood." After a pause, Fick said, "Not only this, the devil fruit will definitely be placed in the vault, plus the strict guards. In comparison, the success rate of ambushes on the road is actually higher." Charlotte heard this and suddenly shook his head and said, "What you said is not complete. First of all, we don't know the strength of the escort team tomorrow. What if PC-0 appears?" At this point, Charlotte looked at Fick, who frowned slightly and did not refute. Charlotte said again, "Actually, I think we should act tonight. Why? Raising 2 fingers, Charlotte explained, there are 2 points. The first point is to test. Although we will alarm the auction tonight, they don't know what our target is. They will definitely think that we are just the daring pirates in the past. If there is really CP0, we will know tonight, and we will have buffer time. The second point is to attract attention. With the attack tonight, the auction will strengthen the guards, and naturally the guards will be reduced tomorrow. Fike didn't say anything, thought for a while, and nodded, then take action tonight. The two walked forward while chatting. After walking across the bridge connecting the mangroves, Charlotte and the others came to the 13th mangrove. Not far away, the two faced a very serious problem. His stomach growled, and Fike said dryly, "Let's find a place to eat." Charlotte was thinking of finding a reason to go to the blackmail bar built on a tree trunk not far away. When he heard what Fike said, he said, "There is a bar over there. Let's go there to eat something first. It's still 5 or 6 hours before the evening." "Okay." Fike looked up and didn't think much about it. Soon, the two came to the bottom of the bar and looked up at the name of the bar. Xia Qi's Blackmail Bar. Fike frowned slightly, "Is this a black shop?" Charlotte glanced and said contemptuously, "You are a navy, are you afraid of black shops?" As he said, Charlotte stepped in. Fike blushed and hurried in. "Damn, stupid, I am a navy, it's better to be a black shop. Not only does it cost nothing to eat, but maybe I can make a fortune." Click. Pushing the door in, Charlotte had just entered and had no time to speak, and the scene in front of him made him a little confused. "I saw a man wearing a spider pattern top. The woman looked very young and a little thin. She was holding a bloody sturdy man with both hands, and there were several men who had fainted at her feet. The woman held a cigarette in her mouth and said lightly, 'You are really bold to eat in my restaurant without paying. It seems that you don't know my reputation in the Sabayati archipelago.' As she said that, the woman kicked out and kicked the sturdy man in the lower abdomen. Crack! Charlotte seemed to hear the sound of his balls breaking, and his feet subconsciously clamped together. Fike, who followed closely behind, turned pale and also subconsciously clamped his legs together. It is indeed a black shop. Who kicked the guests' balls in the bar? This woman is really violent. Noticing someone coming in, Xia Qi glanced at him from the corner of her eye and said lightly, "Welcome, would you like to eat something?" "Wait a moment, I will throw out these guests who ate the free meal first." As she spoke, Xia Qi took off their wallets, then held one in each hand, walked towards the door, and threw several people out of the bar, flying dozens of meters away. So strong! Xiaoluo and Fike's pupils shrank, and they were instantly shocked. These people weighed hundreds of kilograms in total, and Xia Qi threw them dozens of meters away with ease, and looked relaxed. With this wrist strength, Xiaoluo thought he could only do this. Throwing away the pirates who ate the free meal, Xia Qi turned her head and smiled, "Two guests, what do you want to eat? Our shop has everything." Before Xiaoluo spoke, Fike smiled and said, "Boss, this is not a black shop, is it?" Xia Qi smiled and replied, "This is a black shop." Xiaoluo's mouth twitched. The scene froze instantly. Just when the atmosphere was so awkward, Xia Qi smiled and said, "The guests are joking, I am operating with integrity. Then give us 2 of your signature dishes." Fike said carelessly and walked to the side. At this moment, Charlotte suddenly said, "No, I want 10. Blackmail in the bar." Charlotte just sat down and looked around the bar calmly, but did not find Rayleigh. "It seems that Rayleigh is gone. I just don't know whether to make money by coding or 10 portions." Fike said unhappily, "Can you finish it?" Glancing at Fike, Charlotte sneered, "Don't worry, I'll pay if you can't finish it. You actually underestimated my appetite. Let alone 10 portions, I can eat 100 portions. During this period, his physical strength has improved a lot, and his appetite has also increased." If he really wants to eat as much as he wants, he can eat half a ton. Just as the two were bickering, Xiaoqi came up with a smile on her face and put the food down. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 222 Black Shop _ Starting from Konoha as a villain. Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Two guests, enjoy your meal." Such a sucker, I haven't seen him for a long time. Fike was already hungry. Seeing the food coming up, he didn't say much and started eating immediately. Charlotte was also hungry, so he picked up the plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Ahem! Seeing Charlotte's way of eating, Fike almost choked to death. I saw Charlotte open his mouth, pick up the plate directly, and pour a plate of rice directly into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the plate was empty. Damn, he can eat a lot. Fike cursed in his heart. He thought he could eat a lot, but he didn't expect this one to eat more. 11 portions of food were swept away by the two of them. This amount of food was not enough for the two of them. They ordered another 20 portions, which were also eaten up quickly. The two finally felt a little full. Next to him, Xiaoqi was smiling, her mouth almost grinning. After wiping his mouth, Fike raised his hand and shouted, "Boss lady, check out. Here I come." Xiaoqi walked over with a smile and said, "Here are your bills, please take a look." "Yes." Fike responded, picking his teeth with one hand, taking the bill with the other hand, and glancing at it. The next moment, Fike's face changed drastically, and he was stunned. Seeing this scene, Charlotte was a little confused. It was just a bill, why did this guy have such an expression? Bang! Fike stood up and slammed his big hand on the table. He was so angry that his face turned red and said, "Boss lady, you are blackmailing us. You actually charged us 31 million Baileys. Black shop, 100% black shop. A meal costs 31 million Baileys. Even a Tianlong person would not spend so much money on a meal." Chapter 223 Pluto Rayleigh _ Starting from Konoha to become a villain. 31 million Baileys for a meal, even the celestial dragons don't spend so much money for a meal. Puff! When Charlotte, who was drinking water, heard this, the water in his mouth sprayed out instantly. Raising his hand to wipe the water stains from the corners of his mouth, Charlotte couldn't believe it and shouted, "How much?" 31 million Baileys. Xiaoqi is crazy about money, or does she think we are easy to bully, and actually charged us 31 million Baileys? The next moment, Charlotte suddenly calmly sat back in the chair. "It's not me who pays, so why should I be excited?" It was Fic too. Glancing at Charlotte, who was ready to watch the show, Fic cursed in a low voice, ignored him, and said in a deep voice, "I won't pay this bill. A plate of rice costs 1 million Baileys, which can't be found anywhere in the world. I'm different from the pirate just now, but I..." Before he could finish his words, Charlotte kicked Fic, and Fic quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He almost forgot that he was here to rob, and he couldn't reveal his identity. At this moment, Xiaoqi's smile disappeared, and he slowly exhaled the smoke from his mouth, saying lightly, "I have clearly marked the price, do you also want to eat a free meal like those people just now?" Fic also calmed down at this time, and said calmly, "If I don't pay, what can you do? If there is a fight, the two of us are not afraid." "Hi!" Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a playful smile, "What? Can the Navy eat a free meal?" Charlotte and Fic's faces changed drastically and became serious. Then, Xiaoqi added, "Navy Colonel Fic, the grandson of the Navy Marshal, and the other one is even more famous. It can be said that everyone knows him. Lucky boy Charlotte, Roger's successor." Hearing these two titles, Charlotte's face turned dark and he cursed in his heart. "I don't know which bastard gave him these two titles. This matter started from Roger's execution a year ago. Before he died, Roger looked at him and pushed him in front of the world's strong. After the execution, just as Garp said, many people investigated him. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. The next day, the whole world knew about his affairs with Roger. So all kinds of rumors came out, such as he was Roger's illegitimate son, and he was Roger's successor anyway. Whatever was impossible came out. Along with it came all kinds of titles, and the two that Xiaoqi shouted were the most popular. Seeing that Xiaoqi recognized his identity, Charlotte stood up and smiled lightly. Xiaoqi, what do you want to get from me? When things got to this point, Charlotte also saw that Xiaoqi's target was him. Xiaoqi smiled slightly and said, I want to know where One Piece is. How to get to Raftel? Fic subconsciously looked at Charlotte. To be honest, he was also curious about this question. Although Grandpa Garp guaranteed that Charlotte didn't know the so-called One Piece, there were still a small number of voices in the Navy who thought that Charlotte must have something. Why don't you ask the one in your family? As he said that, Charlotte left his position and said playfully, let's not test it, let's just do it directly. The moment the voice sounded, Charlotte suddenly drew his sword without any warning. Swish! With a sound of sword sound and a flash of cold light, Charlotte swung his sword and slashed a circular slash. Charlotte's action was too sudden. Not to mention that Xiaoqi didn't react, even Fic next to him didn't react. Slashing steel. Charlotte stepped forward and slashed, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, and instantly killed in front of Xiaoqi, slashing fiercely, and the air exploded continuously. Xiaoqi's reaction was not slow, turning over to avoid Charlotte's thundering attack, kicking out with her right foot, and bursting out with armed color domineering at the tip of her toes, kicking and causing continuous explosions in the air. This kick immediately rolled up a tornado-like air vortex, which instantly rolled towards Charlotte's whole body. Charlotte did not hesitate at all, and rushed directly into the air vortex without even looking. Behind him, Fike was extremely surprised. Why didn't this guy avoid it? The opponent's kick looked simple, but it was not without any rules. Instead, it was a very advanced kicking technique. The tornado kicked out was extremely fast, and combined with the armed color domineering, cutting on the human body was no weaker than the damage caused by weapons directly cutting on the flesh. Why didn't Charlotte avoid it? He knew that his strength was at most equal to Xiaoqi. If he wanted to defeat Xiaoqi in a short time, he had to take this life and death approach. Even Xiaoqi did not expect that instead of dodging, Xiaoluo rushed over directly without blinking. Just when Fike was surprised, Xiaoluo had already rushed into the air vortex, and the clothes on his upper body were instantly torn. Barrier. The moment he entered the vortex, Xiaoluo shouted and opened the barrier. A ray of golden light burst out from Xiaoluo's body, and the invisible golden light turned into the hardest protective shield. The sharp wind slashed on the golden light, and the fire was everywhere, making bursts of explosions. Xiaoluo forcibly passed through the air vortex, and the long sword condensed the armed color domineering, which slightly rippled. Xiaoluo swung the sword and stabbed, and a sharp sword light shot out like thunder. Even though Xiaoqi was experienced in combat, she had never seen such a move of Xiaoluo, who was covered with indestructible golden light. Seeing the sword energy coming, Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and burst out domineering, his face instantly turned pale, and he forcibly moved half a step to the left to avoid the fatal part. Puff! A splash of blood, the sword energy instantly pierced Xiaoqi's shoulder, blood gushed out, staining the surrounding clothes red. Before Xiaoqi could breathe a sigh of relief, a sharp knife appeared behind her, and Xiaoqi's pupils suddenly shrank. Fike also took action. Chapter 223 Pluto Rayleigh _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Pulling out the long knife behind him is a real big knife, not calling the sword a knife. Speaking of which, the sword of One Piece is also called a knife. Knife is also called sword. What good knife, big knife, sword is called knife even though it is a sword. For example, the Supreme Knife 12 works, although the name Supreme Knife only has the concept of knife, but weapons are not limited to the concept of knife. The Supreme Knife 12 works can also include swords, guns, and other weapon types. Many times, even Charlotte can't tell them apart. He calls him whatever others call him, knife, sword, just randomly. But Fic's knife is the kind of knife he remembers. Armament Haki wrapped around the long knife, and shouted loudly. Ba2 Jean. Fic shouted, drew his knife with both hands, and a sharp knife light cut through the void, instantly killing behind Xiaoqi. It must be said that Fic seized a great opportunity. At this moment, Xiaoqi couldn't even dodge, let alone counterattack. If this knife fell, Xiaoqi would be seriously injured if not dead. Charlotte's pupils shrank, and he quickly alerted his surroundings. His purpose of attacking Xiaoqi was just to force Rayleigh to show up. The blade was approaching, and Rayleigh finally appeared in a flash. Looking for death? Rayleigh shouted coldly, and with a light punch, he shattered the blade. His figure flashed and came in front of Fic, his face grim, and his palm knife fell. Seeing the palm knife coming, Fic's eyes showed horror, roared, and his body was wrapped with armed color domineering. However, the armed color domineering, the moment it touched Rayleigh's palm, was instantly shattered. Bang! Fic smashed the roof and flew out, like a stream of light, flying hundreds of meters away, and splashed into the sea with a plop. Chapter 224 Selling oneself to pay off debts. Rayleigh starting from Konoha to be a villain. Too fast. In a blink of an eye, Rayleigh shattered the blade light and knocked Fic away, so fast that neither Charlotte nor Fic could see Rayleigh's appearance clearly. Looking up at the big hole in the roof, a beam of sunlight fell, illuminating the room, and he mourned for Fic in his heart for 0.3 seconds. However, Charlotte didn't care about Fic's safety. Rayleigh would not kill Fic. This guy's background is really too big. Marshal Kong has only this grandson. If he is killed, not to mention Rayleigh, even Whitebeard will be finished. Imagine Whitebeard alone, facing the angry Steelbone Kong, Garp, and Sengoku, these three big guys, how sour and cool that scene would be. Retracting his gaze and looking at Rayleigh in front of him, Charlotte smiled and said, Pluto Silver's Rayleigh, I have heard of your name for a long time. Today, I see that he is much more domineering than the legend. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi looked at each other. Is this flattering boy still the same decisive boy just now? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a different person. When saying this, Charlotte was also looking at Rayleigh. Rayleigh at this time was just over 50, and in the world of One Piece, this age is at the peak of his prime. With short golden hair, a pair of round glasses, a straight scar on his right eye, and a long black coat, he looked so handsome and cool. No wonder even Xiaoqi was attracted to Rayleigh. Just in terms of appearance, it would be no problem to sell him for tens of millions at a human auction. If you meet some female nobles and see this body, the price will definitely be higher. Charlotte was looking at Rayleigh, and Rayleigh was also looking at Charlotte. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the soul and look directly into Charlotte's deepest part. After a moment, Rayleigh spoke first, but the first sentence made Charlotte a little confused. Boy, you hurt this guy in my family. How much medical expenses are you going to pay? I tell you, it won't be possible without 50 million. Charlotte blinked, looking confused. Is this considered a scam? Pluto Rayleigh is touching my porcelain? At this moment, Charlotte didn't know how to describe his complicated feelings. Xiaoqi, who was helped up, had a dark face. Damn, I was injured because I helped you to find out the news. Not only did you not care about me, but you also used my injury to blackmail me. If it weren't for the injury on my right hand. Xiaoqi really wanted to kill this bastard, and no one could stop her. In fact, Rayleigh had no choice. He lost for 3 consecutive days. He lost everything he could lose, even the last big knife, and owed the casino 50 million Baileys. If he couldn't pay the money back in time, he could only send himself to the human auction venue and auction it for a good price. selling himself to pay off the debt. Ahem. Charlotte coughed twice and chuckled, the great Pluto Rayleigh is still short of 50 million? Everyone in the world doesn't know that after the death of Pirate King Roger, Pluto Rayleigh is the only one who knows where One Piece is and holds the world's largest treasure. Thinking of what they saw when they arrived at Raftel, Rayleigh complained, "Bullshit treasure." Boy! Rayleigh's eyes were sharp, staring at Charlotte, and he said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and pay, or I will buy you to the human auction site." Rayleigh rolled up his sleeves while speaking, as if Charlotte said no, he would really tie Charlotte up and take him to the human auction site. "I don't have money," Charlotte answered happily. Seeing Rayleigh was about to take action, Charlotte raised his hands and said, "I'm a poor guy, with only 10 coins in my pocket. Anyway, I don't have money, and I have a life. Anyway, I can't beat you. Let's auction it." I don't believe that the human auction site is so arrogant that it is blatantly auctioning off the active Marine headquarters colonel. Seeing Charlotte's dead pig fearless look, Rayleigh was helpless. Could he really make the Navy in front of him? The kid was dragged to the human auction, and what the kid said was right. The human auction was not arrogant enough to auction the Navy. Suddenly, Rayleigh looked at Xia Qi next to him, with a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, "Well, that's Xia Qi, how about you lend me some, I will pay you back immediately next time I win." Rayleigh knew that Xia Qi had a small treasury, which was all the income of the bar in recent years. Although this bar has been opened for less than 2 years, Xia Qi's making money and operating well has a minimum annual turnover of hundreds of millions. Hee. Xia Qi laughed and thought that it would be better to throw the money into the sea than to give it to Rayleigh, at least she could see the money floating on the sea. She was too lazy to pay attention to Rayleigh, walked behind the bar, and took out the medicine box to treat the wound. Rayleigh wanted to go up to help, but was glared at by Xia Qi's fierce eyes and dared not come forward. Seeing that Xia Qi was completely hopeless, Rayleigh had a splitting headache. "Oh!" Sighing in his heart, "Forget it, I'd better sell myself to pay off the debt, at worst I can run away after selling it." Suddenly, he saw Charlotte, who was hesitant to speak, and immediately said angrily, "Boy, why are you still here? You are not welcome here, get out of here quickly." Seeing that Rayleigh was venting his anger on himself after being rejected by Xia Qi, Charlotte looked helpless. Damn, it turns out that the weak will be bullied. Charlotte was very sad. Even a strong man like Rayleigh is a lion picking on the weak. He still needs to improve his strength quickly to beat all these old guys. Without hesitation, Charlotte stepped forward and stated his purpose, "Today, I came here specifically to find Pluto Rayleigh to get something." "Get something?" Rayleigh said in surprise. Without caring about this, Rayleigh said solemnly, "It seems that the rumor is true. Roger did tell you something that night at the West Sea base." Rayleigh certainly knew about Charlotte and Roger. If it weren't for this, it wouldn't be just Kong's grandson who flew out just now, and he would have spoken to Charlotte calmly. "Do you really think that Pluto Rayleigh is so leisurely? Even if he is leisurely, he won't say so much to a mere naval colonel." Charlotte coughed lightly and said seriously, "Not just some, but a lot, about the secrets of Raftel. What is One Piece?" Before Charlotte finished speaking, Rayleigh interrupted him with a wave of his hand and sneered, "Boy, you still want to fool me? Do you know what I used to do? With your little tricks, don't show off in front of me. Be honest and say what you have to say." Charlotte looked confused and touched his head and said, "I'm telling the truth, the truth." Rayleigh smiled playfully at Charlotte's pretending to be stupid, but did not continue to expose him. At the same time, he looked down on Charlotte. Although he was not young, his mind was comparable to that of an experienced old fox. Seeing Rayleigh remain silent, Charlotte's face was calm, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. An old man is an old man, and it is hard to fool him. What he said just now was half true and half false. Roger had never talked to him about these things. The reason he said so was just to get some secrets from Rayleigh. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh saw through it instantly. As for whether this would anger Rayleigh, Charlotte didn't care. He was no longer a newcomer to One Piece. Although he was still no match for Rayleigh, Charlotte was still confident that he could escape from Rayleigh, not to mention that the Sabaody archipelago was right in front of the Navy headquarters. Now is not 20 years later. The Navy headquarters still attaches great importance to Rayleigh. Once Rayleigh is discovered, Sengoku and Garp will definitely join forces. Chapter 225 Stealing Garp starting as a villain from Konoha. It is not 20 years later now. The Navy headquarters still attaches great importance to Rayleigh. Once Rayleigh is discovered, Sengoku and Garp will definitely join forces. Glancing at Rayleigh, Charlotte chuckled and said, "Roger owes me a sword, the big sword Murasame. He said it is with you, Pluto, and asked me to come and get it." Hearing the word Murasame, Rayleigh's face changed slightly, but it disappeared quickly, and even Charlotte did not notice it. "It seems that there is such a sword, the big sword Murasame. Roger did throw it to me back then." Rayleigh recalled, "But after Roger's pirate group disbanded, the sword was lost, and I don't know where it was lost." As he said, Rayleigh nodded, as if to confirm the fact he said. Charlotte's face darkened. "Do I look like a fool? A big sword? That is not an ordinary sword. There are only 21 in the world. Many world-famous swordsmen use big swords. Even if Rayleigh has a better sword, how could he throw away a big sword? This is definitely a trick. The key point is that it's okay to trick him, but at least find a logical reason. Even if it's a trick, at least give me a sense of being valued. These old guys, whether it's Garp or Rayleigh, treat him as a fool?" Charlotte was so angry that he wanted to explode. When he was strong enough, he must beat these old guys. When Charlotte didn't know how to expose Rayleigh's lies, Xiaoqi assisted him and chuckled, "Murasame. I remember you took it out to sell it for money a week ago." Rayleigh's mouth twitched, and he turned around and looked at Xiaoqi. "You punctured my tire. We are together, and you punctured my tire. As expected, you can't mess with women, revenge comes so quickly." Ahem. Coughing lightly, Rayleigh pretended to recall, "Really? You should remember it wrong, it was obviously lost a long time ago, it was another sword that day. What can you do when a general-level strongman is shameless? You can't beat him, and you can't say anything." At this moment, Charlotte felt this way. "You are the Pluto. Rayleigh, the Pluto, even blamed me for a big knife. Where is your dignity? Where is the dignity of the strong? Have some shame, okay? I am not so shameless, you are a legendary strongman, how can you be so shameless?" Charlotte gritted his teeth and looked at Rayleigh. He really wanted to punch that hateful face, but he thought that his face was too thick and might rebound and hurt himself. Suddenly, Charlotte thought of something and smiled, "Lord Rayleigh, you are very short of money now. More than just short of money. You are so short of money that you have to sell yourself to pay off your debts." "I thought so in my heart, but I couldn't say it out loud. I said lightly, it's okay, I just can't make ends meet." Seeing Rayleigh's stubbornness, Charlotte didn't point it out, and continued to smile, "I have a good business here. I can't do it alone, but calling you will definitely be enough." Rayleigh was a little moved and asked, "What business?" Charlotte glanced at Rayleigh and said slowly, "Stealing Garp." In Xiaoqi's bar. The surroundings were suddenly quiet, and Xiaoqi and Rayleigh were stunned by Charlotte's shocking remarks. After a while, Rayleigh, who reacted, showed a playful smile and suddenly shouted coldly, "Boy, do you want to cheat me?" "Unfair." Charlotte said innocently, "Even if I cheat you, I won't use such a low-level method. I really want you to steal the money of that stinky old man Garp." "No, it should be said that we cooperate internally and externally." Charlotte was really innocent, and he had no intention of cheating Rayleigh. What he said about stealing money was actually stealing his own money. For more than a year, he made rapid progress on Garp's ship and killed many pirates with Garp. As a result, Garp embezzled all his share. Suddenly, Xiaoqi interrupted and laughed, I remember that you have been staying on Garp's ship for the past year. It is also because of Garp that many pirates on the sea want to fight against you, but can't find the opportunity. It would be fine if he didn't say this. Speaking of this, Charlotte said angrily, they are just idiots. Anyone who is slightly smarter in this sea knows that I can't control One Piece. Roger did that just to push me out of the front and attract some attention, just like surrendering to the West Sea Branch base. After his death, the world government and the Navy headquarters mobilized 500,000 troops, turned the West Sea upside down, and dug 3 feet deep, but they didn't find Roger's descendants. This is also what Charlotte thought of later. At the beginning, Roger surrendered in the West Sea. Charlotte was a little strange, and didn't think much about it. At that time, his attention was all on Roger. It was not until his life calmed down that Charlotte thought about it carefully and roughly figured it out. To some extent, he was just an eye-catcher, hiding the soon-to-be-born ace. The big sword is not so easy to get. The key now is that he has not got the sword yet, and the sword was lost by Rayleigh, which means that he is now taking the blame but has not been paid. So Charlotte really wanted to kill Rayleigh, but thinking of the huge gap in strength, he could only admit defeat. Before Charlotte continued to speak, Rayleigh's face was serious and warned, young man, I don't care what you are up to. I am just a hermit and don't want to deal with the Navy anymore. Even if Xiaoqi didn't notice it, when Rayleigh said this, a faint murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Rayleigh had the intention of killing Charlotte, but as soon as it rose Rayleigh extinguished it, although he didn't know why Roger didn't act as he asked and let the world pay attention to the young man in front of him before he died. Chapter 225 Stealing Garp starting from Konoha to be a villain. But Roger did so, of course, there were considerations, so the boy in front of him could not be killed. As for attracting attention, Rayleigh felt that it was probably only one aspect, Roger should have other ideas, what exactly, Rayleigh didn't know, perhaps only the dead Roger knew. Charlotte didn't know that he had just walked through the gates of hell, he was thinking it was a pity, Rayleigh didn't want to get involved in the outside world. Otherwise, you can see Garp and Rayleigh fighting. He is not the opponent of these two old guys now, thinking that if he can let these two fight, there will be a good show to watch. Just when Charlotte was feeling sorry, Rayleigh drove him away and said, okay, kid, hurry up and leave. Do you really want to pay for my medical expenses? Charlotte pursed his lips and said, I can't pay even if you want me to. I'm poorer than you. Without Rayleigh's words, Charlotte also decided to leave. He didn't get the big knife, and Fic was still outside. Charlotte glanced at the two of them and smiled, see you later, both of you. Seeing Charlotte walk out, Rayleigh shouted, it's better not to see you. I don't know why, Rayleigh couldn't tell, but he felt uneasy when facing Charlotte. As soon as he finished speaking, Rayleigh frowned and saw Charlotte walk in from outside. Charlotte walked in, came to Rayleigh, and said with a smile on his face, that if you take action, I will also knock him out. Rayleigh was stunned. He had lived for most of his life, and he had never met anyone who made such a weird request to him. Is this kid a pervert? Thinking so, Rayleigh did not hesitate at all, and kicked out with a kick as fast as the wind and as heavy as a boulder, kicking Charlotte hundreds of meters away. Chapter 226 Underground Vault starting from Konoha to be a villain. Seeing Charlotte turn into a light spot and disappear in the sky, Xiaoqi suddenly laughed and said, what a smart boy, so he can explain to his companions. He has a lot of ghost thoughts. Rayleigh said calmly, and suddenly added, but I was really tempted just now. Stealing Garp, if it was 2 years ago, I would have agreed, but not now. Xiaoqi glanced at Rayleigh and reminded him, you should keep a low profile these days, the situation is tense recently. It's time to keep a low profile. Rayleigh nodded. He couldn't be exposed yet. He would have to stay in the Sabayati archipelago for many years in the future. If he was targeted by the Navy, it would be a real problem. There was no way. The Sabayati archipelago was too close to Marineford. The Sabayati archipelago was the main entrance to the New World. Whether entering from the 10,000-meter deep Fishman Island or Mary Gosa on the Red Earth continent, one had to pass through the Sabayati archipelago. I don't know when the person we are waiting for will come. A whisper floated in the air. After that, Rayleigh said hello to Xiaoqi and left the bar again. This time Rayleigh was going to go out and hide, but before hiding, he had to get some money. A moment later, Charlotte and Fike were lying on the rocks, basking in the sun, and soap bubbles reflected colorful lights that fell on them. Fike asked with his eyes closed, "Who is that person?" "You didn't see it clearly, and neither did I," Charlotte replied. "He has some relationship with Rayleigh now. If Rayleigh is exposed, he will be in trouble." Fike didn't doubt Charlotte's words, and thought, there are not many people on the sea who can kill both of us in seconds. This guy is definitely not an unknown person. He is unwilling to reveal his identity. He should not be a navy, but a pirate. Now the bounty on the sea exceeds 2 billion Baileys. There are not many pirates who disappear alone. Hearing that Fike was about to guess Rayleigh's identity, Charlotte interrupted, "It may not be a pirate. There are many hidden strong men in the world. Maybe a strong man will pop up somewhere. It is possible that the blind uncle you passed by on the roadside is a strong man comparable to an admiral." Tisk. Fike was disdainful and sneered, "Don't fool me. A blind uncle is comparable to a navy admiral? Admirals are the highest combat power of the world government, not cabbages. There are 3 standing positions, and sometimes even 3 cannot be gathered together." As he said this, Fike thought of something and said depressedly, "If I can't reveal my identity this time, I will go back to the Navy headquarters and report to the Marshal. Even if the admirals are not allowed to go out, one of the 3 vice-admirals Sakaski, Kuzan, and Borsellino must be sent out. I want to see who is hiding under the nose of the Navy headquarters." Charlotte didn't say anything. Although Fike is the grandson of Marshal Kong, he has rarely left the Navy headquarters and has not even been to the 4 seas. How can he know how big the world is? As for Rayleigh? Rayleigh is now at his peak, and an admiral of the Navy headquarters can't catch Rayleigh. After basking for a while, feeling that his body was completely dry, Charlotte stood up and said, "It's almost done, we should act." "Well." Fike also opened his eyes, looked at the sunset, and said in a deep voice, "If there is a chance to rob tonight, then take the opportunity to rob. If there is no chance, then tomorrow." After that, the 2 left the number 13 mangrove and went to the number 2 mangrove. Passing by a weapons store on the way, Charlotte changed to an ordinary sword. The Navy's standard weapons are different from those of the outside world. Not long after Charlotte left, Rayleigh also appeared in this weapons store and changed to an ordinary sword. Late at night. It was dark and windy, number 2 mangrove. At night, the auction venue was dark and silent, unlike the brightly lit tourist area and hotel street. On a dark and windy night, it is time for murder and arson. Hearing Charlotte's words, Fike rolled his eyes. "We are here to rob, not to kill." After thinking about it, Fike reminded, "Keep a low profile tonight, you must keep a low profile. If you make too much noise, there may be trouble tomorrow." Charlotte was too lazy to pay attention to him. He knew for Charlotte, treasures are not important, what is important is the head. With the head, he can upgrade to become stronger, and learn skills. "I'll go in and take a look first." Charlotte was not vague. He put on the devil mask and took 500 million berries from Fike. He still had to work honestly. Jumping down from the mangrove, Charlotte quietly came to the roof, pried open the skylight above, and sneaked in. Click! After twisting the neck of the night watchman in his hand, Charlotte carefully put him in the corner and walked forward along the corridor. This auction is the largest auction house in the Sabayati archipelago. It is very large and there are signs in many places, so there is no need to worry about getting lost. After dealing with several guards along the way, Charlotte came to the underground. The vault of the auction venue is underground. Charlotte couldn't go down after reaching the first floor. There is only one way to the underground vault. There are guards at the door. There are surveillance telephone bugs in all corners, which are connected to the alarm. Retreat or advance? Charlotte hid in the shadows, hesitant. Forget it, just force it. Anyway, the purpose is to alarm the auction venue. If there are strong people, lure them out. If not, just rob them directly. There must be a lot of good things in this vault. This is the largest auction venue in the Sabayati archipelago. Everything is auctioned, unlike the human auction venue next door, which only accepts human auctions. There must be a lot of good things waiting to be auctioned in the vault, maybe even several devil fruits. Chapter 226 Underground Vault Starting from Konoha as a villain. Although he may not necessarily eat devil fruits, he can use devil fruits to train a team, not in the Navy. After staying in the Navy for more than a year, Charlotte learned a lot of things. The seemingly simple Navy is actually complicated and messy. So Charlotte is going to establish an organization. He has two identities, one in the light and the other in the dark, cooperating with each other and acting together. But this is just an idea, and it still requires some preparation to do it. It's a bit far-fetched. Charlotte, who has made up his mind, did not hesitate anymore. He flew out of the shadows, and instantly killed the two guards with a step forward and slashed with his hand knife. Click. Two slight crisp sounds, this is the sound of a broken neck. Before the two guards could see the person coming, their necks were tilted, their eyes turned white and they died. At the same time that Charlotte made his move, the surveillance Den Mushi discovered Charlotte, and the connected alarm sounded in the silent night, and the entire auction venue was instantly alarmed. A large number of guards ran out of the room, and there were many administrators, including Sparrow, the manager and auctioneer of the auction, with a livid face and furious. I want to see which daring guy dared to rob the auction venue. When Sparrow led the guards to the vault, Charlotte had already rushed into the vault and easily killed the guards in the vault. When he saw the many items in the vault, Charlotte was stunned. Charlotte's eyes were dull, and his face showed greed. The golden light in front of him almost blinded Charlotte's eyes. I saw a large pile of gold and jewelry in the middle of the vault casually scattered on the ground, emitting dazzling golden light under the light. Chapter 227 Starting from Konoha as a villain. Auction venue. Underground vault. I saw a large pile of gold and jewelry scattered on the ground in the middle of the vault, emitting dazzling golden light under the light. Even if I have seen boxes of jewelry on some pirate ships, the gold and silver treasures in front of me are piled up into a small mountain. Damn! You have such a narrow vision. Charlotte secretly cursed himself for being so narrow-minded and turned his eyes away from the gold and silver treasures. The least valuable things in the vault were these golden and shining gold and silver jewelry. The things on the shelves next to them are the good things, which are much more valuable than gold and silver treasures. In less than a minute, the guards who heard the sound will rush into the vault, so there is not much time for Charlotte, and he must act faster. He quickly glanced at the shelves. There were all kinds of strange things on these shelves, including stones, antiques, exquisite works of art, and Charlotte also saw a crystal skull. If it was in the past, Charlotte would still be interested in taking a closer look, but now his first goal is the devil fruit that Fic mentioned. Before he found the devil fruit, suddenly, a long sword on the shelf attracted Charlotte's attention. This is a sword with a black scabbard and hilt. There is a blood-red thin line on the hilt, which exudes a strange aura. Demon sword. This is definitely a demon sword. It can emit such a strange aura. This demon sword is likely to be a large fast sword 21 work. Even if it is not a large fast sword, it is definitely a good fast sword. Demon sword is a bad term, but it also proves the value of this sword. Even the lowest level demon sword is a good fast sword. It's really a pillow for a sleepy person. Charlotte is in need of a good sword. As a swordsman, he has been in the world of One Piece for a year, but he still holds a Navy standard sword. If we were to select the most miserable time traveler of the year, Charlotte felt that he could not be the first, but he should be able to enter the top 3. Charlotte had always wanted to get a good sword, but he did not know if it was because of his bad luck that he had never had the chance. Now that a good sword was in front of him, Charlotte did not care whether it was a demon sword or not. Even if it was a demon sword, he would be convinced. Without any hesitation or pause, Charlotte grabbed the black scabbard of the demon sword. In an instant, Charlotte seemed to be on a battlefield. The earth and the sky were blood red, and corpses were everywhere under his feet. Broken limbs were everywhere, bones piled up into mountains, blood gathered into lakes, and even the air was filled with the smell of blood. Before Charlotte could translate it, a blood rays fell from the sky, and the blood rays fell like raindrops. Break! On the corpse, Charlotte shouted, and thousands of rays of light burst out, shattering the blood rays. The next moment, Charlotte's eyes returned to their original state. Thinking back to the scene just now, Charlotte's mouth corners slightly raised. Just now, it was the demonic energy accumulated in the demon sword's body that rushed into the mind, forming a mental shock. For ordinary people, although the demonic energy just now would not take a person's life, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to recover, and at worst, it would be difficult to recover mentally. Just now, he defeated the demonic energy in the mental space and had been recognized by the demon sword. If it were not for the urgent time now, Charlotte really wanted to try the power of the demon sword in his hand. But now time is urgent, the guard is about to rush in, and he has heard the guard's anxious footsteps. Putting the demon sword behind him, Charlotte quickly opened several wooden boxes on the shelf. If there is a devil fruit, it is also in these boxes. The first box contained a fist-sized night pearl, which emitted an intoxicating fluorescence and was priceless. Charlotte put it in his pocket. The second one was a piece of metal, which Charlotte could not recognize, but it must be precious to be in the box, so he put it in his pocket as well. He opened 4 boxes in a row, and there were good things in them. Charlotte did not have time to look carefully, so he stuffed them all into his pocket. Finally, in the last box, he found the devil fruit. He did not have time to look carefully, so Charlotte put the devil fruit in his pocket. At this time, there were anxious footsteps at the entrance. Charlotte turned his head to look at the entrance, and saw that the guards had already rushed into the vault. There was nothing to hesitate. Charlotte put the pocket behind him, stepped forward and rushed out, rushing into the crowd without hesitation, swinging the long sword and slashing a circular slash. Cut the steel flash! The sword flashed, and several metal-breaking sounds rang out. The long swords in the hands of the guards who rushed to the front broke into 2 pieces, and the broken blades flew up. At the same time, their heads also flew up. The heads that flew high were like rebounding basketballs, rising to a certain height, then falling, bouncing a few more times, and rolling along the ground towards the corner of the wall. Blood gushed out like a column, like a fountain, and sprinkled all over the ground. Just as Charlotte was killing people in the vault, Fick, who was anxiously waiting outside, heard the movement in the venue. Charlotte is taking action. His eyes lit up, and Fick rushed to the venue immediately, but just as he was about to enter the venue, a black shadow was faster than him, like a gust of wind smashing the skylight and rushing into the auction venue. Fick's face turned green at that time. There were actually strong people. It was not just them who were eyeing the auction venue, there were others hiding in the dark, and the opponent was extremely powerful. What was this called? Without time to think about it, Fick ran in quickly. If Charlotte fought with the strong man in the dark, it would be really troublesome. In the vault, Charlotte stepped forward and chopped. Sword slashes and steel flashes. Kill gods if gods stand in your way, kill Buddhas if Buddhas stand in your way, just like the swordsman of the wind in the world. As the long sword swung, heads flew up in large numbers. In an instant, corpses were strewn all over the floor of the vault, and the blood dyed the ground red. The air in the vault was originally not circulating, and at this moment the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Chapter 227 Killing _ starting to be a villain from Konoha. The remaining guards were frightened by Charlotte's killing, and they were so scared that cold sweats flowed down their heads. They dared not rush up again, for fear of becoming the next headless corpse lying on the ground. The long sword was stained with blood, and drops of bright red blood dripped onto the ground along the blade, making a dripping sound. Step. When Charlotte took a step forward, the guards took a step back in fear. One step forward, one step back, one step after another, the guards had retreated to the door. The hall outside the door. Seeing this, Sparrow was very angry. He spent so much money to raise guards every day, but he couldn't even deal with a thief. They were all trash. He kicked the retreating guard away and said angrily, "Today, if you can't catch this thief, I will sell all of you to the human auction next door." Hearing that he would be sold to the human auction and become a slave from then on, thinking of the life worse than death, he didn't care about fear and rushed up shouting. The shouting and killing sounded again, and Charlotte grinned with a faint smile. "Just give me some heads." If these guards didn't attack him, it would be difficult for him to kill them. He was not a perverted murderer. At this moment, these guards were coming towards him, so he had no hesitation. The killing was staged again. These guards were not weak hands, each of them was a good hand. They had no problem against ordinary people, but against a strong man like Charlotte, they were just ants. Charlotte swung his sword, and the sword chopped on people's bodies like chopping cabbage, clean and neat. A moment later, the passage was full of corpses, and the splashing blood dyed the walls on both sides red. Chapter 228 CP0 starting from Konoha to be a villain. After a while, the passage was full of corpses, and the splashing blood dyed the walls red. Sparrow saw that Charlotte was so ferocious, he was like a human beast, and he hid behind the stone pillar next to him. With trembling hands, he took out a den mushi from his pocket, dialed the phone, and shouted for help to the other end of the phone. "Ah!" A shrill scream came out. The spear in the hand of a guard and the steel armor on his body were split in half, and a hideous wound appeared on his face, and blood was flying. Charlotte didn't know how many guards he killed while killing his way out of the vault. There should not be hundreds, but there are still 40 or 50, but there is no blood on his body. Buzz! The long sword on his back trembled slightly, as if he could smell the taste of blood and couldn't help wanting to drink blood. What a demon sword! Charlotte frowned slightly, but it suited him. He scanned the surroundings and saw some guards hiding in fear, not daring to attack, so Charlotte did not continue to kill. Now that he had obtained the devil fruit, he should also slip away. After killing so many people, it would be troublesome if he continued to kill. After all, the boss behind the auction venue was a celestial dragon, and it would be troublesome if he was targeted by CP0. Just as Charlotte decided to leave, a vacuum/wave shot out from the side. Charlotte frowned, swung his sword and slashed, the slash collided in mid-air, making an explosion, and the fire shot out, briefly illuminating the dark hall. With the help of the firelight, Charlotte could vaguely see the direction of the slash attack, wearing a white robe and a sunflower mask on his head. Charlotte's face suddenly darkened, and it was extremely ugly. CP0. The troublesome guy appeared. Before entering the auction, Charlotte and FANFIC were worried that CP0 would appear. When they came in, Charlotte did not take action immediately. He turned around and confirmed that CP0 was not there before taking action. Unexpectedly, CP0 showed up at the last minute. It was a big trouble. CP0 guys are not easy to deal with. In the meeting room, a pair of evil eyes flashed in the dark, and the shadow came to Sparrow's office and found the safe buried in the wall. Swish! The sword light flashed, and the shadow chopped the safe with a sword. In an instant, the brilliant golden light illuminated the office. The shadow smiled happily, quickly stuffed all the treasures and cash inside into his pocket, and then closed the safe again. I don't know which idiot actually robbed the vault, but I have to thank him. Without his fuss, I wouldn't be so relaxed. As he said, the shadow took the package and turned to walk out the door. While the idiot was attracting attention, he just took more money. He might have to wander for the next 6 months. If he didn't prepare tens of millions, it would not be enough. Just as the shadow rushed into another room, he didn't notice that in the shadow corner, Fic, who saw his face clearly, had a dull look in his eyes and a pale face. Pluto Silver's Rayleigh. Fic was so scared that he dared not swallow his saliva, wondering, why is Pluto Rayleigh here? Vice Captain Roger, Pluto Rayleigh, who the Navy headquarters has been searching for nearly a year, is actually right under the nose of the Navy headquarters. Fic's first reaction was to use Den Den Mushi to notify the Navy headquarters, but thinking of the purpose of his coming here and the fierce battle in the vault with Charlotte, Fic suppressed this impulse. Notifying Pluto Rayleigh now means that his behavior has also been exposed. To a certain extent, he and Pluto Rayleigh are now on the same boat. The key point: you, Pluto Rayleigh, actually broke into the house and robbed. You are Pluto, the overlord of the sea. Pluto, who can summon countless powerful pirates with a wave of his arm. You are actually doing the same thing as me here. But thinking that he is a navy, Fic is relieved. I am a navy and I am a robber. Isn't it normal for pirates to break into the house and rob? It's troublesome, Charlotte doesn't know yet. Fic hit his head hard. Without time to think, Fic changed direction and rushed to the vault. He had to inform Charlotte that Pluto Rayleigh was also there. CP0. As the world's strongest intelligence agency, CP0 is known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. Everyone who can join CP0 is a 6-style master, and there are many strong men at the level of generals. Seeing CP0 at this moment, Charlotte's face was ugly, and the tricky guy still appeared. I didn't expect the celestial dragons to attach so much importance to this devil fruit that CP0 actually escorted it personally. It seems that he still underestimated the importance of this devil fruit. No, you have to pay more. Charlotte felt that when he saw Fic later, he had to ask this guy to pay more. Fighting with CP0 was not in the agreement at all. I'm going to run away. The devil fruit is already in hand, and what he has to do now is to run away. He came to grab the devil fruit, not to fight with CP0. But Charlotte wanted to run away, and some people didn't want Charlotte to run away. Seeing the vault being robbed, CP0 was furious and shouted angrily. Rain kick! He kicked out with his right foot in the air, rolled up the surrounding air, and turned into a vacuum/wave, like a long sword slashing towards Charlotte. Slash! Charlotte wanted to use the steel slash, but thought that if he used this move, his identity would be exposed, so he stepped forward and rushed to the guard next to him to avoid the storm kick. Bang! The storm kick slashed where Charlotte had just stood, and there was a loud explosion, and a deep pit several meters deep was blown out on the ground. Charlotte's pupils shrank. CP0's people have studied the Navy 6 styles to an extremely high level, and they are extremely powerful. Speaking of the 6 styles, Charlotte has always been a little confused. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, and it will be more exciting later. If you like Konoha, please collect the book Starting to be a Villain. m.shuhaige.net has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 228 CP0 starting from Konoha to be a villain. The 6 styles are called the Navy 6 styles, which should be a Navy exclusive skill. How come it was finally developed by CP? Hi. CP0 made a sound of surprise and said in surprise, I didn't expect you to be able to dodge my storm kick. Is it difficult? Charlotte pursed his lips. Isn't the Navy 6 styles a common skill? Is it still a rare skill these days? Without time to think about it, Charlotte burst into the maximum speed and rushed into the nearest corridor next to him. Seeing the thief mocking him for wanting to escape, CP0 was furious and gathered strength in his fingers and ejected. Flying finger gun. The moment the finger hit the air, a crescent-shaped air bullet was formed, which shot towards Charlotte at a speed faster than the gun. Charlotte noticed the attack behind him from the corner of his eyes condensed slightly, raised his right hand, and suddenly 4 cards appeared and shot out fiercely. Bang! With a muffled sound, the air bullet was shattered by a card in mid-air, and the remaining 3 cards shot towards CP0. Seeing the cards coming, CP0's whole body tensed up, his muscles bulged high, and his hands flashed a metallic light. Iron block. Steel. Just a few cards, no matter how sharp they are just paper cards in front of my iron block. File. A sound of metal collision sounded, and flames shot out. My cards are not so easy to block. Charlotte raised his eyebrows slightly. As soon as the voice fell, one of the cards exploded with a bang, and the power was comparable to a rocket, instantly blowing CP0 away. Hi! Stepping forward with his feet, Charlotte disappeared in the corridor like the wind. Asshole! CP0 got up from the ground, roared angrily, and stomped his feet on the ground. Shave! He disappeared out of thin air and chased Charlotte. Not long after Charlotte and CP0 disappeared, FANFIC rushed to the hall from another entrance. When he saw the scene after the battle in the hall, he did not see Charlotte. Chapter 229 The real Rayleigh meets the fake Rayleigh _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Not long after Charlotte and CP0 disappeared, FANFIC rushed to the hall from another entrance. When he saw the scene after the battle in the hall, he did not see Charlotte. Where is Charlotte? FANFIC was stunned. Where is he? Seeing that there was no one guarding the entrance to the vault, FANFIC's eyes flashed and he rushed into the vault in an instant. As for Charlotte, that guy's means of saving his life are better than his, so it's hard for him to get into trouble. In the corridor, Charlotte's figure was as fast as the wind, and CP0 behind him was stepping on the shaving, and his speed was not slower than him at all. CP0 kept firing flying finger guns behind him, and crescent-shaped air bullets attacked like raindrops, and Charlotte kept dodging. In order not to expose his identity, Charlotte could not use his original moves, and his strength was limited, and he could not go all out. Soon, Charlotte fell into a disadvantage and was caught up. Rain kick. Chaos wave. CP0 roared, flew up, kicked out with both feet quickly, and the afterimage emerged. Every kick was a vacuum/wave, and in an instant, the sky was full of vacuum/waves. The slash waves fell like raindrops, and the offensive was like a storm. Being in the corridor, Charlotte could not move and dodge. Counterattack storm. Charlotte roared, stopped, turned around and swung the long sword in his hand. The high-speed slashing long sword turned like a windmill, like an invisible shield. The counterattack storm not only blocked the slashing waves, but also bounced all the slashing waves away. In an instant, all the slashing waves bombarded both sides of the corridor, and the walls on both sides collapsed instantly, and countless rebels were mixed in the dust and shot randomly. Seeing this, Charlotte turned and ran. But at this moment, CP0 appeared in front of Charlotte in an instant, and his finger stabbed Charlotte's face like a gun. Charlotte quickly turned his head to dodge, although he avoided the fatal part, but the mask on his face was hit. Click! The mask shattered, revealing Charlotte's face. CP0, who was about to take the opportunity to attack, suddenly stopped, his voice trembling. Pluto Silver Baz Rayleigh. That's right. This familiar face with short golden hair is indeed Pluto Rayleigh, the vice-captain of Roger's pirate ship. How could it be Rayleigh? The famous Pluto Rayleigh actually pretended to be a robber and robbed the auction venue. CP0 couldn't believe it, he couldn't believe his eyes, the person he had been chasing for a long time was actually Pluto Rayleigh. At this moment, CP0 wanted to cry. He suddenly realized that Rayleigh didn't fight back just now because he didn't want to expose himself. Now that his identity was exposed, in order to prevent the things tonight from being leaked, Pluto Rayleigh would definitely kill him. He regretted it so much. Why did he have to stab the forehead when there were no good places to stab? No, he shouldn't have chased him just now. Not to mention that CP0 had regrets. Charlotte saw that CP0 was frightened and laughed in his heart. The name of Pluto Rayleigh really worked, and it directly shocked CP0. Just when the mask was broken just now, Charlotte used his natural charm to turn into Rayleigh. Since Rayleigh relied on his big knife, then don't blame him for borrowing his identity. As for whether Rayleigh was targeted by CP0, that's not his business. And now I am Rayleigh. Seeing CP0 was shocked, Charlotte's figure flashed back and fled. Bang! Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the collapsed rubble next to him exploded. A figure crawled out from under the rubble, cursing. That bastard buried the stone on my head. Rayleigh felt that he had bad luck recently, not only in the casino, but also in taking things. In addition to finding tens of millions of Baileys in the first office, he entered dozens of rooms before finding tens of thousands of Baileys, and finally found several diamonds in a room. Just as he was about to take it, the wall collapsed and hit him. Cursing, Rayleigh walked out of the smoke, but when he saw the familiar face, Rayleigh was stunned for a moment. Silence. Deathly silence. Seeing this familiar and extremely handsome face in front of him, Rayleigh's eyes were dull and he was stunned. Rayleigh was not the only one who was stunned. Charlotte was also stunned when he saw Rayleigh. The fake Rayleigh met the real Rayleigh. What was he? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Charlotte understood that walking by the river often would get his feet wet, but the problem was that he ran into the real one on the first try. This was too unlucky. Charlotte was extremely depressed. Rayleigh and Charlotte were not the only ones who were stunned. CP0 was even more stunned. His face hidden under the mask was stunned. Why did another Rayleigh appear? CP0 shook his head and looked again. This was not a dream. One Rayleigh was not enough. He was given two Rayleighs. CP0 felt like he was going crazy. Rayleigh and Charlotte looked at each other like this. You looked at me and I looked at you. The next moment, the two who reacted shouted at the same time. Who are you? I am Pluto Rayleigh. You are fake, I am the real one. The two said in unison, and the next second, they stopped talking at the same time. Rayleigh was furious. Where did this daring guy come from? He dared to pretend to be him to rob the vault. It turned out that the idiot he mentioned was himself. The key point is that he, the real one, didn't dare to rob the vault, so he just took some secretly, but this fake one actually robbed the vault openly under his name. Charlotte also had an angry look on his face, but he was panicking in his heart. What should he do now? His fake one is definitely not as good as the real one. They look the same, but once they start to fight, everything will be exposed. Do Charlotte and Rayleigh still know whether they are real or fake? Chapter 229 The real Rayleigh meets the fake Rayleigh _ starting as a villain from Konoha. CP0 next to him was really stunned. He looked at the left and the right, and the two Rayleighs were exactly the same, whether in appearance or body shape, even the swords in their hands were exactly the same. The only difference was the height. But these days, who would remember the height of wanted criminals? Even CP0's files did not have height. Moreover, Rayleigh was 1.88 meters tall, and Charlotte was nearly 2 meters tall. Although there was a difference, the difference was not big, and it was impossible to tell by height. Whether one is real and the other is fake, or both are fake, I can't get involved. CPO stepped back slightly and looked at the two people vigilantly. No matter who the real identity of these two Rayleighs is. In short, they are not good people. Now he is the most dangerous among the three. At this moment, Rayleigh, who had calmed down, also realized that he only needed to take action to distinguish the real from the fake. Rayleigh decisively swung his sword and slashed a sharp blow, splitting a crack in the air. Breaking the air. This is his famous sword move. Many people on the sea know that the opponent will never be able to use this move. Breaking the air with a sword. The way of the man. Charlotte whispered in his heart, and like Rayleigh, he also slashed with a sword, and the slash also split a crack in the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the two slashes collided in the air, smashing each other, and the overflowing power blasted out a black deep pit. What? The three people exclaimed almost at the same time. Charlotte, who was shocked, saw the shock on Rayleigh's face from the bottom of his heart, and was secretly proud in his heart. What is acting? This is acting. Even the shouting of what is the same. It seems that Japanese comics are shocked by this line. How could this be? Rayleigh was also stunned, with a look of shock on his face. The opponent actually used the same move, without any difference. Even if Roger was still alive, he couldn't use this move. Could it be that the person on the other side was the real Rayleigh? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Rayleigh immediately extinguished it. If the person on the other side was real, then what was he? Could he be fake? If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 230, The Growth of the Little Fishman _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. But at this moment Rayleigh really wanted to curse someone. Not only was there someone who looked exactly like him, but he could also use same moves. Exactly the same is easy to explain, ability, disguise or high technology can do it. But the same moves, can't be explained at all. Is it the devil fruit ability? But he didn't find the other party using it. Rayleigh was confused, and the CP0 next to him was also confused. Two Rayleighs, exactly the same Rayleigh, both Rayleighs using signature moves. What is this? Seeing the situation deadlocked, Charlotte knew that he should take the initiative to delay time. His way of man needs 2 minutes of cooling time, and he must find a way to delay these 2 minutes, otherwise he will be exposed. So Charlotte took a half step forward and said coldly, although I don't know who you are and why you pretend to be me, Pluto Rayleigh, but there is a price to pay for stealing my reputation. Damn! You stole my line, Rayleigh said angrily. This is what I should say to you. You dare to pretend to be me, and pretend so much, even the devil fruit ability can't do it. Who are you? Charlotte snorted coldly and said sarcastically, although you look very similar to me, you missed the most important point. How could I, Pluto Rayleigh, steal like a thief? Even if I am interested in the treasury of the auction house, I, Rayleigh, will rob it openly. I am a pirate. Rayleigh was speechless and could not refute at this moment. Could he say that he, Pluto Rayleigh, was a shameless thief? He wanted to steal a little money in order to find a place to live for half a year and avoid the limelight. Rayleigh felt shameless when he thought about it. If it didn't matter before he had a reputation, he would have done such things. But now he is at least a great Pluto, a legend among pirates. How can he survive in the future if it gets out? CP0 stared at Rayleigh and thought, that's right, how could Pluto Rayleigh do such a tasteless thing? That's not Pluto Rayleigh's style. It seems that this guy is fake. Rayleigh, who was already annoyed, noticed that CP0 was looking at him, and his eyes showed a look that said you are fake. Rayleigh wanted to kill this CP0. Are you highly myopic and astigmatism? Or glaucoma, presbyopia, and cataract? How is this guy in front of me like me? His temperament is not even half of mine. Seeing this, Charlotte laughed in his heart. What about Pluto Rayleigh? He can't even determine his identity in front of me. CP0 glanced at the two Rayleighs, and he couldn't get involved anymore. Who cares which one is real and which one is fake? Anyway, it's none of his business. It's good for both of them to lose. I might even be able to collect the body. However, CP0 didn't have time to run. The next moment, he was horrified by Charlotte's words. Before you and I determine who is real and who is fake, kill the third party first. I don't want today's events to spread. I, really, can't afford to lose this person. Hearing what Charlotte said, Rayleigh immediately looked at CP0. This sentence touched his heart. He had to get rid of the third party first. CP0 was a trouble. After getting rid of CP0, he could deal with the bastard pretending to be him. CP0's face changed drastically when he noticed the murderous intent of the two Rayleighs. He was terrified and fled instantly. The next moment, Charlotte and Rayleigh had a tacit understanding. They shouted at the same time and joined forces to kill CP0. Break the air. Rayleigh is the top powerhouse of the time, with the power of the Emperor. Although Charlotte is not the Emperor, he uses the way of the man to burst out with the power equivalent to Rayleigh. This move is equivalent to the move of two top powerhouses. The CP0 in front of him is just an ordinary member of the CP0. Even if a devil fruit is precious, it will not be escorted by the CP0 of the Emperor. CP0 was extremely frightened and hated. No! A shrill roar of extreme unwillingness sounded. The full-strength attack of the two top powerhouses was extremely powerful, so there was no such thing as a miss. The shrill roar dimmed in an instant, and CP0 was annihilated in the energy explosion, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The energy explosion spread in all directions, and wherever it passed, the buildings collapsed instantly and turned into dust. In a shaking like an earthquake, half of the auction venue was destroyed. Two figures rushed out of the ruins, and Rayleigh slashed out with a sword, breaking through the air and killing Charlotte. Now that CP0 has been solved, his target is the fake Rayleigh in front of him. He must find out the truth behind and the other party's true identity. Facing the slash, Charlotte not only did not dodge, but grinned and chuckled. Flash! As soon as the voice fell, a golden light suddenly rose from Charlotte's body. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and Charlotte disappeared instantly without a trace. As soon as Charlotte disappeared, Rayleigh appeared where Charlotte had just stood, his face more solemn than ever. Gone? It wasn't a quick disappearance, but a disappearance out of thin air. The disappearance that he couldn't even notice made Rayleigh's heart extremely solemn. Who exactly was that person? He had strength comparable to his, the same moves as his, an imitation that he couldn't even see through, and he just disappeared. If he wasn't the real Rayleigh, even the closest people wouldn't be able to tell him apart. Thinking of this, even Rayleigh felt a sense of terror at the moment, shuddering. It was unknown whether it was a blessing or a curse for such a weird and extremely terrifying person to appear. At this moment, Rayleigh had given up the idea of leaving. After what happened just now, he had to stay in the Sabayati archipelago. In any case, he had to find out his identity. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha's Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 230 The Growth of the Little Fishman Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Thousands of meters away. In a hotel room on the hotel street. A pirate was following a female teacher, lying on the boat to learn the language. Just when the two were learning at the critical moment, golden light flashed in the room, and Charlotte appeared out of thin air. This appearance scared the two people so much that their faces turned pale, and the pirate's second brother curled up in an instant. Charlotte looked at the two people on the bed and found that it was such a scene. He was very curious and looked at it a few more times, especially the woman's teacher's uniform. It turns out that I can only watch movies, but I can't watch live broadcasts. A moment later, a slash fell, and the two people on the bed died instantly, and blood stained the white sheets red. After doing this, Charlotte left the window and disappeared into the night. Half an hour later, Charlotte came to the number 45 Red Tree, which was the meeting place he and Fike had agreed on, but Fike didn't show up, and he didn't know what he was doing. He didn't see him outside the venue, and he wasn't even here. Forget it, just ignore him. Taking this opportunity, Charlotte just happened to click on the delivery. Check the system first. Kill 34 melee soldiers, 20 ranged soldiers, get 994 gold coins, 2640 experience points. Light up the experience points, and the next moment, 2 golden lights rose from Charlotte's body. 2 levels. Charlotte was a little confused, his experience should only be enough for 1 level. Level 39, 123/1550. Gold coins, 1206.3. Physique, 610, plus 20. Physical strength, 870, plus 20. After checking the system prompts, Charlotte realized that the fishman had killed a lot of sea fish that night, providing him with a lot of experience and 2 gold coins. Calling up the fishman interface, the fishman has been upgraded to level 3. Although the experience required for upgrading is not much at the beginning, the speed is still very fast. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 231 The Power of the Fantasy Beast System Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Calling up the fishman interface, the fishman has been upgraded to level 3. Although the experience required for upgrading is not much at the beginning, the speed is still very fast. At this moment, Fizz was lying in an underwater cave to rest and recover his strength. Charlotte looked through the data and closed the interface. The summoned heroes have their own wisdom, and he doesn't need to interfere too much. He just needs to give them tasks and they will do it themselves. Originally, Charlotte was going to buy 2 more pieces of equipment for Fizz, but after thinking about it, Charlotte still didn't buy them. He kept the gold coins, maybe they would be useful at some time, in case of emergency. After 2 levels, he increased his physical strength by 20 points. Charlotte immediately felt his strength increase. Although it was not as large as at the beginning, 20 physical strengths were equivalent to the strength of 2 people. Such an increase was not slow. However, CP0 didn't prompt that there was no bounty on that guy, so he was counted as a soldier, or he didn't die. He should not be dead, but even if he was alive, he would probably only have a small life left. It's better to be alive. If he survives, the whole world will know what Rayleigh did tonight. Charlotte believed that he was a smart man. If it were him, even if the 2 people just now were not Pluto Rayleigh, he would have to say it was Pluto Rayleigh. CP agencies are very skilled at passing the buck. After dealing with the system, Charlotte took off the pocket behind him. The bag was very small. Although there were not many things in it, it was bulging. There were not many things, but each one was a treasure, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was priceless. The first thing Charlotte took out was a night-shining pearl, the size of an adult's fist, emitting a faint white light, natural, without any flaws on the body, and as white and smooth as jade. But it didn't feel like jade in the hand, like gold but not gold, like jade but not jade. Charlotte didn't know what it was, but it was definitely a good thing. Good stuff. Charlotte sighed again, and then took out a drawing from his pocket. He took it out of a wooden box. At that time, the wooden box looked very expensive, and the things inside must be valuable. Now when you open the drawing, it turns out to be a picture. The content of the painting can be divided into 2 parts. The upper part is a sun, and there is a vague human figure in the sun. He holds a sword in one hand and a spear in the other. The lower part was a large group of slaves, with shackles all over the ground under their feet. These slaves were smiling and kneeling down towards the figure in the sun. There was a string of strange small characters next to it, which Charlotte could not understand, nor did he know what they meant. Charlotte looked left and right, wondering, it's just a simple picture, there's nothing special about it. If there's anything special about it, it's just that piece of text, but why is it so important? Originally, Charlotte wanted to throw it away, as an ancient picture was not worth much to him, but after thinking about it, he decided to keep it. In addition to these 2 things, there was also a piece of black metal ore. Charlotte also saw what it was, and after taking a look at it, he put it aside. Then there was a crown inlaid with various gems, including ruby, sapphire, and a diamond in the middle. It's a bit difficult to sell this thing. Once you sell it, it's easy to be targeted by the CP intelligence agency. Find an opportunity to use it. As for the pigeon egg diamond in the middle, Charlotte didn't care. In the world of One Piece, diamonds shouldn't be valuable, right? Scarcity makes things valuable, but with diamond jaws, it shouldn't be rare. Finally, there is the devil fruit. When in the vault, time is urgent, and Charlotte didn't have time to take a closer look. He just took it out and put it in his pocket. This is a devil fruit similar to grapefruit. The whole devil fruit is covered with a layer of light snow-colored spiral patterns. Under the moonlight, the spiral patterns reflect a faint light. Like a dream, like reality, like illusion, it is dazzling and beautiful. Is this the dog fruit phantom beast great Tengu form? Charlotte murmured, and the urge to eat it came to him. But Charlotte still suppressed it, not only because the devil fruit belonged to Fic, but the most important reason was that he didn't want to eat the devil fruit, at least for the time being. He had the system plug-in, which was much stronger than the devil fruit. Putting the devil fruit in his pocket, Charlotte leaned against the tree roots and waited, while recovering his consumed physical strength. A moment later, Charlotte heard the sound with his observation haki, opened his half-closed eyes, and looked in the direction of the sound. A figure in tights was rushing here at a high speed. Fic stopped in front of Charlotte, tore off the mask on his head, and asked expectantly, "How is it? Did you get it?" Charlotte nodded and said, "I did get a devil fruit, but I don't know if it's what you need." Fic couldn't wait to ask, "Show me quickly." After groping in his pocket for a while, Charlotte took out the devil fruit and handed it to Fic. Fic quickly took the devil fruit and held it carefully, excited. Staring at the devil fruit in his hand with burning eyes, he murmured, "Yes, it is this devil fruit, exactly the same as the one I saw in the devil fruit illustration, dog fruit mythical beast great Tengu form." After that, Fic did not hesitate at all, and regardless of the outer peel, he bit it, and the fluorescent white flesh burst, and the juice splashed. Charlotte hurriedly dodged and was almost splashed all over. The next moment, Fic raised his head and shouted, "It's really disgusting." Although he said it was disgusting, Fic didn't dare to vomit at all. He swallowed the flesh with an expression as if his grandfather was dead. Seeing Fic's ecstasy, Charlotte forced himself to hold it back. "I have received professional training, and I will not laugh no matter how funny it is." Charlotte laughed out loud. After swallowing the flesh, Fic glared at Charlotte. This guy was gloating to the extreme. Sensing that Fic's eyes were not right, Charlotte coughed lightly, restrained his smile, and changed the subject, "How do you feel?" "It has been a while since I came to One Piece, but this is the first time Charlotte has seen someone eat a devil fruit with his own eyes." "What do people who eat devil fruits feel?" "I don't feel much change." Fic touched his chest, and except for the bitter taste in his mouth, he had no other changes. "It can't be fake," Charlotte muttered subconsciously. Fic was too lazy to pay attention to Charlotte. He recalled the books that could analyze the devil fruit and felt the hidden power in his body. As his mind was calm, Fic soon sensed a special power in his body. After taking a deep breath, Fic carefully activated it. The next moment, this quiet power suddenly erupted. In an instant, it passed through Fic's body like a ripple and swept around. Charlotte was forced to retreat again and again by this impact, and he stomped on the ground to stabilize his retreat. "Is this the power of the fantasy beast devil fruit?" Charlotte exclaimed. Devil fruits are divided into 3 categories. The natural type is the most precious and the rarest, but the fantasy type and the animal type is even more precious and rare than the natural type. Charlotte felt a little sour, as if she had eaten a sour lemon. As soon as the voice fell, Fic suddenly screamed. Charlotte was stunned and rushed forward subconsciously, but after just 2 steps, Charlotte stopped. Chapter 232 Really a dog starting from Konoha to be a villain. After eating the devil fruit, Fike suddenly screamed. Charlotte found that this was the manifestation of the power of the devil fruit, so he stood quietly beside and looked carefully. Fike was on all fours, his hands and feet grew black hair, his face also grew black hair, and his facial muscles expanded and contracted. His nose bulged high and turned into a black spherical shape. His eyes were blood red and cruel. A long black tail grew out of his tailbone. Charlotte took a breath of cold air, and his envy of Fike disappeared instantly. It was so ugly that he would rather not have it. At this moment, Fike turned into a big black dog, his limbs turned into dog legs covered with black hair, and grew sharp claws. 2 wings grew on his back, and flames were lingering on the wings. He crawled on the ground, exuding a terrifying breath, like a wild beast. Such a strong breath. Fike really got an extraordinary fruit. Just when Charlotte thought Fike was about to awaken, the big black dog in front of him suddenly ran to the shore, and with the help of the white frost-like moonlight, he could see the reflection reflected in the pupil. What? How can I become so ugly? This is too ugly, I don't want to be so ugly. Charlotte finally couldn't help laughing. Fike's beast form was really too ugly, extremely ugly, with a black skin. After a while of making a fuss, Fike finally mastered the power of the devil fruit. This guy turned into a human beast form, but he was just as ugly as a human beast form. Seeing Fike couldn't help laughing again, I was very patient, but I couldn't help it. Fike in the human beast form was still a black skin and black hair, his 2 wings did not change, black enough for the nose. Seeing Fike at this moment, Charlotte thought of a word, Roaring Sky Dog. And Fike's next ability is similar to Roaring Sky Dog. The first is the nose. He inherited the best sense of smell of dogs. He can distinguish every smell in the air and use it to lock the opponent. The second is flying. His 2 wings are not only for decoration, but also for flying. Flying plus nose, perfect scout combination. Charlotte thought he should find a trident, add a 3rd eye, and bring Fike with him. It was a perfect combination. He and Fike were the otherworldly versions of Erlang Shen and Xiao Tian Dog. But Charlotte was just thinking about it. If he said it out loud, Fike would definitely turn against him. This guy is so proud of getting the fantasy beast devil fruit now. He can't wait to fight him now. He doesn't want to have a meaningless battle with this guy who has nowhere to vent his energy. Hi! Suddenly, Fike opened his mouth and exhaled, but with this breath, Fike spit out a flame, and the flame gushed out and rushed to the water. It can also spit fire. Charlotte was surprised. A dog can actually spit fire? The next moment, Charlotte suddenly changed color, rushed forward, and pressed Fike's dog head. Stupid! Why are you spitting fire at this time of night? Are you afraid that CP0 can't find us? This press pushed the defenseless Fike to the ground, his mouth closed with a click, and the flames exploded directly in Fike's mouth. Bang! With a muffled sound, Fike rolled his eyes, opened his mouth, and a puff of black smoke came out. This Charlotte took back his hand embarrassedly, thinking that Fike would not kill me. It shouldn't be. After all, he is an animal-type devil fruit ability user, and a fantasy beast type. Let's not talk about other things for the time being, but he is definitely thick and durable, and he won't blow his own head. After a while, Fike regained consciousness and immediately burst into anger. The two fought directly. Almost died under his own ability attack, Fike felt that he might be the worst devil fruit ability user in the world. Charlotte, this bastard, not only was not excited for him, but he almost let him kill himself. Fike felt that he was under pressure that he shouldn't be under. A cup of tea passed. Charlotte and Fike separated, sitting on the shore, looking at the scene reflected on the water, and they looked at each other and snorted at the same time. White-eyed wolf, I was just saving you, okay? Charlotte cursed. Get out! Fike cursed, you almost killed me just now, woof. The dog bites Lu Dongbin, and doesn't know the good heart, Charlotte snorted coldly, CP0 may be looking for us. You are spitting fire in the middle of the night, are you trying to attract CP0? Steal the devil fruit from the celestial dragons and attack CP0. Even if your grandfather is Marshal Kong, he can't save you unless your grandfather takes you to rebel against the Navy. Fic's heart trembled, snorted, and said nothing. What Charlotte said was right. If he was really discovered, he would steal the devil fruit, and his grandfather would be in danger. Suddenly thinking of something, Charlotte reminded, your ability can't be exposed, at least not at this stage. Of course I know, Fic raised his chin with a proud face. During this period of time, he couldn't show the power of the devil fruit ability user, at least not in front of everyone. When the limelight passed, he could show the power of the devil fruit. He has already thought of a way. At that time, he just needs to let Charlotte cooperate in acting. As for whether CP0 will doubt it, what does it matter? With the identity of his grandfather, even if CP0 doubts, it will be useless as long as there is no evidence. And this matter is only known to Charlotte and him. Charlotte will never betray him because the two are on the same rope. Looking at the water, Charlotte suddenly remembered Fic's fire breathing just now, and asked curiously, in your great Tengu form, besides flying, smelling, and breathing fire, what else can you do? I don't know for now, Fic shook his head, and suddenly said complacently, but I can feel that I have a stronger ability. After I master this devil fruit, my combat power will advance by leaps and bounds. Then I will go to the ring with you. Ring. The place where soldiers in the Navy headquarters exchange challenges. Many belligerent soldiers have conflicts. They like to go to the ring to compete in strength. Charlotte smiled and didn't reply. Compared with me, I am a cheater. If you want to compete with a cheater, you must be the protagonist. It's just a fantasy beast devil fruit ability. I have the power of many heroes. I can also summon heroes. It's a matter of minutes to surpass you. Charlotte silently complained in his heart, give me 1 or 2 years, and when I summon more heroes, don't mention you, even at the annual meeting of the Navy headquarters. In front of many generals of the Navy headquarters, even marshals or generals, I can say that you are all garbage. Although the process was tortuous, the devil fruit was finally obtained. The next thing was simple. The two of them found a hotel to stay in after clearing the traces. Then, early the next morning, they returned to Marineford on a Navy warship. The two of them continued as if nothing had happened. Continue their naval life and practice killing pirates. Gradually, Charlotte began to make a name for himself on the sea. This guy who would kill any pirate he met, Charlotte gradually became a name that frightened pirates and became famous all over the world. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 233 Little Fishman Upgrade _ Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Half a year later. The Grand Route. A naval warship sailed on the calm sea. At the bow, Charlotte was lying in a sun lounger, wearing sunglasses. The Navy walked around him. Everyone was walking quietly, for fear of disturbing Charlotte. Charlotte, who seemed to be resting, actually attached his consciousness to the little fishman. At this moment, the little fishman had grown to half a person's height. Thousands of meters below the sea, it was silent, with only the invisible currents flowing. At this distance, even fish were rare. There were not many fish that could withstand the pressure of thousands of meters, and those that could survive were powerful creatures, such as sea kings. The little fishman was dealing with a 100-meter-long sea king. The sea king in front of him looked like a catfish on the surface, but it had a crocodile face. Charlotte was really impressed. Sea kings looked like monsters these days. Although it was called a sea king, it was actually just a young sea king, at most a cub. The size of a real adult sea king was measured in kilometers, and those powerful sea kings in the sea were as long as 5 kilometers, which was simply an island. No, some were even bigger than an island. The Sea King stared at the fishman, bared his teeth, opened his big mouth and rushed towards the little fishman. The Sea Kings were all very large, but their speed was not slow at all. When their bodies moved, they caused the surrounding sea currents to change, and their speed was very fast. Feeling the speed of the Sea King, Charlotte was slightly surprised. The sea is indeed a paradise for the Sea Kings, and they are fighting at home. Charlotte subconsciously put himself in the shoes of the little fishman, and found that he was thousands of meters deep in the sea, and it was difficult to avoid such attacks, but these were nothing to the little fishman. He dodged the attack with a light flash. The huge body of the Sea King brushed past the little fishman, and the sea currents he raised rolled the little fishman, but the little fishman seemed to have magical powers and did not change at all in the sea currents. The little fishman was short, and compared to the huge Sea King, he was just a hill and a stone. But when the little fishman raised the trident in his hand, the chaotic sea currents around him instantly calmed down, and the trident emitted a strange light. As the little fishman raised his hand and stabbed out, the trident rolled up the surrounding sea currents, like an arrow shot out. The huge body of the Sea King gives it terrifying power, but its flexibility is much worse than that of the short little fishman. The huge body is the best target for the little fishman. The sea current hits the huge body of the Sea King, breaking it instantly, blood gushing out, and in a blink of an eye, it dyes the surrounding sea water red, and a blood hole several people big appears. The Sea King howled in pain. Although for his huge body, this injury is equivalent to a cut, the pain is severe. The sea current churned, and the surrounding sea water surged. The Sea King turned around at this time, with two huge eyes wide open and roaring. With a flick of the tail, the huge body rushed at high speed, like a high-speed truck. Facing the Sea King that hit like a mountain, the little fishman was not in a hurry, and did not even dodge. In the time of lighting the fire, the little fishman turned over and stood on the trident. The next second, something surprising happened. The Sea King actually passed through the body of the little fishman. At this moment, the little fishman seemed to become a phantom, and it seemed that he was not in this space, becoming a non-existent existence. However, at the moment when the Sea King passed through the body of the little fishman jumped over the trident, grasped the trident tightly, and shot out. Chasing the Sea King, holding the trident and stabbing straight out, like a sharp sword, the trident was extremely sharp and easily pierced into the body of the Sea King. In an instant, the blood rolled, and the little fishman rushed out from the back of the Sea King's buttocks directly into the mouth of the Sea King. The Sea King didn't even make a scream, and died immediately. The huge body sank in the sea water like a soft noodle, and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. At the moment when the Sea King was killed, a ray of light rose from the little fishman, and at the same time, a ray of light also rose from the bow, Charlotte. Finally upgraded. Charlotte was overjoyed and quickly called up the system interface. Summoner, Charlotte. Age, 16 years old. Gender, male. Level, level 50, 36/2550. Gold, 3,206.3 pieces. Physique, 890, plus 110. Physical strength, 1,280, plus 110. Login account, Mosaic. Physical strength recovery, 6/S. Passive, Dragon Bloodline. Summoner skill, Barrier. Equipment Barrier, Goddesses Tier, Central Asian Hourglass, Dead Plate. Skill Haste, 10%. Skills, Steel Flash, Wind Barrier, / Natural Charm, Demasha Justice, Wind's Final Slash, Walking on the Waves, Counter-Attack Storm, Card Trick, The Way of the Man. Summon Heroes, 2, Fizz, Tide Collar. Dead Plate, provides armor, health points, and a continuously increasing movement speed bonus when moving. Plus 300 stamina. Plus 45 armor. After reading the system data, Charlotte exhaled lightly. He has reached level 50, and it won't be long before his physical strength breaks through 1000. Since the little fishman grew up, Charlotte's speed of getting stronger has begun to accelerate. Now the fastest improvement is no longer leveling up. It takes too much experience to reach level 50. According to the current experience, he has to share it with the little fishman. Even if he kills 10, he can't level up. But under the passiveness of the dragon bloodline, he can increase his physical strength by killing a sea king. Chapter 233, Upgrading the Little Fishman starting as a villain from Konoha. So what Charlotte lacks now is not money, but gold coins. As long as he has more gold coins, he can summon more heroes to do things for him. However, gold coins are indeed difficult to earn. He still needs to buy equipment and weapons for heroes, and buy heroes. There are too many places to spend money, but the speed of making money is so fast. The little fishman is also going to be upgraded to level 18. When it is upgraded to level 18, the little fishman needs to be fused if he wants to continue to upgrade. This is a new feature of the later awakening. The growth of heroes is limited. Even a level 18 hero cannot fight against the general, but by fusing 3 heroes, you can break through the original limit of the hero and continue to become stronger. After reaching level 18, the little fishman does not need too much experience, and then he can lead the Tide Caller to level up. Fizz was seriously injured, and Tide Caller killed him. There was no way. Tide Caller could assist, but her combat power was too low. Her power was limited in this sea, and it was difficult for the waves to hurt fish. As for why Charlotte summoned this hero, it was because Tide Caller was almost invincible against humans at sea. No ship could resist the waves. The blood of the sea kings dyed the surrounding seas red. The smell of blood was like a signal, attracting the surrounding sea beasts and sea kings. Charlotte controlled Fizz to leave this place and find Tide Caller hiding nearby. Tide Caller was picking pearls in a sea clam land. In the past 6 months, Tide Caller and Fizz have collected a large number of seabed jewels. These jewels sunk to the bottom of the sea were hidden by Charlotte. Maybe they can be used in the future. In this day and age, money can accomplish many things. Bolu Bolu. Chapter 234 Nicole. Abaya starting from Konoha to become a villain. Bolu Bolu. The Den Den Mushi suddenly rang, and the navy on the deck was stunned and quickly gathered over. This was the Den Den Mushi placed under the main mast. It was connected to the internal channel of the navy. The ringing of this Den Den Mushi indicated that a new mission had arrived. At this moment, Charlotte just recovered his spirit. Charlotte opened his eyes and walked towards the Den Den Mushi without panic. In the breathtaking eyes of the surrounding marines, Charlotte connected the Den Den Mushi. I'm back to the Navy Headquarters staff, Rear Admiral Charlotte, urgent mission. Just after the call was connected, the cold voice of the Navy Headquarters staff headquarters came from the other side of the microphone. Speaking of which, the Navy Headquarters staff headquarters is the most hated by the frontline Navy. There are 2 reasons for the dislike. The first is that these Navy Headquarters staff speak too high and are cold and silent. The second is that when the Navy Headquarters staff headquarters calls, it must be a mission, and a mission means fighting, and fighting means that people will die. I am Rear Admiral Charlotte. Charlotte reported his name and the Navy identification code at the same time. After the other party confirmed Charlotte's identity, he said, Rear Admiral Hagawal D. Soro of the Navy Headquarters is tracking Nicole Albia. She is a wanted criminal of the world government with a bounty of 79 million. The other party is fleeing to your defense zone. Please cooperate and intercept Nicole Albia's ship. Nicole Albia. Charlotte was stunned when he heard this name. This name is not simple, no, it should be said that the things behind this name are not simple, a famous scholar from O'Hara, the Holy Land of West Sea archaeology. The most important thing is that she is Nicole Robin's mother, that is, my mother-in-law. Snap, now is the time to think about these things, the mission, the focus is on the mission. Okay. After Charlotte finished speaking, she hung up the phone. After a slight hesitation, Charlotte restrained her emotions, put on a smile, turned around and cursed at the many Marines, the damned General Staff Headquarters just doesn't let us have a good life on the front line. We just rested for half a day and assigned us another mission. But this time the mission is simple, we are only responsible for blocking the road, guys, get to work. Okay. The Marines responded. I don't know why, every time Commodore Charlotte scolds people, I feel very comfortable. Me too, if I scold you, it will be even more comfortable. Get lost. The two Marines walked towards the cabin noisily. The direction of the return was against the wind, so the sails were useless and they could only use human power to step on the pulleys on both sides. In the sea area dozens of miles away, a sloop with the logo of the West Sea O'Hara Scholar was sailing on the sea, and behind it was a naval warship. This was a huge naval warship, much larger than the other naval warships. This kind of warship is also very rare in the naval combat sequence, because this kind of warship is specially allocated to giant warriors, so it is built to be extremely huge. Naturally, the huge warship will be slow. Although the sloop in front is not big, it is agile and light. The speed is faster than the warship. The warship can't catch up, but it gets farther away as the distance increases. Hagoval di Soro, fire. If you don't fire, the ship in front will run away. A human rear admiral stood beside the giant Hagoval di Soro and tried to persuade him earnestly, but Hagoval di Soro shook his head in opposition. Although there are criminals wanted by the world government on this ship, the world government has not sentenced them to death, and the rest of the people on the ship are not criminals. What I want is to capture them alive. I have already notified the Navy headquarters. The nearby naval warships will come to intercept them. They can't escape. Ah! The rear admiral sighed and stopped persuading. Hagoval di Soro is a good vice admiral, and all the Marines who have been on his ship say so. He will not scold or beat his soldiers at will. When encountering a battle, he will not let his soldiers rush forward like cannon fodder. He will always be the first. Everyone respected and admired Vice Admiral Hagoval di Soro from the bottom of their hearts, but this was the order of Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Hagoval di Soro was also merciful to criminals. If the criminals escaped, the Vice Admiral would definitely be punished by the Navy headquarters. He didn't want to see the Navy headquarters punish him, so he persuaded Vice Admiral Hagoval di Soro to fire. Hi! On the sloop, Nicole Albia looked at the increasing number of naval warships, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. A male scholar walked to the stern of the ship, looked at the naval warships that were getting farther and farther away, and smiled. It's okay, the danger is over, this distance is out of the range of the ship's guns, and I don't know why. This warship chased us all the way, but didn't fire. Maybe I met a kind naval general, Nicole Albia said casually. The Navy is just a running dog of the world government. The male scholar sneered, obviously mocking the word kindness that Nicole Albia said. The naval warships they encountered along the way, after confirming that they were scholars, wanted to capture them without asking any questions. Nicole Albia did not respond. She walked to the map hanging on the wall behind her and pointed to one of the locations. The Libo Sea is the closest to us. There are many reefs in this sea area. The heavy warships of the Navy cannot sail in it. We can use this geographical advantage to get rid of the Navy behind us. Then turn around and rush to Gaia Island. We will go to the island to search for the historical text before the Navy finds out. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chapter 234 Nicole Albia starting from Konoha to be a villain. The male scholar nodded slightly. There was no problem with Nicole's plan, but he was a little worried, so he said, "Is there really a historical text on Gaia Island? We have searched 3 islands, but we haven't found the historical texts." Nicole glanced at the male scholar and said firmly, "If we don't go, there is definitely no history. If we go, there is always a 50% chance. According to our interpretation of the historical texts, we should know some information, but these information are not coherent. If we want to know the real history, we can only find more historical texts. At this moment, a panicked cry came from the bow. Nicole and the male scholar looked at each other, and without saying a word, they hurriedly walked down the stern, followed the corridor, passed the deck and came to the bow, and saw a three-masted naval warship appearing on the sea in front. "Oh no, this is a naval pursuit warship, and it is very fast." The male scholar saw the type of warship in front of him at a glance. There are not many types of naval warships, but there are also many. There are giant warships specially used by the giants, and there are fire-power ships that are good at sieges and have sufficient firepower. The one in front is a pursuit ship, and its speed is the fastest among all naval warships. Looking at the Navy warships speeding ahead, the scholars panicked. There were Navy warships behind them and Navy pursuit ships in front of them, blocking them from front and back, and they were in a desperate situation. At this moment, even Nicole Albia felt the breath of despair, but Nicole was a woman stronger than a man. She suppressed her panic, a plan emerged in her mind, and she shouted loudly. "Helmsman, turn, go to the right, there is a doldrums, and the Navy warships dare not catch up." Chapter 235, Capturing Nicole. Albia starting as a villain from Konoha. Nico. Albia panicked briefly, but quickly regained her composure and ordered the helmsman to turn. With blockades in front and pursuers behind, they were already in an extremely dangerous situation. If they wanted to get rid of the Navy, there was only one way, to turn and enter the calm belt in front of the Navy warships. The Navy warships did not dare to chase into the calm belt, as there were a large number of sea kings in the calm belt. The larger the ship, the easier it was to attract the attention of the sea kings. Calm belt? That's the nest of the sea kings, Nicole, the male scholar next to him shouted with a change of expression. Nicole Albia turned her head with eyes wide open, and shouted sternly, "This is our only chance to survive. Once we are caught by the Navy headquarters and transferred to the CP Intelligence Agency, not only will we die, but O'Hara will also be implicated. Although there are sea kings in the calm belt, they may help us get rid of the pursuers behind us. If we don't go to the calm belt, we will die. If we go to the calm belt, I still have hope of survival." I don't know whether he was shocked by Nicole's momentum or persuaded by her words. The male scholar took off his hat and threw it heavily on the deck. Fight! At this moment, he suddenly felt that he was not afraid of death, but had a passion to vent. Ran to the cabin and joined the rowing team. At the same time, the pursuit ship of the Navy behind him. Charlotte, wearing a Navy white justice uniform, stood on the deck, his body ups and downs with the bumps, easily maintaining his body balance. At this moment, it was a favorable wind, the sails were inflated, and the warship was traveling at high speed, galloping on the sea. He looked at the sailboat in front of him, his face calm, but he was thinking in his heart, what should he do next? Should he secretly cooperate to let Nicole Albia and others go, or should he catch them and let the plot happen? Charlotte had a headache. At this moment, the two choices in Charlotte's mind intersected fiercely in his mind, and it was difficult to choose. Without time to think about it, Charlotte caught the idea that flashed through his mind and decided to catch Nicole Albia first, and then secretly pretend to be someone else and let Nicole Albia go. He couldn't give up his Navy identity, and he didn't want to give up his pirate identity. Let's do it. Nicole Albia's idea was beautiful, but she misjudged a little. She misjudged the speed of the Navy pursuit ship and Charlotte's strength. The Navy pursuit ship quickly caught up with the sailboat where Nicole Albia and others were. Charlotte, like Hagovar di Soro, did not fire, and it was a pity to kill these scholars. When there were still hundreds of meters away, Charlotte asked the Navy on the ship to continue chasing. He jumped off the bow of the ship and opened his hands like a rock spreading its wings. After jumping dozens of meters, Charlotte fell towards the sea like a feather. At the moment when he was about to fall into the sea, Charlotte lightly touched the sea with his right foot. The waves rippled, and Charlotte flew up again and chased the sailing ship. This was the light water floating skill that Charlotte had researched out of boredom. It was similar to the principle of the moon step, but it was more labor-saving than the moon step and could really walk on the water. In this way, after several jumps, Charlotte caught up with the sailing ship and came to the stern. As soon as he stepped onto the stern, several long spears were pointed at him, and the black muzzles were aimed at his head. But the scholars who were holding long spears were extremely nervous at this moment, trembling, and sweat oozing from their hands. On the contrary, Charlotte, who was aimed at by the long spears, was calm and looked at the scholars with a smile on his face. Pointing at the dark muzzle in front of him, Charlotte smiled faintly and said, "Guns are useless to me. You should have heard of me, right?" The scholars looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time, indicating that we have not heard of you. They are famous historians. In their eyes, there are only history and various documents. They don't pay too much attention to the navy and pirates. In their opinion, paying attention to such things is a complete waste of time. Charlotte's face suddenly turned black. His figure flashed and appeared behind the scholars. He raised his hand and fell with a knife, knocking these scholars unconscious. Leaving the stern and walking towards the bow, the scholars he met along the way were knocked unconscious by Charlotte and lay on the ground without waiting for them to make a sound. When Charlotte came to the deck, the navy on the deck discovered his existence. In an instant, there was a commotion. The frightened scholars reacted and picked up the weapons next to them and aimed at Charlotte. Nicole Albia saw Charlotte's pupils suddenly shrink and her delicate body stiffened in place. Other scholars didn't know Charlotte, but she knew him. He was the favorite disciple of the Navy hero Garp and a super genius of the Navy. Not only was he powerful, but it was also rumored that this young man was extremely cruel and would kill any pirates he met. This didn't frame Charlotte. Charlotte would not hold back when he met any evil pirates. In his eyes, those pirates were not pirates, but money and experience. After taking a deep breath, Nicole Albia raised her hand and shouted, "Stop!" Hearing this, the other scholars turned their heads and looked at Nicole Albia in confusion. "What are you talking about? There is only one on the other side, and we have more than a dozen people." Everyone was puzzled as to why Nicole Albia surrendered, when they were clearly in the upper hand. Nicole Albia explained desperately, "He is the Navy Charlotte, the executioner Navy." As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Charlotte again with horror in their eyes, which was the fear of death. Charlotte's face darkened. He suddenly understood why the world government wanted to kill these scholars. It was so infuriating. People, it makes people angry. In the frozen atmosphere, Charlotte said in a deep voice, "Since you have heard of my name, you should know how I deal with people. I respect you as scholars and will not kill you, but if you resist, I will not hold back." Nicole Albia stared at Charlotte in a daze. She felt a strong despair. Facing this young man, even if all of them went together, there was no possibility of winning. "Hi!" Taking a deep breath, Nicole Albia walked down the bow, came to the deck, walked in front of everyone, and stared at Charlotte. "Your Navy's target is me. I am the only bounty on the entire ship. They are all scholars. Your Navy is dealing with pirates and criminals. Upholding justice is your code. Let them go, I will go with you." There was a brief silence on the deck, followed by a scene of life and death. Everyone said that Nicole Albia didn't want it, and then glared at Charlotte with eyes. Charlotte looked helpless. He said nothing. "If I really let you go, shouldn't you thank me? You look like you treat me as an enemy." Seeing that the deck had finished talking, Charlotte spoke. "You should know how the world government treats scholars. Nicole Albia, you are suspected of interpreting the historical text and releasing ancient weapons, which violates the laws of the world government. These scholars with you also need to bear the same crime." Nicole Albia looked at Charlotte and sneered, "I feel sad for you Navy. You don't know anything, and you don't even know the truth of the facts, but you determine the nature of the matter. Who said that interpreting the historical text is to release ancient weapons? According to what you said, shouldn't all those who refine steel be killed? If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha's Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 236 The Real History Starting from Konoha as a Villain. On the deck, Nicole Albia sneered and mocked Charlotte. However, at this moment, Charlotte wanted to laugh when listening to what Nicole Albia said. Nicole Albia mocked him for not knowing anything, but in fact, he knew more than Nicole Albia. This is like a primary school student standing in front of a doctoral supervisor, talking a lot, meaning to mock you all for not knowing. So, Charlotte did not interrupt Nicole Albia, he listened silently. Nicole Albia was very excited at the beginning, but gradually, she felt something was wrong. How could this Navy not say a word? And what was wrong with his smile and eyes, full of tolerance? It felt like when she was young and told the doctor her views, and the doctor looked at her eyes. Seeing that Nicole Albia had finished speaking, Charlotte clapped her hands, stood up and said, "Well, after listening to you, I almost understand. You want to use your life to exchange for the lives of others, but why should I agree to you? What benefits can you give me?" Benefits? Nicole Albia's eyes flashed. Benefits mean that they can talk. The Navy she met in the past would not say this, but this Navy boy is different. It's easy to talk about things. She is afraid of the kind of Navy who is stubborn and talks about justice all the time. The dark jade eyes turned, and Nicole Albia asked tentatively, "What do we need to pay? In order for you to let my colleagues go, money or something else?" "I want your daughter." Of course, Charlotte can only think about this sentence in her heart. If she says it out loud, Nicole Albia may never let him touch her daughter in this life. In fact, if Nicole Albia hadn't said this, Charlotte wouldn't have made things difficult for her. With Nicole Robin's face, how could she be arrogant in front of her mother-in-law? But he couldn't just kneel down and lick her as soon as they met. That would be too fake. He had to use gentle means to deal with his mother-in-law. Moreover, his mother-in-law didn't have a good impression of him. If he wanted to change her impression, he had to do it step by step. It was best to create the idea that you misunderstood, "I'm actually very good, and I'm a trustworthy person." That's the only way. There were a lot of thoughts in his mind, but it only took a moment. "I want to know what is recorded in the historical text." Charlotte smiled slightly. Including Nicole Albia, all scholars had a series of question marks on their foreheads. The Navy who wanted to know the content of the historical text asked for the first time. Nicole Albia was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Charlotte to want this. "If I tell you, you will let my companions go?" Nicole Albia confirmed. Yes, Charlotte nodded in confirmation. "Okay, I can tell you. The truth recorded in the historical text is not a secret, but it is a secret to the world government. The world government does not want those truths to reappear in the world. So for Nicole Albia, the content of the historical text is not a secret. Telling Charlotte can get Charlotte to let his companions go is a very worthwhile deal." After a pause, Nicole Albia organized her words and said, "We don't have much historical text, and the truth we know is also limited. But based on the truth we know, we can roughly infer some historical situations. 900 years ago, 100 years before the establishment of the world government, a powerful country appeared on the Red Earth continent. The country comes from heaven, they call themselves gods, they have great power, powerful technology, and strong bodies. They are as powerful as real gods, and they have established the kingdom of God." Charlotte was stunned when he heard this. This was different from what he knew. The doctor said there was a powerful country in the world. Could it be this country? But how could this country be the kingdom of God? The D family is the natural enemy of the kingdom of God, which means that the huge country mentioned by the doctor has nothing to do with the D family. Wait. Charlotte suddenly realized a key problem. The doctor has been staying in O'Hara. To some extent, what he knows is actually not as good as Nicole Albia. She knows more truths because she has been looking for the text of history. At this moment, Charlotte thought a lot in his mind, and his thoughts could not be controlled. Thinking about the truth of history. Nicole Albia glanced at Charlotte and saw Charlotte in deep thought, but did not speak. Nicole Albia continued, "This country has brought a period of dark rule to the world. These so-called gods treat all races as slaves to be slaughtered at will, oppress all races, and they call themselves gods, standing high above everything. This kind of rule lasted for decades. During these decades, people who yearned for freedom and persisted in their dreams rose up in anger to resist the so-called rule of God. But the resistance caused the suppression of God, and the people who resisted suffered heavy casualties. At this time, two people appeared, and they brought together the rebels from all over the world and from different races. Finally, the rebels ushered in a turning point. They began to resist, and more people joined them. Then they established a huge country to fight against the kingdom of God. And the people who gathered in this country for freedom and dreams, for the freedom of these two people, they added the letter D representing the two of them to their names. Represents the will to yearn for freedom and dreams and resist oppression." Boom! 5 thunders struck the top of the head. There were bursts of thunders, and Charlotte felt as if his head was struck by 10,000 thunders. His mind was blank and he was stunned. Is this history? The real history is actually like this. The meaning of the D clan represents a kind of will, the will to yearn for freedom and dreams. So that's it. This is the only way to explain it. If the D clan represents a race, why does the giant race also have a D clan? D is an anonymous name, a hidden anonymous name. Charlotte's eyes flashed. If the truth is like this, then some inferences need to be fully speculated. What role did the world government play in it? Since it was the kingdom of God that ruled the world back then? But the world government was jointly established by 20 kings, that is to say, the kingdom of God was destroyed, otherwise, how could the world government be established? Charlotte, who was thinking, suddenly realized that Nicole Albia had stopped talking. Charlotte quickly looked up at Nicole Albia and said anxiously, "What's next? What is the history behind it?" "I don't know," Nicole Albia shook her head. "What kind of statement is this? When I heard the most critical moment, you told me that there was no more. You are cheating me. Its bad effect is no less than that. You seduced me, I took off my pants, and you told me that it was not possible today. No. It is worse than this." Seeing Nicole Albia's sincere eyes, Charlotte's face was bitter. "It seems that there is really no more. Oh, it's really troublesome. It seems that I have to find the historical text myself. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 237 Killing_Becoming a Villain from Konoha. On the ship. The news leaked by Nicole Albia was no less than thunderbolts that struck Charlotte's mind, making him stunned and dizzy. It took Charlotte a long time to react and accept this shocking news. What made Charlotte uncomfortable was that such shocking information was gone halfway through, and Nicole Albia actually said that it was gone. Isn't this just teasing me? Thinking of this, Charlotte glanced at Nicole Albia, and a hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes. Suddenly asked, "Where are you going after your colleagues leave?" "Continue to look for the historical text," Nicole Albia said decisively without thinking, and the other scholars also echoed her, with a firm will and no fear of death. "Live on, why do you need to look for the historical text? If you find the history, you can't change anything, so what's the use?" Hearing what Charlotte said, Nicole Albia and other scholars were slightly stunned, but Nicole Albia stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "We are historians. What we have to do is to reproduce history, reproduce the lost history, and improve the process of history." Charlotte interrupted, "But history is the truth. Do you know why you want to die? You are looking for the truth of 1,000 years ago, but you don't have the strength." Having said that, Charlotte stopped talking. He didn't want to talk nonsense with these scholars. Scholars are stubborn people. To put it nicely, they are determined. So talking to these people is like talking to a cow. It's better not to say anything. Charlotte jumped down, grabbed Nicole Albia, and regardless of the obstruction of other scholars, pulled Nicole Albia to jump onto the naval battleship that was chasing them. Ship. Bang! Throw Nicole Albia to the ground and order the rest of the soldiers to lock her up. The adjutant stepped forward and asked, Commodore, what about the remaining scholars? You also know that these people are scholars. Since they don't have a bounty on them, let them go. We will hand them over to Lieutenant General Haguvar D. Soro, and our mission will be completed. Seeing that the Brigadier General had given such an order, the adjutant did not say much, and he was also biased towards these powerless scholars. Lieutenant General Haguvar D. Soro was relieved to see that Charlotte kept his promise and let his colleagues go. As for herself, when she stepped on this ship and looked for the historical text, she had thought that there would be such a day and was prepared. The only one who felt uncomfortable was her daughter Robin. I wonder how she is? After so many years of not seeing each other, has Robin become better? It's a pity that I can't accompany you. Robin, I am an incompetent mother. Thinking of this, even the strong Nicole Albia couldn't help but shed tears and felt sad. Charlotte looked at Nicole Albia, didn't say anything, and calmed down. Charlotte frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. The news Nicole Albia told him made all his original speculations wrong. Now he has to speculate again. It seems that the establishment of the world government is not so simple. According to Nicole Albia, the establishment of the D family is indeed that huge country, and that huge kingdom is indeed the D family. Moreover, the D family is not a surname, it is an anonymous surname, it represents a will, a heritage, so D is not limited to humans, but also various races. In this case, what role does the world government play, and why is it the world government that finally rules the world? Could it be that in addition to the kingdom of God and the D family, there was also a third-party force, and the world government was this third-party force, and they finally won? But why hide this history? It seems that there must be something shameful behind this victory. Thinking of this, Charlotte took a deep breath and drove away the extra thoughts in his mind. Speculation does require bold guesses, but in the absence of solid evidence, bold guesses can easily lead to detours. Boom! A loud noise was heard. There was no sign. Everyone was startled by the sudden explosion, and then, they all looked in the direction of the sound, only to see that the light sailing ship that had originally left was hit by a shell from a naval gun. This is a naval gun with the largest caliber, which is powerful and directly penetrates the light sailing ship, breaking the entire lazy waist. In an instant, the light sailing ship that was broken into two pieces turned into two huge fireballs and was swallowed by the sea, and a huge sea whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. Countless scholars on the ship died, and the remaining surviving scholars were all swallowed by the sea whirlpool. All scholars will die. It is too late to rescue them now, unless Charlotte reveals his ability to walk on the sea. The firelight reflected on the astonished faces of many Marines, including Charlotte. Which warship is this? Charlotte gritted his teeth. On the sea in the distance, a heavy naval warship caught up with the light sailing ship on which the scholars were riding. The three main guns on the bow fired, 3 shells flew out, and 1 shell hit the light sailing ship. That seems to be Rear Admiral Doberman's warship. The adjutant looked at it several times before he dared to confirm it. Asshole! Charlotte punched heavily on the armrest. Rear Admiral Doberman, who led the subordinates of Vice Admiral Sakaski, was a faction of iron-blooded justice in the Navy. They insisted on absolute justice. In layman's terms, if there are 100 people on a pirate ship, 50 of whom are ordinary people, they will hesitate a little. If there are less than 50 ordinary people, they will not hesitate at all and destroy the entire ship. In their eyes, it is worth sacrificing the interests of a few people in order to kill more pirates, because if the pirates are allowed to escape, the pirates will commit greater crimes. Nicole Albia collapsed on the ground, crying and crying. Her red eyes swept over the Navy in front of her, full of anger and resentment, and she cursed loudly, "Navy, you bastard Navy, they are all scholars who are powerless. They did nothing, didn't kill anyone, and even helped many people, but you killed them like this." On the deck, Nicole Albia's resentful curses echoed. But no Navy refuted, they lowered their heads and were ashamed. "Shut his mouth." Charlotte frowned slightly, and 2 Marines immediately took out white cloth to stuff Nicole Albia's mouth. Looking at the half-sunken sailboat on the sea, no scholar could survive this level of explosion, and even if they could survive, they would be swallowed up by the vortex formed by the sailboat. In the end, they still didn't escape. Charlotte let these scholars go, but in the end, they still didn't escape. Nicole Albia was the only one who survived. Charlotte didn't know what to say. Should he say that Nicole Albia was lucky, or that he really didn't deserve to die? He waved his hand to order the helmsman to bring the boat over. Although the probability of someone surviving was very small, he had to check anyway. Maybe there were scholars who survived. If he could save one, he would save one. What a trouble, Doberman, that bastard. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 238 Demon Slayer Order _ Starting from Konoha as a villain. On the sea. There were no survivors, not a single one was left alive, and corpses were lying on the sea. Vice Admiral Hagawal D. Soro, Charlotte, and Doberman gathered together. Vice Admiral Hagawal D. Soro, who came to see the corpses on the sea, learned about the past from Charlotte. His face was extremely ugly and he stared at Doberman angrily. But Doberman ignored Vice Admiral Hagawal D. Soro's angry eyes, said lightly that the mission was completed, and left. He was going to attack the other pirates. Finally, Charlotte followed Vice Admiral Hagawal D. Soro to the G16 branch he was in charge of, which was a major traffic route built on one of the routes of the Grand Route. After handing the people over to Vice Admiral Hagawal D. Soro, Charlotte was ready to lead the team to leave, but before leaving, they still needed to stay here for a day, one for maintenance, and the other for replenishing supplies. In addition, the Marines have been drifting on the sea, and they also need to rest and replenish on the road. After all, the environment at sea is much worse than that on land. If there is no rest time, even the Navy will suffer from mental illness. Mental illness is the most troublesome disease. In this world, there is not much research on psychologists. There is only one way for Marines with mental illness, to retire. Vice Admiral Hagawal D. Soro prepared a room for Charlotte and many other Marines. Charlotte lay on the bed, and the light passed through the glass window and fell on his body warmly. The breeze passed through the window, blowing the white curtains fluttering, and the light and shadow intertwined in an instant. Charlotte crossed his hands and pillowed his head, lost in thought. According to the plot, it will not be long before the Warring States General will issue a demon-killing order. What Charlotte is thinking about is what should he do? Should I get involved in this matter? If I don't, I will just let it happen. This is not okay. It's not easy to encounter such a big event. I have to get involved. Although I have to get involved, I have to change a way. Thinking of this, Charlotte had a good idea in his mind. He did it right away. Charlotte calmed down and possessed the little fish man. As soon as his spirit emerged, the little fish man communicated with him. As the level increased, the little fish man's wisdom also increased, and he could communicate with him. Charlotte planned to wait for the little fish man's wisdom to increase, and then let the little fish man sneak into the fish man tribe, strive to let the little fish man join the king's army, and then mix into the upper echelons and become his hidden man. At this moment, the little fish man was resting. He had just solved a sea king. Charlotte looked at the little fish man's data and it had reached the peak. With 6 god equipment and all levels upgraded, the little fish man now is all income, earning more than 100 gold coins a day. With the income from the Tide Collar Mermaid, Charlotte can get 200 gold coins a day. He could summon a hero in a month. He was originally going to wait until he had enough gold coins to summon 2 more heroes, and then upgrade and evolve Murloc. But it was too late now. Of course, Murloc was still strong now, and he was not afraid of ordinary admirals of the Navy headquarters even on land. In the sea, Murloc was invincible. To defeat Murloc, one had to be a strong man like Aokiji who could affect the sea water. Charlotte gave Murloc an order to Murloc to cross the calm belt and head to the West Sea, with the goal of O'Hara. Murloc was extremely fast in the sea, and it only took 2 days to get from the calm belt to O'Hara. After arranging Murloc, Charlotte attached his mental power to Tidecaller Mermaid, who was fighting a sea beast. Although they were both level 18 heroes, Mermaid was not a fighting hero. At least when fighting fish in the sea, Mermaid had very low skills. Even if it was an ordinary sea beast, the 18th level Tidecaller Mermaid took a long time to kill it. If it was a small fishman, it could be solved with just 1 harpoon. Charlotte called the Tidecaller Mermaid and asked her to rush to O'Hara. The two met in O'Hara and ambushed there. But before that, he asked the Tidecaller Mermaid to come to him first and take something away. After doing all this, Charlotte fell asleep in bed with satisfaction, and slept for most of the day. Sleeping on a boat is different from sleeping on the ground. One is stable and steady, and the other is up and down, and it is not easy to sleep well. When Charlotte woke up, the sky was dark. Charlotte looked out the window and saw the bright moon in the sky. He yawned, stretched his waist, and stood up from the bed. At this moment, a throbbing came from his mind. The Tidecaller Mermaid was calling him. "Here she comes." Charlotte immediately went out and walked towards the base port. The Tidecaller was waiting for her at the bottom of the harbor. The Navy had set up an anti-submarine net at the bottom of the harbor to guard against submarines. But for the Tidecaller, it was a defense full of holes, and she easily passed through it. However, on the way to the base port, Charlotte ran into the deputy base commander of the base, a rear admiral, who was rushing. Seeing Charlotte, his face lit up. Just when Charlotte didn't know what was going on, the rear admiral stopped and said, "Major General Charlotte, Admiral Jean Guo wants you to come over." "Admiral Jean Guo is coming," Charlotte blurted out subconsciously. The Admiral is the strongest combat force of the Navy headquarters and the highest combat force of the world government. He usually sits in the Navy headquarters. Not to mention Jean Guo, he is the next appointed Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Now Marshal Kong doesn't care much about the affairs of the Navy headquarters, and a lot of things are handled by Jean Guo. This is the custom of the Navy headquarters. The admiral who takes over as the Marshal of the Navy headquarters will have a period of adaptation. This also means that Jean Guo will soon be the Admiral of the Navy. Time is running out. When Jean Guo appeared here, Charlotte's heart sank. It was indeed the Demon Slayer order. Muttering in his heart, Charlotte followed the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters to the office. This was a very huge office. Because the base commander was the giant Lieutenant General Haguval D. Soro, the office was built very large. Charlotte pushed open the door and entered. At a glance, he saw the huge Lieutenant General Haguval D. Soro standing there. Opposite him was General Jean Guo. At this time, Jean Guo still had white hair and a round head. Next to him stood his white sheep that he would take with him wherever he went. This sheep was equivalent to Jean Guo's shredder. Anyway, Jean Guo would let the sheep eat the important information. It was also hard work for the sheep. Charlotte stepped into the room and saluted immediately, "General Jean Guo, Lieutenant General Haguval D. Soro." Jean Guo nodded, looked at Charlotte and said in a deep voice, "Major General Charlotte, here is a task for you." As he said that, Jean Guo raised his hand and threw the white paper in his hand. The white paper shot towards Charlotte like a sharp arrow. Charlotte raised his hand and caught it easily. If he didn't even have this hand, his title of Rear Admiral of the Navy would be in vain. Taking the white paper, Charlotte read it at a glance. There were very few words on it, only 5 execute the Demon Slayer order. Sure enough, Charlotte's heart was gloomy. General Jean Guo appeared here and called him over. Charlotte knew it in his heart. It must be about the Demon Slayer order. General Jean Guo really wanted him to execute the Demon Slayer order. Chapter 239 Prison Break Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Demon Slayer order. Charlotte looked surprised. In the naval sequence, the Demon Slayer order is the most powerful attack, gathering 10 of the Navy's newest and strongest heavy warships, each carrying 1,000 Marines. Commanded by 5 Vice Admirals of the Navy Headquarters, 10 Rear Admirals of the Navy Headquarters, 30 Brigadiers of the Navy Headquarters, 100 Colonels of the Navy Headquarters, and 10,000 of the most elite soldiers of the Navy Headquarters. Such a fleet is enough to destroy a country and raze an entire island to the ground. Authorized by the world government to form the Navy Headquarters, it will carry out indiscriminate destructive attacks on the areas that send signals. That is, Big Killer, used to completely eliminate things and people in an area that threatens the rule of the world government. The Demon Slayer order will not be used for several years. The last time it was used was against a country that was unwilling to submit to the world government. The Demon Slayer order directly razed the entire country to the ground, leaving no land behind. This time the target is O'Hara, the holy land of scholars in the West Sea, said Admiral Jean Guo with a serious face. What? Lieutenant General Haguvel D. Soro was shocked, and Charlotte also showed surprise at the right time. Why did you attack O'Hara? Lieutenant General Haguvel D. Soro questioned. There are scholars there, it is a holy place for scholars all over the world. There are scholars who study history, and it has been like this for thousands of years. What crime have they committed that requires the use of the demon-killing order? Lieutenant General Haguvel D. Soro Jean Guo shouted loudly, this is not your business. What you have to do is to act according to orders. Soldiers should obey as their duty. Who else said that the scholars of O'Hara have not committed a crime? The laws of the world government clearly stipulate that no one is allowed to investigate the historical texts and release ancient weapons. But the scholars of O'Hara have been secretly investigating the historical texts, which is a crime. Lieutenant General Haguvel D. Soro defended, they are just for the truth of history. They are just a group of scholars. They have no use to release ancient weapons. Seeing Vice Admiral Haguvel D. Soro's repeated rebuttals, Jean Guo said sternly, Haguvel D. Soro, you are a Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, don't you even know that the usefulness of weapons does not depend on the discoverer? Once the ancient weapons are discovered, pirates and ambitious people all over the world will try every means to obtain the ancient weapons. Once these evil forces get the ancient weapons, do you know how much harm it will cause? Do you know how many people will die? Haguvel D. Soro didn't know how to refute, and stammered, but killing a chicken to scare the monkeys is enough, why destroy O'Hara and kill all scholars? This is killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, Charlotte secretly complained. It's just that this chicken is O'Hara, and the world government wants to use this to destroy the minds of scholars all over the world to explore the historical text. To be honest, Charlotte thinks that if it were him, he would make such a decision. The decision is correct, but the starting point is not good, so the decision is also bad. But Charlotte is not as stupid as Vice Admiral Haguvel D. Soro. There is no benefit in arguing with Admiral Sengoku. If he wants to change, he can only get a higher position. But no matter how high the position is, even if it is the Admiral of the Navy, he still has to listen to the world government. Enough! Sengoku shouted angrily, Haguvel D. Soro, accept the order and complete the task. Haguvel D. Soro opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing that Admiral Sengoku was angry, he still retreated obediently. Seeing this, Charlotte also hurriedly retreated. He didn't want to be affected by the angry Admiral Sengoku. After leaving the room, Charlotte saw Vice Admiral Haguvel D. Soro. I left in despair. I wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, I gave up. It was useless to persuade her so much. After leaving the office, Charlotte took advantage of the night when no one was around and came to the base port, a remote and deserted place. Summon the tide-calling mermaid. Soon, the sea surface moved slightly, and a mermaid emerged from the sea. She was different from other mermen. She didn't have the beauty of a merman, but more of the domineering power of a king. She wore a black crown and held a long staff with a round wheel on top, and the round wheel was emitting blue light. The light surged like water, emitting amazing energy. These lights were the original energy of the ocean. In simple terms, the tide-calling mermaid can control the ocean. Yes, she can control the current, control the sea, and set off huge waves. Maybe the tide-calling mermaid is not good at fighting, but in terms of destructive power, the little merman is not as good as the tide-calling mermaid. When the tide-caller mermaid really grows up and stirs up a huge wave, she can easily destroy an island. This is no joke. Clicking on the system wall, Charlotte selected the eye stone column, selected the real eye, clicked to buy, and a real eye emitting a faint blue light appeared in Charlotte's hand. Charlotte handed the eye stone to the tide-caller mermaid and asked her to take it. He could buy many real eyes, but he could only insert one real eye. In this regard, the system is no different, very rigid. If this real eye is inserted, his eye inserted in the Navy headquarters will disappear. But there is no way. He wants to get involved in this matter without being discovered by anyone. He can only rely on the real eye so that he can teleport. After giving the real eye to the tide-caller mermaid, Charlotte gave a few more instructions and let the tide-caller mermaid leave. Watching the tide-caller mermaid leave, Charlotte's mouth corners widened uncontrollably. This time it's stable, let it come. Just as Charlotte had this idea, he had no time to go back. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise behind him. Before he could react. Following the sound, he saw a flame rising into the sky, illuminating the night sky and illuminating the entire base like daylight. Fuck! Charlotte was extremely surprised. Vice Admiral Haguvel D. Soro would not be so fierce. He had just left and he had already broken the prison. Admiral Jean Guo was still here. Charlotte's guess came true. At the prison, Vice Admiral Haguvel D. Soro smashed the cell and rescued Robin Bivilla. Vice Admiral Haguvel D. Soro rushed all the way with Nicole Albia. The Navy along the way had not reacted yet. They didn't know that Vice Admiral Haguvel D. Soro had broken the prison. They gave way one by one and wondered what happened. When Haguvel D. Soro arrived at the port, he quickly ordered the Navy on duty to leave the ship. He drove the ship out of the port alone. If the Navy tried to stop him, Haguvel D. Soro would scold him with his rank of Lieutenant General, and the Navy could only obey the order. In this way, Lieutenant General Haguvel D. Soro left the port without any obstruction, got the Navy warship, and left the port. Upon hearing that the base was attacked, Sengoku, who rushed out overnight, thought it was a surprise attack by pirates and was immediately furious. Are pirates so arrogant now? But at this moment, the base commander came to report that Lieutenant General Haguvel D. Soro attacked the prison, rescued the wanted criminal Nicole Albia, and left the base. Sengoku was furious when he heard this, and immediately ordered to deprive Haguvel D. Soro of all his military ranks and treat him as a scholar. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on Shohage Novel Network. Chapter 240 Just to Live Starting from Konoha as a villain. Night fell, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, like frost and moonlight falling on the earth. The sirens rang through the night sky. The Navy branch was in chaos, the prison was destroyed, the fire was burning, a large number of houses were affected, and the flames spread rapidly. The entire branch was in chaos and a mess. Turn all the water trucks over, and be sure to put out the fire. The deputy base commander, a major general of the Navy headquarters, was anxiously directing the firefighting, sweating profusely. At this moment, a major general of the Navy headquarters ran in a hurry, his face full of anxiety. He half knelt in front of the deputy base commander with a plop, and shouted, "Base commander, it's not good, the fire is spreading, it can't be stopped, it has spread to the arsenal. What? The deputy base commander screamed. The arsenal contains equipment that can support tens of thousands of naval operations. If the fire spreads to the arsenal, once it is ignited, the arsenal will explode, and the power will be enough to blow up the entire naval base. In the naval base, the arsenal and the prison are built in the same area, because both need to be heavily guarded, and are generally the most important places, unless the entire base falls. But as the highest commander of the base, Hagovar D. Soro destroyed the prison, caused a fire, and affected the arsenal, which no one expected. Being the deputy base commander is not a job. After a brief panic, he hurriedly issued an order, establish a fire break to prevent people from putting out the fire, and move all the ammunition in the arsenal out for me. Time is too tight, there are not enough people, it's too late. Hearing his subordinates still complaining at this time, the deputy base commander was very annoyed. Hurry up and do it for me, organize all the soldiers, and move as much as you can for me. As soon as the voice fell, at this moment, a shout resounded in the night sky. Wind barrier! The Marines were stunned and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Major General Charlotte. A group of people rushed out, holding long swords, like a thunder across the night sky. Wherever the long sword passed, a hurricane visible to the naked eye was set off. The hurricane was released, bombarding the buildings along the way, and a fire break was cut out. It's Major General Charlotte. A soldier recognized Charlotte and shouted excitedly. Major General Charlotte! The soldiers cheered and felt the hope of life. Charlotte followed suit and cut out several fire breaks to stop the spread of the fire. Before Charlotte could catch his breath, Major General Flying Squirrel came from a distance. Seeing that the fire was blocked, he was relieved and relieved. Seeing Major General Flying Squirrel coming, Charlotte pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What happened? How could the prison be captured? Where did the pirates come from?" "It's not a pirate, it's Lieutenant General Hagovar D. Soro. He disagreed with the execution of the demon-killing order and let the bounty criminal Robin go," Major General Flying Squirrel sighed. "How could this happen?" Charlotte's face showed an expression of disbelief at the right time. Major General Flying Squirrel restrained his emotions and said in a deep voice, "Major General Charlotte, General Jean Guo ordered that you and I lead our warships to pursue Hagovar D. Soro." Charlotte received the order. The two left immediately and walked towards the port immediately. The port was also in chaos at the moment. Hagovar D. Soro made a big fuss in the port. Although there was not much loss and the warships docked at the port were not damaged, the estuary was blocked by a large amount of cargo, the route was blocked, and the warships could not leave for the time being. Major General Flying Squirrel waved to the colonel in charge of the port and asked, "How long will it take to clear the port?" "At least half an hour," the colonel replied respectfully. "Half an hour?" Major General Flying Squirrel's voice sank. "Wait for half an hour, they have already escaped to where to find people." The colonel knelt on the ground with a plop and explained, "There is not enough manpower. A large number of Marines have gone to move the pills from the ammunition depot and put out the fire." The Flying Squirrel frowned, looked up and looked around the port, his face gloomy. There were several ships on the sea clearing things that blocked the waterway, and there were many soldiers busy on the coast, but at this speed, half an hour would definitely not be enough. Looking at the mole, Charlotte asked the soldiers next to him to unfold the map of the nearby sea area. Seeing that Charlotte was still in the mood to look at the map, Major General Flying Squirrel thought that this guy was not in a hurry at all. Didn't he know that speed was important in the military? At this moment, Charlotte pointed to a corner of the map. "Look here, Major General Flying Squirrel, they should leave from here." "Why do you think so?" The Flying Squirrel looked in the direction pointed on the map. It was a naval base closest to the doldrums. Charlotte explained, since Hagovar D. Soro did not want to participate in the demon-killing order, and then met Nicole, he was finally persuaded by her to break into the prison and escape with Nicole. That means Nicole must know that the Navy headquarters will issue the demon-killing order to O'Hara. If I were Nicole, I would definitely find a way to return to O'Hara and notify the scholars in O'Hara to let them escape. So the first thing she did when she escaped must be to go to the calm belt and return to the West Sea through the calm belt. The closest naval base to the calm belt connected to the West Sea is here. Now notify this base and ask them to send all warships to patrol the sea area. Nicole should be stopped. Be careful, Major General Flying Squirrel gently hammered his left palm with his right hand. He immediately hurriedly looked for General Warring States to mobilize the naval base. He did not have this right, only General Warring States had it. Seeing Major General Flying Squirrel leave, Charlotte hurried to a deserted place, calmed down his mind, and separated his mind to come to the tide-calling mermaid. On the dark seabed, starlight and moonlight fell on the water, and faint ripples rose, like broken gold flashing. Above the head of the tide-caller mermaid, 2 naval warships, one large and one small, were fleeing rapidly towards the calm belt. Seeing the tide-caller mermaid following, Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief and put away his mind. There were still many things to do next, and he didn't dare to leave for too long. On the boat, the sails fluttered, and Haguvel de Sorrel looked at Nicole next to him and said in a deep voice, "I will send you through the calm belt. The wind belt is the nest of sea kings." The probability of Nicole, a weak woman, passing through the calm belt is almost zero. Haguvel de Sorrow has already thought about it. After sending Nicole away, he will leave and return to his hometown, but these things are forgotten. As for the things Nicole said, he should forget them. Some things are not something he can get involved in. "Thank you for saving me," Nicole thanked him first, and then apologized. "Please don't remember what I said before, that was my short-sightedness, there are still good people in the Navy." Haguvel de Sorrow waved his hand and said, "Don't thank me, I just did something I thought was right. As for the D clan you mentioned, I don't know if what you said is correct, but I will find it myself. Let's not talk about anything else about us giants, but we are definitely the longest in terms of lifespan. The history of 800 years ago is only a matter of 2 generations for us giants. The oldest elder in my clan has lived for nearly 400 years. He should know some secrets." Chapter 241 The Days I Want starting from Konoha to be a villain. 400 years of lifespan. Hearing this, Nicole's eyes flickered, and she felt a strong sense of envy. The giants are a race with overwhelmingly huge individuals, and their lifespan can reach 350 years, which is more than 3 times that of humans. Of course, this is normal. A race will always have special people, just like the lifespan of more than 350 years. Just like humans, living to 70 or 80 years old is already a long lifespan. A strong man like Whitebeard can only live to more than 70 years old, but some people can live to more than 100 years old. Moreover, the giants are a country that even the world government cannot rule so far. The giants are one of the strongest races in the world. A large number of giant warriors form an army, which is absolutely a terrifying existence. The giant country established by the giants has been independent of the world government so far. Even Big Mom covets the power of the giants and tries her best to repair the relationship with the giants. In Big Mom's view, if she can obtain the power of the giants and combine the two, she dares to compete with the world government for the position of world hegemony. Just from this point, we can know how terrible the power of the giants is. These things are known to Nicole, who is well educated. She also wants to go to the giants to find the real truth. Maybe the truth of the year can be found in the giants. But the giants are extremely repulsive to humans. No human can enter the giants' territory. Once discovered, the giants will attack. Therefore, even if the world government invites the giants to join the world government countless times, the giants will not be arrogant. As a minority race, the giants are much more domineering than the fishmen and mermaids. Taking a deep breath, Nicole suppressed her divergent thoughts, restrained her emotions, and calmed down. What she should do now is to leave the Grand Line, return to O'Hara as soon as possible, and let everyone leave. At the same time, approaching a certain sea area in the doldrums, a ship flying the flag of the world government is slowly sailing on the sea. The ship is full of spies from the CP intelligence agency wearing black suits. This is a ship belonging to the CP intelligence agency. After hanging up the phone, Spandon's face turned pale. He threw the microphone in his hand hard on the deck and cursed, "Useless, the Navy is all useless. The duck in hand can fly away, and it was the Navy that did it. It's really useless. The Navy headquarters should just ban it." CP9 Carey heard the chief's curse and came over to ask, "What happened to Nicole?" "Well," Spandine gritted his teeth and said, "those useless people in the Navy let Nicole escape. A vice admiral was actually persuaded by this woman Nicole and took her away from the naval base. In order to catch this woman Nicole, he spent a lot of manpower and material resources to determine the location of Nicole's scholars. The plan that took several years was finally going to be completed. As long as he completed this task, he could be promoted to CP0 again. But the Navy was really useless. It disrupted his plan and let a group of scholars who were powerless escape. Then what should we do? Go to the naval base?" Carey frowned and asked. A female scholar was actually rescued by a vice admiral. This kind of thing sounds like a far-fetched story. "No." Spandine shook his head, "I just received a message from Mary Joa. Nicole's escape cannot change the arrival of the Demon Slayer Order. The 5 elders don't want to play with those stubborn scholars in O'Hara. It would be best if we can find evidence. If there is no evidence, we will provide evidence. In a word, whether there is evidence or not, O'Hara will be destroyed by the Demon Slayer Order this time." After that, Spandine smiled coldly. "Nicole, you are a stupid woman after all. No matter how you struggle, you can't fight against the world government composed of 170 countries and representing the will of the world." Base port. The blocked port was finally unblocked, and the naval warships crowded in the port sailed out one by one, and began to pursue the fleeing Haguval D. Soro and Nicole according to the order of the Warring States Army. At the same time, Warring States also ordered the 5 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters at the Navy headquarters to lead 10 naval warships to leave the Navy headquarters and head to the West Sea. Rear Admiral Flying Squirrel and Charlotte led a fleet of 5 warships to track Nicole and Haguval D. Soro. Under the mobilization of the Warring States, the naval forces in the surrounding sea area were mobilized. A large number of naval warships sailed on the sea, and finally, Haguval D. Soro was discovered by the Navy when he approached the doldrums. Boom boom boom! The cannons roared, and 4 naval warships approached the warship where Haguval D. Soro was from 4 directions. They did not choose to fight close to the ship. Haguval D. Soro was a giant vice admiral. If the warship approached, he could easily sink it. The 4 warships used artillery harassment to delay Haguval D. Soro and Nicole in this sea area and prevent them from escaping. With the support of more and more naval warships, Haguval D. Soro could be captured without any effort. The naval guns continued to roar, white smoke rolled, and shells whistled and fell, causing the surrounding sea surface to roll, the waves to surge, and the shock waves of the explosion hit the hull, causing the hull to tremble violently. Nicole's boat was hit by a naval gun shell and blew up on the spot. If Haguval D. Soro had not rescued her in time, Nicole would have died under this shell. Haguval D. Soro raised his hand to wipe the sea water off his face, lowered his head and said to Nicole in a deep voice, "Next, I will help you attract firepower. You take the escape boat and take the opportunity to enter the doldrums. As long as you enter the doldrums, they can't stop you." "Then what will you do?" Robin asked. "Nonsense. This is no tits your business. Don't you still want to see your daughter? You can't let go of those scholars, so you have to live." Haguval D. Soro said, regardless of what Nicole said, pinched Nicole with 2 fingers and put her on the refugee boat, put down the refugee boat, and pushed the refugee boat away with his hands. Nicole called Haguval D. Soro's name again and again, and Haguval D. Soro smiled and murmured like a daze. It turned out that I didn't know whether joining the Navy was right or wrong. Someone told me that joining the Navy could help others, and I have always done so. But over the years, I have been more and more suspicious. It was not until I met you that I really understood that you were right. I am not suitable to be a Navy. I am still suited to the days of hunting in the village. After saying that, Hagul D. Soro showed a nostalgic smile on his face. After sending Nicole away, Hagul D. Soro turned around and looked at the approaching Navy warships behind him, and shouted angrily. Come on, Navy, you are wrong, true justice is not like this. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the cannon roared angrily, flames burst out, and black shells shot out, hitting Hagul D. Soro like raindrops. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 242 The waves are raging starting from Konoha to be a villain. At this moment, Hagul D. Soro roared angrily, shouting out the justice in his heart. That is not based on position, but justice based on actions. Justice is what you do, not what the world government sets. Boom boom boom. The roar of the cannon sounded, like thunder bursting in the ears, and the shells with sharp whistles hit like raindrops. Get up! Hagul D. Soro held a mast with both hands, and with his strength and power, he broke a tree trunk that was as thick as several people holding together. Hagul D. Soro held a mast that was nearly 20 meters high with both hands, and swung it hard, like a long stick, splitting the shells one by one. The Marines on the warship were shocked to see Hagul D. Soro so brave, as they had never fought such a violent giant. The Navy warships that wanted to take the opportunity to approach were afraid to narrow the encirclement after Hagul D. Soro did this. Nicole slid the oars and fled towards the doldrums. But both Hagul D. Soro and Nicole underestimated the Navy. The fleet of 4 Navy warships separated a fleet to chase Nicole. The loss of a Navy warship instantly reduced a gap in the firepower network formed by the Navy, and Hagul D. Soro's pressure was greatly reduced. But Nicole was in danger. It was a favorable wind at the moment, and the rescue ship was not as fast as the Navy warship, which was approaching quickly. Nicole turned her head and looked at the Navy warship that was getting closer and closer, and a trace of despair appeared on her face. Just escaped from the tiger's den, and fell into the wolf's den again. At this moment, even Hagul D. Soro was desperate. He had tried his best, but it was still in vain. The two of them could not escape the pursuit of the Navy. Just when the two accepted their fate, the sea surface suddenly arched high, and the sea water flowed down like a waterfall. Nicole noticed this scene, and it was as if something was stuck in her throat and she couldn't make a sound. Could it be that the Sea King appeared? Yes, this is a doldrums, it is very likely God will not kill me. Nicole, the Sea King appeared, I still have a glimmer of hope. Ha ha ha. Hagul D. Soro, who also saw the movement on the sea, laughed. A glimmer of hope, God gave them a glimmer of hope when they were in desperate situation. The appearance of the Sea Kings was a more terrible disaster than a tsunami for ships sailing on the sea. But for Robin and Hagul D. Soro, it was a glimmer of hope in despair. The target of the Sea Kings must be the huge naval warships. Hagul D. Soro knew that he would most likely die, but Nicole was alive, and she could spread the will of the D family throughout the world. Even if it cost her life, Hagul D. Soro felt it was worth it. The faces of the Navy changed drastically. The appearance of the Sea Kings, the naval warships without strong men in front of the Sea Kings, were just slightly larger ships. The sea surface arched high, and a water column rose with it, and white water splashed, like bits of broken gold under the sunlight. In the middle of the water column, a green mermaid appeared at the top of the water column. She held a dark golden cane with a circle of strange runes engraved on the top, and the circle was wrapped in light blue fluorescence. Seeing the mermaid appear, the smiles on Hagul D. Soro and Nicole's faces suddenly froze, and their expressions were ugly, as if their parents had died. Their hearts were still in the sky a second ago, but now they fell into the abyss of the ground. It turned out that it was not a sea king, but a mermaid. What is the use of mermaids? The whole world knows that the biggest use of mermaids is that they are valuable. A mermaid can be sold for hundreds of millions of berries in human society, which is equivalent to a devil fruit. Apart from being valuable and beautiful, the mermaids are useless. At this time, it was the fishman who appeared, which was no less than a bolt from the blue for Hagawaldi Soro and Nicole. The mermaids have low combat effectiveness. In addition to their appearance, mermaids are the fastest swimming animals in the sea, but in terms of fighting, mermaids are not even as good as fishmen. To some extent, mermaids are just beautiful vases. Although the fishmen are ugly, they do have strong combat power, such as the fishman hero Tiger, and the future king Shishibukai Jinbei. Including some powerful pirate groups, there are fishmen. Both the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates have members of the fishmen, and they are the main combat power. On the other hand, the mermaids are more huddled in the Fishman Island. Of course, a large part of the reason is that the mermaids are too valuable. Many human nobles are willing to spend a lot of money to buy mermaid slaves. For the mermaids, only the Fishman Island protected by Whitebeard is the safest place. It's a bit of a detour. The appearance of the mermaids cut off the last hope for Hagawaldi Soro and Nicole, and they fell into despair again. It is indeed great news for the navy. Just a fishman, can he stop 4 naval warships? Even if there is another giant, he can't stop 4 naval warships. Boom boom boom. The stopped cannon sounded again, and this time the cannon sound was more fierce. There were dozens of cannons on each naval warship. There were 4 warships, that is, more than 200 cannons. So many cannons fired at the same time, the cannon sound was deafening, and the shells fell like raindrops. Come on, come on! Facing death, Hagawaldi Soro was surprised to find that he was not afraid of death at this moment. He suddenly understood the feelings of those who had death awareness. This kind of awareness, this kind of pride, he had never experienced before. At this moment, he suddenly felt that death was not a scary thing. He felt that he was worth it, even if he died at this moment. In this life, people should always do something worthwhile, instead of living a muddle-headed life. Tide of impact. At this moment, the tide-calling mermaid took action. She whispered softly, and her voice was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of wind chimes. As the voice of the tide-calling mermaid sounded, the sea water under her feet surged and turned into a wave, like a sky-covering water curtain blocking Hagawaldi Soro, like a shield blocking all the shells. Hundreds of shells were unloaded by the water flow and wrapped in soft water. Then, the tide-calling mermaid rolled up her cane, and these shells fell into the water one after another. Seeing such an amazing scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Whether it was Hagawaldi Soro, Nicole, or the navy, they were all stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. Mermaids can actually control the waves? Mermaids who are not capable people can control them to fight. Is this the talent of the mermaids? But mermaids don't have this talent. If there really is such a talent, the sea would have been the world of mermaids long ago. Mermaids who can control the waves would be invincible on the sea. But why can this mermaid do it? A strong doubt arose in his heart. For the navy, at this stage, Hagawaldi Soro and Nicole are not so important. The mermaid in front of him is 100 times more important than Hagawaldi Soro and Nicole. Chapter 243 Escape from Ascension Starting from Konoha to be a villain. The waves are surging and rolling. As soon as the tide-calling mermaid, who was looked down upon by everyone, made a move, she set off a huge wave and blocked all the shells. For a while, the sea surface was as quiet as a mirror. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that a fishman could actually control the waves. This Hagawaldi Soro opened his mouth and couldn't utter the next word for a long time. He didn't know what to say. This fishman who suddenly appeared was beyond his imagination of fishmen. When would fishmen be so powerful? If fishmen were really so powerful, and the whole sea was ruled by mermaids, would mermaids be caught by humans? They would still live in seclusion and hide in the kingdom of fishmen and dare not leave. This was not what Haguvel di Soro could not understand the most. What he could not understand the most was why the fishmen saved them. Haguvel di Soro believed that he did not know the fishman, and the mermaid had no reason to save him. Could it be Nicole? It must be her. I didn't expect that she had such a close relationship with the mermaids. At this moment, Nicole had the same idea in her mind. She looked at Haguvel di Soro and thought that she could finally escape the crisis. But how can there be a mermaid who can control the waves? Is it a rare talent of the mermaids? As a scholar, Nicole's thinking is the most basic quality of a scholar, especially when facing something beyond common sense. Nicole subconsciously thinks and her thoughts diverge. The Navy doesn't care so much. The rear admiral leading the fleet stands at the bow, picks up the huge horn, and catches the horn hanging on the top of the mast. His voice can travel thousands of meters. Mermaids, we are the Navy of the world government. Your actions have hindered the Navy's actions and prevented the Navy from catching criminals that endanger the world. What you are doing is against the world. Continue to block you will face the wrath of the world government, and will also bring disaster to the fishman country. Nicole, who has experienced it many times, can only sneer at the Navy headquarters and the world government's accusations. The world government still uses the same routine as always. First, accuse you of a crime, regardless of whether you have it or not, and then expand this crime to something like endangering the safety of the world. Once your crime is confirmed, then under the guise of justice, they will start to arrest you. This is called a legitimate cause, this is called justice. However, the Navy was waiting for silence. Charlotte was already angry. The Tide Summoner Princess did not need to do anything to stop the Navy's pursuit, allowing the giant Haguvel di Soro and Nicole to escape smoothly. The Navy, who did not wait for an answer, knew that they could only fight, and the quiet sound of artillery sounded again. Boom boom boom, orange-yellow flames emerged from the dark muzzles, and shells with sharp whistles, like thunder across the sky, and then fell. This time, the Navy aimed all their artillery at the tide caller. They also saw clearly that the fishman in front of them was the biggest obstacle. If they could not defeat this fishman, they would not be able to capture Haguvel di Soro and Nicole. In a moment, hundreds of shells fell like raindrops, covering the surrounding area of 100 meters, as dense as a storm. Blessing of the tide caller. Facing hundreds of shells, the mermaid was not in a hurry. She shouted softly and waved the long staff in her hand. It emitted a brilliant light and the water flowed rapidly. The next second, under the control of invisible forces, the waves under the feet of the mermaid surged high, and these waves formed an inverted large bowl shield. The moment the shield was formed, the rain-like shells finally fell. In an instant, hundreds of shells exploded at the same time, which was earth-shaking. The calm sea surface was shaking, and huge waves were set off. The waves were endless, and the waves several meters high were layered one after another. The fire formed by the explosion was like a small sun, emitting a light hotter than the sun, and the thick dust and smoke produced by the explosion rolled and soared. Looking at this scene, Haguvel di Soro and Nicole were very worried. The sea breeze whistled in, blowing away the rolling dust and smoke, revealing a huge mass of sea water. On the seawater shield, sunken pits appeared one after another, and the water flow filled them up instantly. Hi! Looking at this scene, Haguvel di Soro and Nicole couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing happened. After a series of life and death crises, hope is now in front of them. They can't wait to take a breath. Haguvel di Soro didn't hesitate at all. He now fully believed that this fishman who suddenly appeared and was suspected to be Nicole's partner had the combat power to stop 4 naval warships. So, Haguvel di Soro used the sailboat in his hand as a paddle and paddled hard towards the doldrums. Seeing this scene, Nicole also began to control the boat to sail towards the doldrums. Both of them were fleeing here quickly. The fishman gave them time to escape, and they couldn't waste it. Attack! The Major General saw that 2 important criminals, Haguvardi Soro and Nicole, were about to escape, and he was extremely anxious. He quickly ordered the warship to turn the gun port and chase the two people who were about to escape into the doldrums. Now the mermaids could no longer close the door. But the tide-calling mermaid could take care of them. She waved her long staff and controlled the power of the waves. A wave emerged from the originally calm sea surface, and the wave rolled and heavily loaded towards the nearest naval warship. The huge naval warship was not fast on the sea, and the attack of the tide-calling mermaid was not a cannonball, but the impact of the wave raised by the tide-calling mermaid. It is called a wave, but it is no less than a sea wave. The wave of more than 10 meters high is like a pair of big hands hitting one of the Navy warships. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. Chapter 243 Escape from Ascension Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Boom! Like a thunder explosion, the Navy warship weighing thousands of tons and hundreds of meters long shook heavily, and the huge warship fell in another direction like a tumbler. In an instant, the whole ship was in chaos, especially on the deck. The cannons and supplies placed on it slid down along the tilt, and all the marines could hardly stand on the deck. They slid along the deck towards the tilted angle. However, the naval warship was a heavy warship after all, weighing thousands of tons, and it did not completely capsize. The warship tilted to an extremely dangerous angle, and its strength reached its limit. Under the influence of the waves, the warship slowly returned like a tumbler, swaying left and right. Although the warship was saved, the Navy on the warship was in bad luck. Many Navy were injured or smashed. The unlucky ones were killed by the tilted objects, and their heads were smashed like watermelons. Not only that, the naval guns on the deck were in a mess. Only those fixed heavy guns could fire, but they were in a mess and could no longer fire. In a word, this naval warship was destroyed and could no longer join the battle. The rear admiral on the flagship heard the report from the warship and was relieved. Although he could not fight, the damage was not great. He could see that where the warship was bombarded by the waves, a deep arc appeared on the sword body that was originally full of arcs. The pit, if it happens again, maybe it can be blown to pieces. At this moment, Haguvardi Soro and Nicole had already sailed into the doldrums, and even if the Navy chased them, they could not catch up. Chapter 244 Navy Reaction Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Seeing that the mission was completed, the tide-calling mermaid did not continue to fight with the Navy. He set off a huge wave, which hit the Navy fleet, and once again bought a lot of time for Haguvardi Soro and Nicole to escape. Then, the tide-calling mermaid plunged into the sea and disappeared completely. Even in a one-on-one battle, the strength of the tide-caller princess cannot even beat some powerful Navy rear admirals, but if she is in the sea, in the home of the tide-caller princess, she can control the power of the sea. Even the emperor-level combat power can't do anything to the tide-caller princess on the sea, of course, except for the pervert like Aokiji. The biggest flaw of the ability user, in the eyes of Aokiji, is not even a hair. An ice age freezes everything, even the sea, and hundreds of kilometers of sea freeze in an instant. For marine creatures, Aokiji is simply heaven and earth. It's a bit of a detour. Haguvardi Soro and Nicole fled into the doldrums. Seeing the Navy warships getting farther and farther behind, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their hanging hearts were put down, as if relieved. Haguvardi Soro leaned on the mast, and Nicole leaned on the railing. The two of them were panting heavily. The feeling of escaping death was too exciting. Even for them who had experienced far more than ordinary people, the experience just now was a very rare thing in life. After a break, Haguvardi Soro subconsciously looked at Nicole. Coincidentally, Nicole also looked over. The two met in the air and smiled. Haguvardi Soro leaned against the mast, looked up at the blue sky, and said with emotion, "Nicole, thanks to your mermaid friend, if she hadn't taken action, we would have been caught by the Navy." "Isn't that mermaid your friend?" Nicole asked in surprise. "No, isn't it yours?" Haguvul di Soro lowered his head, also looking surprised. Nicole hurriedly shook her head, "Not my friend, I have never known a so-called mermaid, let alone a mermaid friend." As soon as this was said, the deck instantly became quiet. Both of them knew that the problem had arisen. If Haguvul di Soro was not Nicole's friend, then who was this mermaid? Why did she appear to save them, and who instructed her? Haguvul di Soro hesitated and said, "You said, could it be that this mermaid happened to pass by and saw the navy besieging us? In addition, this mermaid had a grudge against the navy, so she was not helping us, but just wanted to take revenge on the navy." At first, Nicole also thought that Haguvul di Soro's idea was good. It was normal for mermaids to hate humans and the navy. But after thinking about it, Nicole shook her head, "No, the mermaid's goal is very clear. She came to help us. If her purpose was just to take revenge on the navy, why did she help you block the navy's gunfire before? Moreover, mermaids don't seem to have the ability to control the waves to fight. Of course, it may also be a special power born from the mermaid species. Every race will always have people with unique talents. However, I am more inclined to believe that the other party was instructed by someone. Judging from the other party's actions, the biggest possibility is that they came to help us specifically. If that's the case, then it's troublesome," Haguvul di Soro said in a deep voice. "He is a vice-admiral of the Navy headquarters. Being gentle is just a character, which doesn't mean that Haguvul di Soro is a fool. If the other party is really here to save them, that means that the mermaid has been following them secretly." Thinking of this, Haguvul di Soro looked at Nicole. The mermaid must be following Nicole, not him. It's very simple. The reason why he was hunted by the navy is because he listened to Nicole and chose the right path of justice. If he hadn't met Nicole, so many things wouldn't have happened. In other words, even if it wasn't him who rescued Nicole, the mermaid would still appear. Obviously, Nicole also thought of this. She hugged her knees with both hands, frowned, and her thoughts diverged, thinking wildly. Who on earth would arrange a mermaid to protect her in secret? She has never had any contact with the mermaids, so it shouldn't be. If it was a human, how could a human command the mermaids, let alone such a powerful mermaid? But since they are neither human nor mermaid, who is behind all this? Is it true that the other party appeared by chance as Haguvul di Soro said? But she has already overturned this conclusion. Nicole feels that everything is like a mess. It is obvious that as long as she finds a thread, she can sort out the mess. But the difficulty lies here. It is difficult to find the thread in a mess. Let's not talk about Haguvul di Soro and Nicole for now. After the two left, the naval fleet that was chasing, such as Charlotte, received the call for help and rushed over quickly, and found a messy battlefield. Charlotte and other major generals gathered together and heard the major general leading the fleet revive the entire battle situation. At first, it was nothing, but when they heard the mermaid appear, it was a strange mermaid, and this mermaid can actually control the waves to fight. This is nothing but a far-fetched story. All the major generals present are Navy major generals who have fought on the sea. The first reaction of many major generals is ridiculous, but it is not just the major generals who say this, all the Marines say this, so it is true. They are familiar with many races, and they have fought against many races. The mermaids can be said to be a very familiar race. This race is not suitable for fighting and is the darling of the ocean, but they have no power and are often caught by some human traffickers and sold to human nobles. Chapter 244 Navy reaction starting from Konoha as a villain. Now a fishman has emerged who can control the waves. This news is too shocking. If all mermaids have this ability, then this sea will be ruled by mermaids. During the whole process, Charlotte did not speak. He listened to the discussion of his comrades around him. His face was calm, but he laughed secretly in his heart. These comrades discussed it all day, but they probably couldn't discuss it out, because the tide-calling mermaid princess is not a creature in this world. There is only one in the world. At the same time, Jean Guo, who received the order, also fell into a headache. A vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, instigated by criminals, defected and robbed the prison. Such a bad incident has not happened in hundreds of years, which is enough to make the Navy lose face. It's not that there is no naval betrayal. The Navy has naval betrayal every year. Some betray for profit, and some betray the Navy because of violating the Navy's military discipline. But the betrayal of a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters is a rare thing in 100 years. The highest rank in the Navy is the admiral, and the rank of the admiral is also the admiral, but it is the general admiral, and the marshal is just a position. The headquarters vice admiral is second only to the admiral of the Navy, and the real high level of the Navy headquarters. The impact of such a high-level betrayal can be imagined. But now this matter has not been resolved. The mermaid attacked the Navy warship and rescued the criminals Hagul D. Soro and Nicole, which is even worse. A mermaid who can control the waves is not a capable person. What this means behind it, Jean Guo knows better than others. If such a mermaid is in the sea, she can really play her best. Even a large fleet composed of dozens of Navy warships is not her opponent. In the past, in the Battle of Etoile, the reason why Roger was able to win and the Golden Lion lost was that they encountered a storm at that time, which led to the destruction of the Golden Lion fleet. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 245 Teleportation starting from Konoha as a villain. Unless there is a strong person to restrain, such as Aokiji's ability, he is not afraid of any waves. Aokiji can freeze him. If it is just one person, it is easy to say that there are people in the mermaid clan who have this talent, but if the whole group of mermaids has this ability, it will be troublesome. However, Jean Guo prefers a single mermaid. If the whole group of mermaids has this ability, the mermaid clan will not hide in the small fishman island. Compared with this, Jean Guo is more concerned about why the other party wants to attack the warships of the Navy headquarters. According to the intelligence sent by the participating Navy, the other party's purpose is very obvious, that is, to escort Hagul D. Soro and Nicole away and enter the doldrums, and get rid of the siege and interception of the Navy warships. In other words, the other party is related to Nicole. It seems that he learned that Nicole was arrested by the Navy and wanted to rob her, but he didn't expect that he was there at the time, and the mermaids didn't dare to do it. But then Hagul D. Soro broke into the prison, rescued Nicole, and fled with Nicole. The other party found an opportunity and secretly escorted him all the way. Jean Guo guessed the general idea in an instant. Thinking of this, Jean Guo came up with a plan. No matter what the identity of this mermaid is, attacking the Navy fleet and preventing the Navy from capturing the criminals Hagul D. Soro and Nicole is a serious crime. Since Nicole's target is West Sea O'Hara, he will use the trick to let Nicole return to O'Hara, and then catch the turtle in the jar and catch all the scholars in one fell swoop. Among the 5 vice admirals who knocked the Demon Slayer order, Aokiji is also there, so he doesn't have to redeploy. Thinking of this, Jean Guo called Aokiji and issued an order. At the same time, Charlotte and other Navy warships participating in the Demon Slayer order crossed the Calm Belt. There are a lot of Sea Kings in the Calm Belt, which is the nest of Sea Kings. However, Sea Kings are also divided into large and small, with Sea Kings over 100 meters and Sea Kings over thousands of meters. However, Sea Kings of that size are the kings among Sea Kings and rarely appear. The fleet of 4 naval warships is also a small fleet, not to mention that they are all the most advanced warships of the Navy. Each warship is equipped with 1,000 naval soldiers according to the standard, and the captain is a major general. Such a fleet is not afraid even if it encounters a Sea King. In fact, it was attacked by a Sea King while passing through the Calm Belt, but was killed by Major General Flying Squirrel. The fleet arrived at the West Sea safely, and the fleet did not rush to the West Sea in the first time. To O'Hara in the West Sea. They were the fastest, while the rest of the fleets participating in the Demon Slayer order were still on the way, and the CP intelligence agency ships representing the top leaders of the world government were still on the Grand Line. The entire fleet arrived at the nearest naval base near O'Hara in the West Sea as soon as possible. There would be a high-intensity battle next. The major generals commanding the ships decided to let the Navy soldiers have a good rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. So, Charlotte immediately went back to the room to sleep. After returning to the room, Charlotte hung up a Do Not Disturb sign, but Charlotte was still worried. What if there was an emergency? After thinking about it, he decided to buy a reconnaissance guard in the mall and put it in the room, so that he could know it at the first time. After hiding the reconnaissance guard, Charlotte clapped his hands, opened the small map, and searched for the location of the control guard, which was O'Hara Island in the West Sea. The Tidecaller Princess had already arrived at O'Hara first, and inserted the control guard in a rock crevice in O'Hara, which could not only conceal her body size, but also monitor the entire island, killing two birds with one stone. Replacing the healing of the summoner skill, Charlotte installed the teleport and gently pressed the teleport button. The moment the button fell, a purple light emerged from Charlotte's body. The light was not strong at first, but as the wind blew under Charlotte's feet, the purple light became brighter. Before Charlotte could react to what happened, he felt that he was wrapped by an invisible force. The purple light was bright and filled the whole room. Fortunately, before Charlotte used the teleport, he anticipated this scene and closed all the windows and drew the curtains. The next second, the purple light disappeared in the room, and Charlotte disappeared with it. At the same time, O'Hara Island, hundreds of miles away. This is a legendary island, and its name has spread all over the world and the Grand Line. It is not only a famous archaeological holy place in the West Sea, but also the most famous archaeological holy place in the world. He has the largest number of scholars and the library with the largest collection of books in the world, the Tree of All-Knowing. Scholars from all over the world who pursue history and traces of people in the past gather here to find the history of mankind and the footprints of their ancestors. Similarly, their interpretation of the history of disappearing for 100 years touches the taboo of the world government. For many years, the world government has repeatedly tolerated the scholars of O'Hara. In fact, it cares about face and cannot find evidence. After all, O'Hara is a holy place for scholars all over the world. If the world government takes action against O'Hara, the impact will be huge. But as time goes by, scholars even go out to sea to find the historical text, and according to the investigation of the world government, scholars have mastered the interpretation of the historical text. This makes the world government, the Five Elders, and even Yumo panic. If the method of interpreting the historical text is leaked, the history that the world government desperately buried will be made public. So, this time, no matter what, the Five Elders will destroy O'Hara, kill all the scholars of O'Hara, and let the method of interpreting the historical text disappear from the world again. On a cliff in the southwest corner of O'Hara, a purple light that no one could see fell from the sky and landed on the control guard covered by the rubble. The purple light slowly dissipated, and Charlotte appeared on the cliff. Raising his hands and looking at it, Charlotte was amazed. The system must have produced high-quality products. This teleportation skill was amazing, and there was no discomfort at all. Chapter 245 Teleportation Starting to be a villain from Konoha. He was still afraid at the beginning of the teleportation, and there would be no accidents in the middle. After looking around and seeing that no one saw him, Charlotte looked up at the top of the cliff dozens of meters away, leaped up, and stepped on the cliff that looked like it was chopped by a knife and an axe. He was more agile than a monkey and climbed to the top of the cliff in a few flashes. When he stepped on the top of the cliff, Charlotte looked up and saw an extremely huge tree. He couldn't find words to describe the hugeness of this tree. It took many people to hug the thick trunk, and the dense canopy almost covered the entire island, like a standing giant fan. Just at this time, a gust of sea breeze blew, and countless branches swayed, like a beautiful piece of music. This is the sound of nature, the music of heaven, and it is pleasant to the ears. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't imagine that there is such a huge tree in the world. How can this tree live for thousands of years? Charlotte muttered, and then felt sorry. Such a big tree that has lived for thousands of years will completely disappear from the world tomorrow. He also wanted to stop it, but there were some things that he couldn't stop now, he was still too weak. In order to destroy Ohara, Admiral Sengoku sent out the 5 vice-admirals of the Navy headquarters for the Ohara operation, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, who were almost the future admirals of the Navy. Even if he wanted to fish in troubled waters, he couldn't. Natural charm. Charlotte used this skill, raised his hand and wiped his face, and Charlotte's appearance suddenly changed drastically, turning into a slightly handsome boy. This time he came to Ohara alone, he must not reveal his identity. If he used Charlotte's identity, he couldn't do anything. The skill of natural charm was very useful at this time. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 246 Lessons Starting from Konoha to become a villain. In the dense forest of Ohara. Charlotte, wearing ordinary clothes, shuttled through the forest and walked towards the Tree of All-Knowing. The place where the Tide Caller chose to place the control guard was a dense forest. Few people would enter this dense forest, but Charlotte heard the movement as soon as he entered the dense forest. The sound was getting closer and closer. Charlotte's figure flashed and hid behind the tree trunk. Looking from the dark, soon, several teenagers were walking on the road, talking and laughing. Some of them held tomatoes and some held stones in their hands. Robin, the monster, is really there. I saw it with my own eyes. Okay, we must teach him a lesson this time. Seeing these little ghosts go far away, Charlotte ran out from behind the tree trunk, stroking his chin in thought. After thinking for a while, Charlotte followed them. These little ghosts did not go far, and Charlotte followed them to a place with air. The forest was very quiet, the air was clear, the warm sunshine was shining, and the breeze was blowing, cool and refreshing. On a green lawn, a girl in a light red plain skirt was sitting on a tree stump, holding a book in her hand, reading quietly. She was like a sculpture, sitting there quietly, and next to her was a group of white birds, surrounding her. Whoosh! At this moment, without any warning, a tomato flew over, the tomato slid across an arc, and hit the girl's head heavily, the tomato exploded, and the red juice splashed on the girl's head. The girl reached out to wipe the sticky fruit off her face, and looked in the direction where the tomato flew, only to see that the children who had bullied her since childhood saw her miserable appearance, laughed excitedly, and laughed and cursed out loud. Nico Robin, you ugly monster! I'm just showing you my color. Stinky monster, so disgusting! You orphan without a father or a mother. Originally, Robin wanted to endure it as usual, but the last sentence completely angered Robin. Robin raised his hand and waved it, and a series of arms flew out, one arm after another emerged from the palm of his hand, like a thin line coming in front of the children, hitting them one by one. This is a small lesson. The 4 children who were hit cried in pain, left a harsh word, and ran back home to find their parents. I was hit by a monster. It's so scary. Hearing what they said, Robin's face darkened and saw the 4 children disappear. Robin sighed, wiped the sticky tomato juice on his face, and sat back on the wooden block to read quietly. And all this was seen by Charlotte, who was hiding in the dark. He didn't expect it was really Robin. He had just guessed before. Seeing the scene just now, those children bullied Robin, Charlotte couldn't help but get angry. This is no longer a naughty child. If they bully at such a young age, they will be bullied when they grow up. However, Robin is not a pushover and taught these children a lesson. After hesitating for a while, Charlotte walked out from the dark. Hearing footsteps again, Robin thought that the children had returned. She closed the book with a snap and looked in anger. She had endured it again and again. When she saw the person coming, Robin was stunned. This was a strange boy, only a few years older than her, but he was very handsome, dressed in white, with a long sword on his waist, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. "Hello, my name is Locke. I was shipwrecked and I was on this island when I woke up." Before coming out, Charlotte had already thought of the character. Robin heard that he was a shipwrecked person, and his vigilance was reduced. He introduced, "This is O'Hara." "O'Hara, oh, it's drifted so far," Charlotte deliberately slapped his forehead and said with annoyance. As he said that, Charlotte put down his hand and asked again, "How can I leave O'Hara?" "Every week a fleet will pass through O'Hara, bringing the necessary goods, and you can leave at that time," Robin explained. Charlotte nodded in thanks, lowered her head and glanced at the book Robin was reading. The name on it was The Customs and Customs of the Grand Line. Charlotte pointed to the book and said, "This book is not very useful for reference, and it is not worth reading. Many of the contents on it are made up by the author. He also heard it from hearsay and does not understand the Grand Line at all." Hearing this unfamiliar South Sea say this, Robin couldn't help but ask curiously, "How do you know? Have you been to the Grand Line?" "I was born in the Grand Line." Charlotte felt that he was not lying. The place where he was reborn was a deserted island in the Grand Line. It was not wrong to say that he spoke from the Grand Line. Robin was shocked when he heard Charlotte say that she spoke from the Grand Line, and looked at Charlotte in disbelief. "Didn't you say you were shipwrecked? How did you end up here?" "I didn't get shipwrecked on the Grand Line. I came to the West Sea to do something." Charlotte rolled her eyes. In the plot, Robin is said to be very smart, so why doesn't he look that smart? On second thought, Charlotte felt stupid. Smart is IQ. Robin is just a teenager no matter how smart he is. He has a lot of knowledge, but he is still a child in terms of experience. How could he think so much? "I heard that when sailing on the Grand Line, you need something called a record pointer. Is that true?" Robin suddenly asked curiously. Just now, I was looking at when reading the book, Robin was curious about what the Grand Line was like. Hearing Locke say that he was from the Grand Line, Robin couldn't help but be curious. "Yes, sailing on the Grand Line is a very dangerous thing. The sea conditions of the four seas are not applicable to the Grand Line." Charlotte nodded and replied, and said a few more words. Charlotte and Robin chatted enthusiastically about the Grand Line. They were strangers, but their relationship seemed to have made great progress. When chatting with Robin, you don't feel like you are facing a child, but a scholar with a wealth of knowledge. Many times, Charlotte didn't know how to answer the questions raised by Robin, but Charlotte was experienced. Every time she faced this situation, she immediately changed the topic and told Robin the interesting things about the Grand Line, as well as many weird things. Charlotte knew that Robin had a special hobby, and she liked to listen to this kind of story. Sure enough, every time Robin heard Charlotte tell these stories, Robin was attentive and listened carefully. Just when the two were chatting enthusiastically, the four evil children who were beaten away by Robin came back, followed by the lady, looking ferocious. The children were stunned when they saw Charlotte, but they didn't care. They immediately pointed at Robin sitting on the wooden block and complained. "Mom, it's Robin, the monster. I didn't do anything just now, but she beat me." At such a young age, he learned to blame others. He is a complete scumbag. Charlotte squinted and said nothing. When the woman heard that her child was bullied for no reason, she was furious. She walked to Robin and cursed with her hands on her hips. "You annoying child, I tell you never to touch my child again. Hey, why don't you say anything, you bad child who has a life but no one to take care of you? If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha Shuhage. Chapter 247 Sadness _ Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Robin did not refute. She was used to this kind of scene. She knew that it was useless for her to refute. No one would believe her words. In everyone's eyes, she was a bad kid and a monster. Who would believe a monster? Robin could bear it, but Charlotte couldn't listen to it anymore. She stood up and said, "Hey, "Auntie, do you understand the situation? It was your bastard who bullied others first." Robin just couldn't stand it and fought back. "The victim is Robin, and your child is the villain who complained first. As we all know, Charlotte is a very reasonable person." Robin heard Charlotte speak for her, and she looked at Charlotte in astonishment. From the time she could remember until now, it was the first time someone stood up to help her. The woman who was interrupted by Charlotte was furious and pointed at Charlotte and cursed, "You are the bastard. My child is well behaved and obedient. Who are you? I think you are also a person with no one to live with." Before she could finish the next words, Charlotte's eyes flashed, and he slapped the woman's cheek with an apology. The woman screamed, her mouth full of blood, and she covered her face without saying a word. It was unknown whether she was stunned by the beating or frightened by Charlotte. Charlotte put the scabbard back into his waist, looked at the woman coldly, and his eyes were as cold as a knife, sweeping at the frightened children next to him. "Tell me, what is the truth?" The children had never seen such a scene before, and they were so scared that they cried loudly, and they couldn't speak a word. Looking at this scene, Charlotte sighed, took out a black pill from his pocket, and shot it into the woman's mouth with a flick of his finger. By the time the woman reacted, the pill had melted and swallowed. "The pill you just took is a special poison. Once you take it, there is no medicine to cure it. As long as you walk more than the starting point, you will be poisoned and will die. Of course, you can also not believe it, but your life is yours. If you want to gamble, just try it." The woman's face changed drastically. She sat on the ground, slapped the ground and cried loudly. Looking at her well-behaved and obedient son next to her, she cried and scolded, "Why did I give birth to a son like you who cheated my mother? I was really cheated to death." The crying child was scolded by his own mother, and cried even harder. They didn't know why they came to help Robin. For a while, the whole grassland was full of crying. Charlotte was upset and shouted at Robin to leave. Robin heard Locke calling her to leave, and subconsciously responded. She immediately realized that something was wrong, but she didn't know why her feet followed Locke uncontrollably. The two left the forest along the path until the crying behind them could no longer be heard. Robin, who was holding a book in his hands, raised his head and examined Robin. "I don't know why, but from the side, he seems more handsome." Robin didn't say anything when she saw Locke teaching those kids and ants a lesson, but she was very happy in her heart. She had always endured their bullying. Because she had no parents, no one would help her, and no one would stand by her side. She lived with her uncle and aunt. In the eyes of her uncle and aunt, she was just a superfluous person, and they never regarded her as a relative. Robin knew at a very young age that she had to be patient, she had to study, become a scholar, and then go out to sea to find her mother. Her thoughts could not be controlled and diverged. Robin didn't know why she suddenly thought of so many things. After thinking about it, it should be because she saw Locke helping her vent her anger, and the depression in her heart dissipated. Suddenly, Robin thought of Locke feeding the ant. Poison. Robin couldn't bear it, hesitated for a while, and finally asked, "Well, can you give me the antidote?" Charlotte stopped, looked at Robin, smiled and asked, "Do you want to save her?" Robin turned his head and whispered, "Although she is not good to me, just teach her a lesson, not to." Before Robin finished speaking, Charlotte smiled and said, "Who said I gave her poison? That's fake, I lied to her." Hearing this, Robin was stunned for a long time. Charlotte had been lying to the ant for a long time. The crying expression of the ant sounded in his mind. Robin finally couldn't help but chuckled. Robin's laughter was very nice, like a crisp bell, very moving. The two left the forest, and Robin took Charlotte to the town. It was dusk at this moment, the sun was setting, and the orange-yellow sunset painted half of the sky. The two walked one after the other on the busy street. For the first time, Robin had a different feeling. Finally, she was no longer walking alone. There was another person behind her, a stranger who would help her. As she was walking, Robin suddenly heard a family of 3 passing by. They were laughing and talking about going to a restaurant to celebrate her birthday and eat cake. Robin then remembered that today was her birthday. Others could celebrate their birthdays with their parents, but she could only go alone, without cake, and even without a birthday blessing. Thinking of this, Robin's face darkened and she walked in front silently. Charlotte looked at Robin and the family of 3 next to her and immediately became upset. Robin also heard the conversation of the family of 3 clearly. Charlotte was relieved and understood what happened. Thinking of this, Charlotte said, "Robin, I have to leave for a while and come to you later." Robin subconsciously wanted to ask Charlotte what she wanted to do. But suddenly she remembered that she and Charlotte had just met. How could she ask these questions? "Okay, then you go," Robin nodded. Seeing Charlotte leave without saying a word, Robin felt inexplicably sour in her heart, with mixed feelings, not just sadness or loneliness. After leaving Robin, Charlotte came to a bakery and said he wanted to order a cake. Today was Robin's birthday, and he was going to give Robin a cake. But the boss insisted that it was too late and could not be made today, so he could only order it tomorrow. I was like MNP at the time. Have you ever seen anyone celebrate a birthday and still have a cake tomorrow? Finally, after my earnest persuasion and the hard-earned fee of 100,000 Baileys, the boss was finally persuaded by my words and decided to work overtime, take out the ingredients from the refrigerator, and make a cake for me on the spot. Although the boss was very helpful, it was too late after all, there were not enough ingredients, and it took time to buy ingredients. When the cake was made, the sun had completely set. The moon was high in the sky, and the moon and stars were sparse. There were no pedestrians on the road. Only a few street lamps were lonely. Charlotte picked up the cake and left the cake shop. According to the location, Robin said, "Fortunately I am not Sauron, not a road idiot." Although it was very late, I still found Robin's house. Charlotte originally wanted to knock on the door directly, but after thinking about it, he decided to wake Robin up. He carefully hid the cake, and then came to the door. Uncle Robin's house is not bad, a small house, but the light in the window is a little small. Charlotte almost walked to the door in the dark, raised his hand, and knocked on the door twice. Charlotte didn't wait long, footsteps came from behind the door, followed by Robin's questioning voice. "Who is it?" "It's me, Charlotte Locke." Charlotte thought of his name change, and quickly changed his words. Chapter 248 Happy Birthday! Starting from Konoha as a villain. Click. The door opened, an array of orange-yellow light spilled out through the crack of the door, and then Robin's little head poked out. Before Charlotte could speak, Robin said, "Wait a minute." As he spoke, the little head shrank and disappeared. Just as Charlotte was wondering, the lights inside were turned off by Robin, and the surroundings suddenly became dark, and then footsteps were heard. Then Robin tiptoed out, carefully closed the door, and held something in one hand. "This is..." Charlotte looked at Robin holding something in his hand, feeling a little strange, and was about to ask back, but Robin raised a finger to signal him not to make any sound. Charlotte nodded, and heard Robin whispered, "Uncle and Aunt are back, they are sleeping, if you make a lot of noise, they will be disturbed." Charlotte remembered that in the plot, in Robin's memories, after her mother left, Robin followed her uncle and aunt. But her uncle and aunt were not good to Robin. Not only did they not treat her as a family member, they also made her do groceries at home, just like raising a servant. Thinking of this, Charlotte blinked, subconsciously grabbed Robin's hand, and walked out of the courtyard. Seeing Charlotte grabbing her hand, Robin was startled, her face flushed, and she subconsciously wanted to struggle, but that hand seemed like a fire tongs, so she couldn't get away at all. She didn't dare to make a big noise, for fear of disturbing the sleeping uncles and aunts, so she had to let Charlotte pull her out of the courtyard. Charlotte pulled Robin to the courtyard and didn't stop. She took Robin to the tree where he put the cake. Stopping, Charlotte reacted. He grabbed Robin's hand, Robin quickly broke free, and Charlotte also quickly let go. The atmosphere was awkward in an instant. Charlotte saw what Robin was holding, but it was dark and she couldn't see clearly, so she asked quickly to ease the awkwardness. "What are you holding in your hand?" Hearing Charlotte's words, Robin remembered that she was holding the sandwich she made in her hand, so she quickly picked it up, opened the kitchen paper wrapped around it, and revealed the things inside. Charlotte looked and saw that it was a sandwich. Smelling the fragrance of the sandwich, Charlotte's stomach suddenly became hungry and kept growling. Speaking of which, he hasn't eaten since he came to O'Hara. Previously in the cake shop, all the ingredients were used to make cakes, and he didn't eat anything. Smelling the fragrance of the sandwich, Charlotte's gluttony surged, and his appetite opened up. "How do you know I'm hungry?" As he said that, Charlotte was not polite, took the sandwich and ate it in big mouthfuls. It must be said that the sandwich made by Robin was really good. Charlotte raised her thumb and praised, "Delicious, really delicious, this is the best sandwich I have ever eaten." Hearing Charlotte's praise, Robin smiled and his eyebrows curved like crescents. Charlotte didn't know that the sandwich in his hand was saved by Robin. His uncle and aunt controlled Robin very strictly, even the food was controlled, and they didn't let her eat too much. If she ate more jam, she would be scolded for a long time. After 3 or 2 mouthfuls, Charlotte ate the sandwich, and the hunger in her stomach disappeared immediately. After eating the sandwich, Charlotte smiled at Robin. "You gave me a sandwich, and I will give you a gift." Gift? Robin was surprised, she had never received a gift before. As she said that, Charlotte stepped lightly on the spot and jumped onto a tree more than 10 meters high. Then, Charlotte slowly fell down, and something appeared in her hands that were empty. At this time, the sky was dark, and a black cloud appeared at some point, covering the bright moon. Robin couldn't see what Charlotte was holding in her hand. However, she had never received a gift, and no one had given her a gift. No matter what Charlotte was holding, Robin was extremely happy at this moment. At this moment, Charlotte turned on the flashlight, and a beam of light rushed to the treetops above her head. The light refracted on the leaves, and small beams of light fell, and clusters of leaf shadows gathered on the ground. The light was dazzling, and Robin subconsciously closed her eyes, and then opened her eyes. When she adapted to the light, she saw Charlotte holding a birthday cake in her hands and standing in front of her with a smile on her face. "Robin, happy birthday to you!" Charlotte grinned. Robin was stunned and froze in place for a moment, motionless. She looked at Charlotte, looking at the smiling face under the flashlight, like a ray of light shining into her gloomy heart. The black cloud that had been lingering in her heart was torn open, and a ray of sunshine fell on Robin's cold heart, and light appeared in her heart again. At this moment, Robin was ecstatic, and she didn't know what words to use to describe her excitement. Anyway, she had never been as happy as today since her mother left. Seeing Robin grinning there, Charlotte said, "Stop grinning, come and open the cake quickly." Then, she handed the cake to Robin and said, "This is your birthday cake, I can't take your place." Robin, who was overwhelmed by joy, took the birthday cake stupidly. When she reacted, the cake had already fallen into her hands. Holding the cake in both hands, Robin still felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe her eyes, but the heavy feeling in her hands told her that everything was true. Robin sniffed, trying not to let herself cry, looked up and stared at Charlotte, and asked softly, "How do you know today is my birthday?" "In the evening, I was walking on the street with you. I saw you heard the family of 3 next to you say that they were going to celebrate their birthdays. I found that your face was gloomy and your mood was very bad. I guessed that today was your birthday," Charlotte said with a smile. Robin didn't expect Charlotte to be so observant that she even saw her subtle performance. "So you left earlier saying that you had something to do, and you went to order a cake for me." When saying this, Robin somehow didn't dare to look at Charlotte, turned his head slightly, and looked elsewhere. It would have been better if Robin didn't mention this. Charlotte complained immediately after hearing it, "Yes, the boss is not reasonable at all. When I went there, it was not closed yet. I asked him to make a cake. It took me a lot of effort. Finally, he agreed. I also helped him find a lot of ingredients. That's why it was so late. Fortunately, it caught up with the time. If it was past 12 o'clock, it would be really late. Charlotte said it unintentionally, but Robin listened to it intentionally. She was already happy and moved, and her mind automatically made up a picture of Charlotte going through a lot of trouble to make this cake for her. At the moment, she was more moved in her heart. Something broke out of the heart illuminated by the sun, and her pretty face was shy and blushed. Charlotte saw that Robin didn't do it yet, so she hurriedly urged, "Hurry up, it will be past 12 o'clock if you delay any further." "Yet," Robin responded softly, then unwrapped the ribbon on the outside of the box, removed the outer box, and took out the cake inside. This is a fruit cake specially selected by Charlotte. There is a circle of fruit on the outside, and a little chocolate man is inserted on it. It is made according to Robin's appearance. There is a chocolate cube in front, and it says Nicole Robin, happy birthday to you. Chapter 249 Make-A-Wish Starting as a villain from Konoha. It was dark. Under the hawthorn tree, Robin and Charlotte sat on the grass. They placed a flashlight between them to illuminate the surroundings. Robin carefully took out the cake, fearing that it would bump into the cake. When she saw the little man who looked like her on the cake, and a line of small words written on the chocolate square. "Nicole Robin, happy birthday to you!" Robin exclaimed, covering her open mouth with both hands, and finally couldn't hold back her eyes, and tears flashed. Girls are beautiful, and they look good when they cry. Robin's big black and white eyes were flashing with tears, and her long eyelashes were full of tears, as if she was as beautiful as a lotus, and the tears seemed to be greedy for white skin, and they were reluctant to fall. Seeing this, Charlotte couldn't help laughing and said, "You said that having a birthday cake on your birthday should be a happy thing, but you just cried directly." As she spoke, Charlotte reached out her hand to wipe Robin's tears. Robin subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but after hesitating, she still stood there, feeling the hot temperature of Charlotte's fingers on her delicate skin. Instantly, a charming dizziness spread, and the two were silent. Ahem! Charlotte coughed lightly, turned her head away, and quickly took out the candles from the bag of candles on the ground, and inserted them one by one on the cake. Robin blushed, and said nothing, watching Charlotte's actions quietly, watching Charlotte insert all the candles, and then stop and light them one by one. After lighting all the candles, Charlotte threw the lighter aside, looked up at Robin, put his hands together, and smiled, "Make a wish quickly, make your birthday wish." Robin said put his hands together, looked at Charlotte, and then closed his eyes. At the same time, Charlotte clapped his hands and sang a birthday song for Robin. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Just at this moment, the dark clouds covering the full moon floated away, and the moonlight was like frost, falling on the ground. The moonlight passed through the dense leaves, like a series of white beams, and the shadows of the trees on the ground were mottled. The light fell on Robin at the speed of light, and her skin was covered with a layer of flowing light, which made Charlotte dumbfounded. At this moment, Robin finally made a wish, opened his eyes, subconsciously glanced at Charlotte, and then blew out many candles. Click! Charlotte turned on the flashlight again, and the light emerged. Taking out the knife and fork that had been prepared long ago, Charlotte handed it to Robin and smiled, "You have to cut the first knife of this cake." Robin took the knife and fork. This was the first time to cut a cake. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. It felt like all this was a dream. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Robin cut the cake. She gave the first piece of cake to Charlotte, who happily took it. The two held the cake and chatted. After this series of events, Robin lowered all his vigilance against Charlotte, just like opening a chatterbox, and told her everything in the past few years. In these years, Robin closed her heart, didn't talk and read books all day long, keeping company with books. In fact, she also wanted someone to talk to her, seeing that the children she led could live with their parents and call them mom and dad. She would also envy the people around her who lived happily together, but she could only envy them and couldn't live the same life as them. Even though she had relatives, uncles and aunts, and cousins, she was just a burden to her uncles and aunts. It was not good for her at all. She had to do housework since she was very young. Her cousin could sleep in every day, but she had to get up before dawn every day. She needed a lot of housework, and then she had a little time to read books. Every time they went out for dinner and socializing, it was the three of them, and they never took her with them. They didn't treat her as a family at all. To them, she was an existence that could be dispensable. In addition to these, there are many more. As a girl, Robin has endured many things that children should not endure. Listening to Robin's story, Charlotte became more and more unhappy with Robin's mother Nicole. Charlotte felt that Nicole was not worthy of being called a mother. She gave birth to Robin, but she did not fulfill her responsibilities as a mother at all. She was not worthy of being a mother. Mother's love is great and can give everything for her children. But Nicole is not. She is a selfish person. There are only historical texts, only her dreams, and only herself in her mind. Nicole could have waited for Robin to grow up, have a certain degree of autonomy, and enjoy maternal love before leaving. But she had no choice. Her so-called regret were not from the heart. In her heart, her daughter is important, and this importance should be ranked behind many things. Speaking of Nicole, Charlotte couldn't help but think of Jesus Bulletin, who was also a weak husband, a shameless man, without the slightest sense of responsibility. For his dream of becoming a pirate, he left the village, his wife and his young children, and then went to sea. During this process, Jesus had several opportunities, but he never even looked at his wife or Usopp. He didn't even know that his wife was dead. Not to mention being a father or a husband, he was not even qualified to be a man. In his eyes, there was only himself. This is a person who is extremely selfish. It's bullshit to say that a man's dream is in the sea. No matter how whitewashed the pirates are, they are just a group of criminals, a group of murderous criminals. Red hair is free enough, but the red hair pirates are still stained with the blood of civilians. So Charlotte chose to join the sea. The Navy is the Navy after all. Most of the Navy sheds blood for justice. Compared with pirates, the Navy is much better. Charlotte despises people like Nicole and Jesus Bulletin the most. They talk about dreams, but they are just a group of selfish cowards who are unwilling to take responsibility. Since your dream is so big, why do you get married and have a child? Just don't want it. People like Jesus Bulletin and Nicole, in the previous life, were parents who abandoned their children in the hospital. What's the difference? Jesus Bulletin is even more hateful. He abandoned his sick wife and young children in the village. He ran away alone and didn't come back for more than 10 years. He didn't even know that his wife was dead. It's a bit far-fetched. Charlotte took a deep breath and didn't think about it anymore. He looked at Robin quietly, listened to Robin's story, and listened to Robin's story of her pain. At this moment, Charlotte turned into the most loyal audience, listening to Robin. Just like that, a night passed, and Robin couldn't help but fall asleep at the end. Charlotte was afraid that Robin would catch a cold, so he leaned Robin on his legs and didn't wake Robin. When it was midnight, Charlotte carried Robin on his back and walked towards the all-knowing tree deep in the center of O'Hara. He wanted to see the doctor. Charlotte didn't want to see the doctor and his friends die tragically, so he wanted to inform the doctor and his friends in advance and let them leave. It was ridiculous to be buried with these books. Books can be preserved in some way, but if people die, the inheritance will be cut off. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 250 Meeting the Doctor Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Under the moonlight, the bright white moonlight fell on the ground, as if a layer of white frost had condensed. Charlotte carried Robin on her back, Her steps were slow, her movements were light, and her movements were not large, but Charlotte's speed was not slow, her feet were like the wind, and she soon arrived at the Tree of All-Knowing. The Tree of All-Knowing is an extremely tall tree. It has lived for thousands of years. The diameter of its trunk is thousands of meters and its height is thousands of meters, like a huge umbrella. As soon as Charlotte entered the range of the Tree of All-Knowing, it was pitch black around her, and the dense canopy blocked all the moonlight. Fortunately, there was a light in front, so she didn't get lost. Speaking of the Tree of All-Knowing, it has been a gathering place for scholars since 800 years ago. Scholars from all over the world hollowed out the rotten part of the Tree of All-Knowing and built a huge library inside. It is the world's largest library, and no one knows how many books it has. Some say there are hundreds of millions of books, and some say more. I'm afraid only Dr. O'Hara and scholars know how many books there are. Charlotte walked into the gate at the root of the tree, an orange-yellow light spilled from the window and fell to the ground. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte gently pressed the doorbell. After waiting for a while without any response, Charlotte rang the doorbell again. Just when Charlotte rang the doorbell, O'Hara's underground secret room, this is a secret known only to scholars. At this moment in the dense forest, more than a dozen scholars were not sleeping. Some of them stood in front of the huge black stone, holding books in their hands to interpret the text on it. Some were looking for ancient books below, trying to find historical traces from ancient books. Everyone was busy. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and the scholars present stopped their actions at the same time. Their eyes met, their expressions were serious, and their voices were worried. Why would someone knock on the door so late? Seeing this, the doctor stood up and comforted everyone, saying, "It should be someone who comes to seek help. A few people follow me up, and the rest will continue to study. As the saying goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure." With the doctor in charge, many scholars calmed down. The doctor found a few smart scholars to follow him up the stairs and leave the secret room. At the same time, Charlotte rang the doorbell for the third time, and the new strangeness. Seeing the light on, there should be someone inside, but after pressing the button for so long, there was no movement. Is there no one inside, or is the person inside dead? Just when Charlotte was thinking about pressing the button again and rushing in if there was still no movement, the door opened with a click, and a young scholar opened the door, wearing a white coat similar to that of a doctor, with glasses and orange hair. The scholar opened the door and was suddenly startled when he saw Charlotte. Charlotte, who was about to press the doorbell, was also startled by the sudden opening of the door. The two stared at each other for several seconds. "Who are you?" the scholar asked, and then he reacted. He was secretly relieved in his heart that it turned out to be a teenager. "My name is Locke," Charlotte introduced himself. As he said that, he tilted his head and revealed Robin sleeping on his back. The scholar was extremely nervous when he first opened the door, and his attention was all on Charlotte, and he didn't notice the person behind Charlotte for a while. At this moment, Charlotte showed Robin's appearance, and the scholar saw clearly that Charlotte was carrying Robin on his back. The scholar was startled and thought Robin was injured, so he asked anxiously, "What's wrong with Robin?" The scholar's voice was very urgent, so it was very loud, and Robin, who was still sleeping, woke up immediately. Robin rubbed her confused eyes, and when she saw the familiar scholar, she was suddenly startled, as if she was thrown into the freezing cold water, and she woke up instantly. Then she realized that she was actually carried by Charlotte. Robin was like a frightened rabbit. She screamed and immediately lay down from Charlotte's back. 2 blushes immediately appeared on her pretty face. The scholar looked at Robin and then at Charlotte, with a strange expression on his face, and was filled with surprise and doubt. But he didn't have time to think about it, and immediately invited Robin and Charlotte in. The doctor, who was pretending to sort out books, saw Robin and was stunned for a moment. A smile subconsciously appeared on his face, but he was surprised to see Charlotte following closely behind him. "Who is this boy? How could he be with Robin?" When Robin saw the doctor, he immediately shouted, doctor, and called the scholars' names one by one. The scholars were very familiar with Robin and greeted them one by one. The doctor walked behind the table with a kind smile on his face and asked, "Who is this Robin?" "Locke, he is in trouble in O'Hara, my friend," Robin explained with a smile. As soon as this was said, the scholars looked strange. Robin actually had a friend. The strangest one among them was the scholar who opened the door. He saw very clearly just now that Robin was carried by Locke. According to Robin, the boy had only known Robin for one day, and Robin not only called him a friend, but also had a very good relationship with him. How is this possible? If it was any other child, they would believe it. After all, children are quick to call friends, but Robin is different. Although she is a child, she is very smart and can become a scholar at a young age. Not only that, Robin is very mature in mind. Due to her childhood experience, Robin began to think like an adult very early. The doctor put away his surprise on his face. He was very happy to see Robin making friends. He had always been worried that Robin was too cold. He needed Robin to live happily. He found that Robin was smiling when introducing Locke. "Locke, meet the doctor," Charlotte said with a bow. The smile on the doctor's face disappeared when he heard this, and the scholars around him were also solemn. Charlotte's few words secretly meant that I know the doctor and I came here specifically for the doctor. Although Robin didn't hear it, it can be seen that the scholars' faces suddenly changed and they also noticed something wrong. At this moment, Charlotte turned her head to look at Robin, smiled slightly and said, "Robin, you sit next to me for a while, I have something to say to the doctor." Robin had little experience, but he was not stupid. Hearing this, he immediately understood that Locke came to see the doctor on purpose. For a moment, Robin thought of a lot of things. Locke appeared in O'Hara on purpose. He might not be in a shipwreck. She suddenly remembered that if Locke was in a shipwreck, how could his clothes be so intact? Thinking that Locke was lying to herself, Robin couldn't help but wonder if Locke had been lying to herself from the beginning, thinking that so many beautiful things were all lies. Robin's heart was like a heavy blow, grief-stricken, and the blood on his face slowly faded. Charlotte saw Robin's face change. How could she not know that Robin was confused, so she said helplessly, "Don't think about it, if you want to listen, just listen, anyway, the next thing is related to you, and you will know it sooner or later now." Hearing what Charlotte said, Robin's face recovered, but his eyes changed. Unlike before, he held his breath and stared at Charlotte intently. Charlotte glanced at Robin, said nothing, and breathed a sigh of relief. Charlotte stared at the old man in front of him, who was the most knowledgeable in the world of One Piece, Dr. O'Hara, who was respected by all scholars, and said in a low voice, "Doctor, the news that you interpreted the historical text has been known to the world government. The fleet sent by the Navy headquarters has arrived in the West Sea. If you like to collect starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 251 Argument _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Boom. 5 thunders hit the top of the head. 10,000 thunders burst. It was like a thunderbolt that struck their minds, making them burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and their minds were blank. In an instant, the whole room was as quiet as the calm surface of the water. Only Robin was still confused. She looked at the doctor and then at other scholars. She didn't understand why everyone had such a reaction when they heard about the Navy. Isn't the Navy just? It's dedicated to protecting ordinary people? Why are people so scared? It's more terrifying than hearing about pirates. Robin didn't understand. Charlotte glanced at Robin and raised his hand to pat Robin's head. He waited for the doctor and others to accept the news. "Hi." The doctor took a deep breath, staring at Charlotte with his eyes, and asked, "Who are you? Why do you know this?" "My name is Locke," Charlotte reiterated. "As for my identity, I'm a nobody. As for the news I said, you don't have to doubt it. I won't come all the way to lie to you." The scholars didn't speak. They were thoughtful. These scholars are all people with extremely high IQs. Even if they focus on research, if they really think about it carefully, few things can deceive them. Seeing that the scholars were silent, Charlotte continued, "You should know that Nicole Albia was arrested." As soon as these words came out, the room was shocked again, and everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on Robin. Hearing this familiar name, Robin's face changed wildly, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she suddenly raised her head to look at Charlotte. Her big eyes like black pearls stared at Charlotte, as if asking, "Is that really my mother?" "Yeah." Charlotte nodded. "She was arrested, just a week ago, she was arrested by the Navy. I caught her myself." Charlotte was in. He added a sentence in his heart. Hearing the exact news from Charlotte, Robin burst into tears. Seeing Robin sobbing, Charlotte hurriedly said, "Don't cry, Robin, although your mother was captured, she has escaped. With the help of a vice admiral, she escaped. She should be on her way to O'Hara now." Hearing this, the doctor and other scholars immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to escape. The doctor secretly decided in his heart that when Nicole escaped, he would immediately let Nicole take Robin away from O'Hara and then find a deserted place to live in seclusion. The world is so big. Although the world government is powerful and the Navy dominates the ocean, there are always some places that the Navy can't think of. Hearing Charlotte say that her mother escaped, Robin sniffed and stopped crying immediately. For some reason, she believed what Charlotte said. Seeing that the scholars' faces were relaxed, Charlotte immediately poured a basin of cold water on them. "It's not Nicole who is in danger now, but you, the scholars, O'Hara." Charlotte said this in a very low voice, like a morning bell and evening drum, echoing in everyone's ears, and the scholars' hearts tightened. The doctor took 2 steps forward and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by this?" Charlotte looked around at the scholars and said in a deep voice, "You take O'Hara to study the historical text every day, how can you know the current world situation, how can you know the decision of the world government?" "What?" the scholars exclaimed. How could this boy know that they were secretly studying the historical text? Even O'Hara knew that there were very few scholars who studied the historical text. Most scholars did not know the existence of the historical text. Only a very small number of scholars with high knowledge and full of awareness were qualified to study the historical text after the doctor's investigation. This was a big secret in O'Hara. How could he know? "We don't have the historical text," the doctor said in a deep voice. Seeing that the doctor was still hiding at this time, "I have made it so clear," and he really didn't give up until he reached the Yellow River. Charlotte sighed secretly, raised his hand and pointed to the ground. "The historical text is underground." The faces of the doctor and other scholars suddenly changed, and their eyes met. Everyone was filled with astonishment and confusion. Everyone was very puzzled as to why Locke knew all this. Seeing the expressions of the scholars, Charlotte continued, "Doctor, since I told you this, it means that I am very sure. To some extent, I know more than you. Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. You think you are covering up perfectly, and the world government can't catch you, and can't find evidence that you secretly interpret the historical text. You don't admit that Nicole is a scholar of O'Hara, but keep in touch secretly, right?" The doctor and other scholars did not admit it, but from the expressions on their faces, Charlotte had guessed it almost right. Even though the doctor had been shocked many times, he was still shocked at this moment. Why did this young man say it so correctly? He seemed to know everything and knew everything. It seemed that nothing in the world could be hidden in his eyes. Seeing that the doctor and the others still didn't speak, Charlotte had to continue alone, "But you underestimate the world government too much. No, it should be said that your emotional intelligence is not good. Yes, you all have extremely high IQs. There are not many people in the world with higher IQs than you, but you use this IQ on research. How can you know the horror of human hearts? You think the world government needs a handle to take action against you. But how do you know that the world government lacks handles the least? For the world government, destroying O'Hara does not need a handle at all. All they need is determination. The world government has been pursuing Nicole. What they care about is not the relationship between Nicole and you, but the extent of your research on the historical text. And now the world government has evidence that you have begun to analyze the text of the historical text, so the 5 elders are still ready to take action against O'Hara. You may not know yet, the 5 elders have asked Admiral Jean Guo to launch a demon-killing order, and the 10 warships of the Navy headquarters have arrived in the West Sea, and the target is O'Hara. This statement shocked the scholars more than all the previous statements combined, and they were stunned. The doctor's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted, but he thought, there is still hope, not despair. Even if the world government takes action against O'Hara, knowing it in advance means there is still time. Thinking of this, the doctor's eyes suddenly focused on Charlotte. This boy said so many shocking news. He just said he came to rescue O'Hara. Does he have a way? But suddenly, the doctor felt ridiculous. What can such a young boy do? Some of the scholars who reacted said they wanted to escape, some said they couldn't leave, and some said what to do with these books if they left. Everyone had their own opinions and everyone was at a loss. At this time, the doctor stomped his feet heavily, signaling everyone to be quiet. With the doctor's shout, everyone seemed to have a backbone and immediately quieted down. The doctor looked at many scholars and said in a deep voice, "It's not the time to despair. Now that we know, there is still time and a solution. If you like to collect starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 252 O'Hara is the will starting from Konoha to be a villain. There was silence in the room. In this silence, there was actually more solidified anger. No one spoke. The news brought by Charlotte was too shocking. They needed to accept it and sort it out. At this moment, the scholars looked sad. If the news brought by this person named Locke was true, it meant that the world government really took action against them. Now it has come to the critical moment of life and death. At this time, everyone is in a mess. Wisdom has not given these smart scholars a good solution. The doctor glanced at the scholars and saw that these smart disciples were frowning and couldn't find a solution. He sighed in his heart. On the side, Robin finally understood that the world government was going to take action against O'Hara. From Locke's tone and the doctor's faces, this move can be said to be to destroy O'Hara. At this moment, even Robin, who was a child, felt panic. Thinking of this, she looked up at Charlotte. Seeing Charlotte's calm face, Robin calmed down unnaturally. The doctor regained his composure, looked up at Charlotte, and asked in a deep voice, "Since you know all this, why do you tell us? Do you want to save us?" Charlotte felt that he asked a nonsense question. "If I didn't want to save you, why would I tell you all this?" After a pause, Charlotte said in a deep voice, "It's not me who saves you, but you save yourself. It's very simple. Leave at night now, all scholars flee, and live incognito. It's best to go to those islands that no one cares about, and disappear from the world from now on, so that no one can find you." No, as soon as Charlotte said this, the scholars refused without hesitation before the doctor spoke. They were not worried about hiding their identities. They stayed in the Tree of All Knowledge every day, which was no less than hiding their identities. What they cared about were these collections of books. The Tree of All Knowledge had hundreds of millions of books. These books recorded hundreds and thousands of years of history. Many books were collected by scholars of all generations with great effort. These books were obtained by the painstaking efforts of scholars of all generations. How could they, the younger generation, let these books be destroyed? Hearing the scholars talking at once, the doctor also stood there, silent. It was obvious that the doctor also favored the scholars and wanted to protect these books. These books are the wealth of mankind and the future of mankind. With them, people in the future can know what they have done. Seeing these scholars so old-fashioned, Charlotte couldn't help but scold, "A bunch of idiots! What did you say? The sad scholars heard the abuse at this moment, and they became angry and glared at Charlotte one by one. Charlotte ignored the angry eyes of these scholars, and did not care about their face at all, and scolded, "You people, smart is smart, stupid is also stupid. Is the wealth of mankind books? Is the wealth of mankind these dead things? The wealth of mankind has always been people. Without people, there is no human. Talent is the only one, and everything is the zero behind it. If there is number one, there is nothing." Although these scholars are smart, they have never stopped describing it in this way. At first glance, it seems unreasonable and vulgar, but if you taste it carefully, you will feel that it contains great truths. In a simple metaphor, it says that talent is the root of everything. Charlotte continued to curse, "There are so many books here, there must be hundreds of millions of books." "A total of 936 million books," the doctor whispered. Charlotte was surprised to see so many books. It was really unexpected. This world's first library really lived up to its reputation. Then Charlotte could understand a little. If he were also a scholar, he would put all his life experiences in these books. He would not be willing to leave these books alone. But what can he do if he is reluctant? Will he be buried with these books? Charlotte took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I know what you think, but I also have a word here. You can't change anything if you stay. Just relying on your hundreds of scholars, each of you is powerless, and some can't even hold a gun. Or are you going to fight the battle-hardened Navy elite with bare hands?" This is true, but Charlotte's words are fierce, which makes many scholars very unhappy and glare at Charlotte. What's the use of glaring? If eyes can kill? This world would have been destroyed long ago, Charlotte complained in his heart and continued. So leaving is the best policy. You have only one way to stay here, to be buried with these books and destroyed by the power of the Demon Slayer Order. You are all scholars. Although you have not seen the Demon Slayer Order with your own eyes, you should also understand how powerful the Demon Slayer Order is. How can you not understand? Scholars like the doctor are knowledgeable and know what the Demon Slayer Order means as soon as they hear it. It was the most ruthless and powerful blow of the Navy headquarters and even the world government. 10 naval warships and tens of thousands of Navy ships launched a devastating blow to an area. Once the Navy executes the Demon Slayer Order on O'Hara, the entire O'Hara will be caught in the destructive artillery fire. Thinking of this, many scholars felt a chill and fear spread in their hearts. Charlotte continued, "It is foolish to stay here. If the books are gone, you will be sinners. If the books are gone, but the people are still there, you can rebuild O'Hara. O'Hara is not just a place, it is a symbol, a dream, a future. It is not a dead thing, it lives in the hearts of all scholars." For thousands of years, O'Hara was also a deserted island, but with the first batch of scholars, after countless scholars, O'Hara was finally built. After swallowing, Charlotte's mouth was dry. Robin was distressed and immediately handed him a glass of water. After drinking the water, Charlotte continued to brainwash him, "So, O'Hara is these historical books, and it is also the inheritance of Will. If you don't leave, you will truly destroy O'Hara." These words were like a ray of light shining into the minds of the scholars. Charlotte opened a new world for them. Yes, O'Hara is a kind of Will, it is not a dead thing. O'Hara lives in the hearts of all scholars. It represents the will of our scholars to explore the essence of history despite difficulties. The scholars clenched their fists and spoke excitedly, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They felt that they were sublimated from the inside out. Robin looked at Charlotte with eyes like autumn waves, revealing deep admiration. Locke could actually persuade the scholars and resonate with them. This was an amazing thing. The doctor looked at Charlotte differently. He straightened his clothes, stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you." Seeing the doctor's actions, the scholars followed and said from the bottom of their hearts, "Thank you." Charlotte brought O'Hara back to life. It was no longer a place, but a will. Seeing that these pedantic scholars finally figured it out, Charlotte was relieved. He wasted his words. It was good if it was useful. If it was useless, he would be annoyed. Moreover, the way these scholars looked at him changed. This was also a pleasant surprise. Now he could finally persuade the scholars to leave. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 253. That's just a stone. Becoming a villain from Konoha. In the room. It fell into silence in an instant. Although the doctor and other scholars were persuaded and prepared to leave, leaving was not as simple as leaving. Many things had to be considered. Let's talk about these books. What the young man said is true. Ohara is indeed a kind of wool, but wool also needs to be passed on. After thousands of years of accumulation, Ohara is the largest library in the world. Many books are precious texts of long history, and there is only one copy in the world. They have to leave, but these precious texts must be taken away. They can't just leave them here. They will definitely be burned by the world government. The doctor coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention. Looking around at everyone, the doctor decided to brainstorm and asked, "What do you think we should do?" "Those historical ancient books with only one copy. Take it away, of course, take it away," a scholar said without thinking. "Yes, we must take it away," a scholar immediately agreed. At this time, a scholar suddenly asked in a low voice, "How to take it away? Just relying on us to move so many books in a short time, even if we can move them away, we don't have so many transportation tools to transport them. When we leave slowly, we will be caught up by the navy sooner or later." After listening to the scholars' discussion, the doctor probably understood what everyone said, so he said, "After listening to what they said just now, I basically understand. Everyone agrees to give up those ordinary books. As for those precious books that only one copy in the world is estimated to be taken away." The scholars nodded one after another. Although they are all nerds in the eyes of others, it does not mean that they are not smart. Their IQ is far superior to others. Once they figure it out, many things will come to mind naturally. How to leave and the plan of leaving will be clear in mind. The doctor glanced at one of the scholars, and the scholar understood and stood up immediately. He was the administrator who managed the library and reported, "The library has rare and precious books, 300,000 volumes, which is the lowest number. If we want to leave, we must take these away." The scholars nodded subconsciously. Charlotte's mouth twitched. How to take away 300,000 rare books? It's not 300,000 ants, but 300,000 books. I'm afraid it will take a large ship like a heavy battleship of the Navy to transport these books and all the scholars, but does Ohara have a large ship? Definitely not. And how to move so many books? Let alone other things, if these more than 100 people want to move these 300,000 books, it is unknown how much effort and time it will take. No, Charlotte interrupted, "No, absolutely not. There is not enough time to move 300,000 books. The Navy fleet will arrive at noon tomorrow at the latest." As soon as this was said, the crowd changed color. So fast? Counting it, there are only 15 hours. What can be done in 15 hours? It is not enough for so many people to pack up and leave. And these 15 hours must be subtracted by half, which must include the time they escaped and would not be caught up by the Navy. Thinking of this, everyone realized that things were not as simple as they thought. "Hi!" Charlotte slowly spit out a mouthful, stood up and looked around at the scholars. He understood that it was no problem to let these scholars study, but it would be difficult to let them do something else. Thinking of this, Charlotte said in a deep voice, "There are several things in front of us now. The first is to gather all the scholars and take them away. If we don't leave, everyone will die. We don't have time to waste. The second is to find a base after leaving Ohara. In layman's terms, it is a secret place. There must be a secret point for you to study, and you will not be discovered in the end. The last is what you said. These precious historical texts are actually very simple. Why do we have to take the books away? If you can take them away, take the books away. If you can't take them away, take photos and save them. Then retranscribe them when it is safe. The real value of the books is the content on them, not the paper itself. Charlotte's words completely sorted out the priorities, and scholars didn't have to run around like headless flies. Suddenly, a scholar raised his hand and said, "What about the historical texts?" The faces of the scholars present suddenly changed. The faces that had finally improved became ugly again. "Yes, what about the historical texts? That thing is extremely heavy. A piece of black stone weighs several tons. How can such a thing be moved?" "Don't move it away," Charlotte said decisively without thinking. Immediately, a scholar stood up to object. "No, do you know what the historical texts represent? It represents the truth, what happened in the missing 100 years. History itself has great research value. Do you know how much we paid to obtain those 2 historical texts?" "Then what?" Charlotte looked at the scholar who questioned him and asked back. The scholar was stunned for a moment. He didn't know how to answer. The man in front of him was completely unconventional. Charlotte said in a deep voice, "The important thing about the historical text is the text on it. In essence, it is just a stone that is about to be carved, just like the stone with names carved on it placed in front of many hotels. Since it is just a piece of stone, what is so important? The words recorded on it are the most fundamental things. Besides, this hard stone is also made by humans." After a pause, Charlotte continued, "Let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's talk about the weight of the historical text. If you want to transport the historical text away at night, how will you transport it, and what kind of ship will you use to transport it?" Many scholars were speechless by Charlotte's question, and they didn't know how to refute for a while. In the end, it was the doctor who made the final decision and said in a deep voice, "Just do what Locke said and prepare immediately." Since the doctor was sure, the scholars didn't say much and left immediately to prepare separately. At this time, the doctor suddenly invited, "Do you want to take a look at the historical text?" Charlotte hesitated slightly, and finally nodded and said, "Okay." As he said, he pulled Robin to follow the doctor. Robin was pulled by Charlotte, and he seemed to have gotten used to it unconsciously. He didn't resist and followed Charlotte silently. In her heart, she admired Locke. These scholars who were more powerful than her could only obey Charlotte. Charlotte was more powerful than the scholars, and certainly more powerful than me. It was only right for me to listen to him. Well, it was right to think so. Charlotte didn't know what was going on in Robin's little head. If she knew, she would definitely laugh. This is called specialization. He is better than scholars in this aspect. If it were to study the main text of history, even if 10 Charlottes were tied together, they would not be able to match the knowledgeable scholars. Pulling Robin, Charlotte followed the doctor all the way to the depths of the library. On a wall full of books, the doctor pulled out one of the books, and a small door suddenly cracked in the wall. It turned out to be a secret room. Chapter 254 The Truth of History Starting from Konoha as a villain. Holding Robin, Charlotte followed the doctor into the small door, behind which was a staircase extending all the way down. There was a light on each side of the wall that was not orange-yellow, illuminating the stairs. Although it was not bright, it was much better than the darkness, and the stairs could barely be seen clearly. "Are scholars so poor that they can't even afford a light bulb?" Charlotte secretly complained. Turning around and saying "Be careful" to Robin, he pulled Robin and walked slowly down. The doctor took them to the underground space, and suddenly the eyes lit up, and a huge space appeared. Charlotte looked around quickly, and saw that this underground space was really not small, with 2 black historical texts placed on it, and many rare books on the surrounding walls. The doctor came back with 2 children, one of whom was Robin, and the other was a teenager, and this teenager had never seen him before. The scholars were shocked and full of doubts. Studying the historical text is a great secret, which concerns one's life and property, and no one should know it. Although they were puzzled, they thought that this was brought in by the doctor, and the doctor must have a purpose, so they had to suppress their thoughts and said nothing more. The doctor looked around and explained the situation in a deep voice. When they heard the news, many scholars were shocked, and then their faces changed drastically, and they were pale without any blood. However, after hearing the decision, they breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly put it away. However, Charlotte came to the historical text under the leadership of the doctor. It was the first time Charlotte had seen the historical text after coming to the pirate world for so long. It was the same as in the anime, but it was larger than in the anime. It was a cube with a height of 3 meters. There were dense text patterns on it. If one year was missing, there were probably hundreds of them. Thinking about it carefully, there were 30 pieces of historical text, divided into 2 types. One was the record of raft. There are 4 red road signs with historical texts that contain information about Lu's location, and another type is 26 historical texts that record a blank 100 years of history, including 9 historical texts that record important intelligence. When the information on these 26 historical texts is combined, a complete article that records a blank 100 years of history can be formed, that is, the real historical text. After all, it is 100 years of history. Even if there are words in it, it will take thousands of words to say 100 years. Looking at the pattern on the historical text, Charlotte felt dizzy. This feeling was just like looking at English letters in the previous life. It knows me, but I am not it. Robin looked very seriously, his eyes seemed to be shining, both excited and excited. Seeing the curiosity in Charlotte's eyes, the doctor stroked his white beard and smiled. Robin is a real genius. She completed her doctoral thesis at the age of 8 and became a scholar. Once she secretly saw my research on the historical text, she remembered everything she saw and knew how to read the historical text. So that's it. Charlotte nodded, and suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help asking, what exactly is written on these historical texts? If someone else asked this question, the doctor would definitely not tell him, but when Charlotte asked, the doctor talked about it. The historical text, a gap of 100 years of history recorded on hard stone. We always wonder why people in the past deliberately used such hard stone to record text. Maybe they wanted to convey the truth to future generations. The reason why history was engraved on unbreakable stone and scattered all over the world was because it was considered that if the text was written on paper or books, it might be destroyed. This is a strong proof that there are forces in the world that are hostile to the people who left the stone. If they were destroyed by some enemy, then their enemies should continue to exist in the subsequent history. Coincidentally, the world government was born in the 100 years of blank history, that is, 800 years ago. If the enemy of the destroyed people was the world government, the blank 100 years of history should be the history that was erased by the world government and was unfavorable to them. We finally discovered the existence of a certain country by interpreting documents and several historical texts from a long time ago. The documents show the majestic appearance of a huge kingdom. It seems to be famous for its great power, but now all the information about that country has been forcibly eliminated. After a pause, the doctor looked up at Charlotte and said in a deep voice, according to the history we interpreted from the historical text, the name of the country that once prospered was called Raftel. Raftel. Charlotte was stunned. Raftel, isn't that the island at the end of the world where One Piece is buried? Yes, that's right. Why is it impossible? Everyone thought that Raftel was the name of the island, named by Roger, but the real name of the country was only known by Roger and his friends before the doctor interpreted it. Because Roger had Odin on his ship, Roger also knew the secret of the historical text. So when Roger named the island with this name, it was very likely the name of the country. Fuck. 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 Thinking of this, Roger had a series of fucks in his heart. He didn't expect the truth to be like this. The doctor saw Charlotte's face change again and again, and then he didn't say much. When Charlotte calmed down, he could understand that when he knew the truth, he was no less shocked than Charlotte. Charlotte came to his senses and looked at the doctor. I was a little distracted, doctor, please continue. The doctor nodded and said, before talking about the establishment of that country, let me tell you that within the 100 years of disappearance, a group of people came from outer space. They landed on the Red Earth continent and established the kingdom of God. They called themselves gods and ruled everything. Nicole had already said all this, and Charlotte knew it all, so he didn't care, but he still listened very carefully, because compared to what Nicole said, what the doctor said was more reliable. Moreover, the doctor has been studying for many years, and he has been committed to collecting various intelligence, so the doctor is more detailed than Nicole in details. After hearing about the emergence of the kingdom of God, the next thing is the content behind it, and Charlotte immediately listened carefully. Not only Charlotte, but even Robin looked over at this moment and listened carefully to the doctor's story. This story is the biggest secret of the whole world. The secret that the world government has always wanted people not to know. Ahem. The doctor coughed twice and said in a deep voice, just when the rebels all over the world were like scattered sand, two people appeared. They gathered and led the rebels to resist the oppression of the kingdom of God. Under the leadership of these two heroes, the world ushered in a new turning point. They established a country, a very powerful country. This prosperous and powerful country, the most important thing is that there is no racial difference in this country. The belief of this country is that all races are equal. As long as you join this country and agree with the will of this country, they will add a hidden name D in the middle of their names. This is the origin of the D clan. They are also called the natural enemies of God. Chapter 255 I'm Enjoy Boy becoming a villain from Konoha. As long as you join this country and agree with the will of this country, they all add a hidden name D in the middle of their names, which is the origin of the D clan. They are also called the natural enemies of God. Boom! Like a thunderbolt. Thunder bursts from the sky. The room was instantly quiet. But there was a scorching thunder explosion in Charlotte's ears, which made his ears and head all dizzy. So it turned out that the so-called D clan was actually a group of like-minded people back then, so it can explain the origin of the D clan. Explain why the name D appears in the four oceans, the Grand Route, and even the whole world, even if the race is different. Because the name D does not represent the so-called family, but a will, this can be explained now. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Charlotte's mind. He suddenly thought of Corazon's other explanation of the D family, and couldn't help asking, if D is the so-called God family, then why is the world government so afraid of the D family? Is the world government really the God family? Charlotte wanted to get an answer from the doctor, but the doctor shook his head and said in a deep voice, we don't know about this. We have limited historical texts, and the historical chapters we have interpreted are limited to these. Hearing this, Charlotte was immediately disappointed. Such a huge secret, you said it, and told me that you don't know the rest, aren't you playing with me? Its bad effect is no less than that of a delicate beauty seducing you, lying on the bed with all her clothes off, and you also take off your clothes to go up, but she says no. It's really fucked up, Charlotte silently greeted the doctor's ancestors in his heart. At this moment, the doctor suddenly thought of something and said, there were two people who founded the country of Raftel, that is, the founders of the D family. 2. Charlotte was stunned, he didn't know why the doctor mentioned this. Because in his opinion, this is not important information. It is normal for such a powerful organization to have two. Suddenly, Charlotte thought of the name Joyboy. This name is the only name that appears in the historical text. It is of great significance. It can be said that the name Joyboy is the hub connecting everything. At this moment, the doctor said word by word, the two people are called Joyboy and I'm. Boom! These are thunders. Thousands of thunders struck Charlotte's mind, making Charlotte burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and his mind was blank. After a long time, Charlotte reacted and kept muttering, yes, yes, it must be like this. We didn't think of it. How could there be no possibility? It must be there. The doctor and Robin looked at Charlotte in surprise at this moment. He kept muttering in a low voice as if no one was around, hammering the palm of his left hand with his right hand, and his tone was surprised and excited at one moment. Robin thought Charlotte had gone crazy, so he rushed forward a few steps, not daring to speak loudly, and whispered, "Lock, lock." Charlotte woke up immediately after Robin's shout, looked at the doctor and Robin who looked like they had seen a ghost, and smiled awkwardly. The doctor smiled, but frowned, and asked, "Lock, I just heard you muttering there, how can there be no such possibility, do you know anything?" Charlotte hesitated slightly, wondering whether she should say it, but seeing the doctor like this, Charlotte did not hesitate. He exhaled deeply and said word by word in a deep voice. "I'm is in Mary Joa." "What?" Even the knowledgeable and steady doctor couldn't help but lose his voice at this moment, and was so shocked that he took several steps back and staggered. Robin looked at the serious Locke, and then at the shocked and speechless doctor, his bright eyes turned, revealing confusion. He didn't know why this name made Locke and the doctor look so pale. After a long pause, the doctor finally reacted, and his pale face regained its color. "Hi!" After taking a deep breath, the doctor looked up at Locke, and he couldn't believe it and confirmed again, "Is I'm really still alive?" "Alive?" Charlotte said in a firm tone, "He is deep in the holy land of Mary Joa Pangu City. He is above the 5 elders, and the 5 elders are just the managers he pushed out on the surface." The doctor stumbled again and almost fell to the ground. Robin exclaimed and quickly helped the doctor back to the chair. Suddenly, the sitting doctor shook his head and sneered, "So that's how it is. It's really shameless. Joy Boy is dead, and I'm is alive, and he has become the behind-the-scenes ruler of the world government. Now I finally understand why the world government wants to erase that 100-year history. It turns out that there are reasons behind it. It's ridiculous. This is the true face of the world government. It turns out that this is the case. No wonder the world government's rule is so rubbish. But I'm is much smarter than those people. He knows how to adopt a gentle rule and use the power of the world to rule the world. One set on the surface and another set in secret. The doctor must be crazy," talking and laughing Charlotte secretly complained in his mind, but he didn't know that he was as crazy as Boshi before. However, the doctor's words suddenly woke Charlotte up. He seemed to have grasped something. A thought flashed in his mind and he suddenly thought of an idea. He was shocked by this idea, looked at the doctor, and asked tentatively, "Doctor, could it be that I'm and Joy Boy are both from the God clan?" "Ah!" The doctor sighed and nodded slowly. Charlotte was stunned for a long time, then smiled bitterly. He didn't expect it to be true. This is really a big turn. After all this time, Joy Boy and I are not ordinary people, but gods of the kingdom of God. Next, listen to the doctor's explanation and inference. I did figure out some things. The kingdom of God is a special country. According to the historical records, humans did not have the so-called kingdom of God back then. But one day, a group of people fell from the sky, calling themselves the clan of God, defeated all the major races in the world, and ruled the world. The doctor said that he speculated that this group of people who called themselves the clan of God lived in the legendary Sky Island. They were not ground residents, so there was a saying that they fell from the sky. Because, since it is recorded in the historical text, it cannot be a legend. There are only a few historical texts, how can it be possible to go back and record the so-called legend? Charlotte did express a different opinion. The doctor had not been to Sky Island and did not know about Sky Island, but he knew that the kingdom of God was definitely not Sky Island, and Sky Island did not have this strength. As his thoughts diverged, Charlotte suddenly thought that Enela was not killed by Luffy. After being defeated by Luffy, he continued to drive the Ark to the moon. Later, Enela really landed on the moon, and on the moon, Enela discovered the existence of civilization. Yes. There was a civilization on the moon, but it disappeared later, leaving only ruins. Where did they go? Could they have come to Earth? This is very likely. If we continue to infer this way, then the so-called Kingdom of God is actually the inhabitants of the moon. Chapter 256 Evacuation starting to be a villain from Konoha. Chapter 257 Take Nicole away starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 258 Killing Ohara starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 259 No one's Ohara starting from Konoha to be a villain. Ohara. A two-masted, medium-sized warship with a cross flag of the world government appeared in the Ohara Sea. CP9 Intelligence Chief Spandine appeared at the bow, and next to him were CP9 Carry and CLO. The ladder was lowered, and Spandine walked down the ladder with a step that did not recognize his relatives. Two CP9s followed closely, followed by a large number of CP intelligence personnel in black suits. Ohara, this tree is really big. I've always heard those dead scholars say how great the tree of all-knowing is. I don't know how great it is, but it is really big. Do you think it's interesting to destroy such a big tree? I heard that this tree of all-knowing has lived for thousands of years, Spandine said to himself. But Carrie and Chloe looked indifferent and didn't respond to Spandine's words at all. Spandine closed his mouth in embarrassment. Spandine's strength is definitely the worst in CP9. Even the most ordinary navy can defeat him, but he can become the chief of CP9, which means that Spandine has something very important, which makes the five elders value him. That's right. Spandine has no strength, but he is loyal enough, extremely loyal to the world government, and obeys the five elders. The most important thing is that he is a real villain. He is insidious enough. In order to complete the tasks of the world government, he can think of every possible way and use all means. CP is an intelligence agency, and people like Spandine are just right for ruling CP. He won't think about messy things. All he wants in his mind is to complete the task, then get functions and get promoted. It must be said that Spandine is very pure in this aspect, pure enough to make the five elders feel at ease. With a team of men, Spandine walked towards the tree of all-knowing with a step that did not recognize his relatives. On the way to the tree of all-knowing, he would pass through the town. Soon, Spandine came to the town, but when he arrived at the entrance of the town, he was dumbfounded. There was no one in the huge town, the streets were empty, and a gust of wind blew, rolling up the dust all over the body. What's going on? Where are the people? No one is left. Spandine shouted at the entrance of the town. Carrie and Chloe's faces suddenly changed. The two looked at each other, and their figures flashed and disappeared behind Spandine. Spandine shouted a few words and then stopped. He stood at the entrance of the town and didn't dare to go in. He was afraid that there was danger inside. He waited for Carrie and CLO to check before making any comments. A moment later, Carrie and CLO returned, both of them looked grim. Are there any residents? Spandine asked hurriedly. No, there is no one, not even a cat or a dog. CLO's voice was low and hoarse, like the friction of leather. Spanda said, did they all get killed by pirates? They all ran away, Carrie whispered, I just searched, and all the valuables disappeared. There was not much chaos in the house, and they left in an orderly manner. What? Spandine shouted, why did they all run away? Why did these residents run away? Did they get some news? It shouldn't be, Carrie shook his head and said, the order we received was to deal with scholars. Even if the news was leaked, there was no need for residents to flee. It was the scholars who had to flee. Why did the residents flee? At this moment, Spandine waved his hand to interrupt Carrie and said in a deep voice, now is not the time to take care of the residents, but the scholars. The residents have all fled, so will the scholars also flee. As soon as these words came out, the air instantly became quiet, and the three looked at each other with ugly faces. Go to the tree of all-knowing. Spandine waved his hand and led all the intelligence personnel to rush to the tree of all-knowing at a high speed. Spondane's speed was even faster, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. This scene made Carrie and Chloe look incredulous. Spandine was a well-known weakling in combat. He would be out of breath if he ran 2 more steps. Why was he so excited this time? Carrie and Chloe didn't understand what Spandine was thinking. He had promised in front of the 5 elders that he would solve the problem perfectly when dealing with O'Hara. If he solved the problem perfectly, he would be promoted to a higher position. But if the scholars ran away, the higher UPS would definitely blame him, and he would be in trouble. At that time, let alone credit, it would be luck if he was not held accountable. As it was a matter of life and death, Spandine's potential would explode. He wished he could get to the Tree of All Knowledge right now. When he arrived at the Tree of All Knowledge and saw the destroyed library, Spandine's face was stiff and all the blood color faded. It was troublesome. He saw the thing he didn't want to see the most. Spandine fell to the ground. He was definitely not going to escape the responsibility this time. Looking at the Tree of All Knowledge without a single scholar, Spandine's face was gloomy. Carrie and Chloe didn't care what Spandine thought. When they saw the scholars disappear and what happened in the town, they immediately understood what happened. The two walked to Spandine. Carrie squatted down, looked at Spandine and said in a deep voice, "I didn't see any scholars, everyone left." "Gone!" Spandine shouted, and then he was furious and cursed, catch them all, notify the Navy headquarters, notify all CP intelligence agencies, and find them wherever they escape." Carrie and Chloe ignored Spandine. Since he escaped, he must have been fully prepared. It's not so easy to find him, and this is the West Sea, not the Navy headquarters. After Spandine vented his anger and finally calmed down, Carrie said, "The most important thing now is to find the person who leaked the information." Spandine grabbed a life-saving straw, his eyes shining, and said, "Yes, someone leaked the information, so all the missions failed. It was all because of this bastard who leaked the information. Catch him, and you must catch him." Carrie glanced at Spandine, who was only thinking about escaping the crime, and ignored him. What he thought in his heart was that both the demon killing order and the destruction of O'Hara were absolute secrets. Such secrets, there are not many people who know, only a few people know. Even the Navy headquarters knew the specific location of the execution of the demon killing order before the action. Not to mention the CP intelligence agency, there are very few people who know this secret, but even if there are few, there are hundreds of people who know it. Among the hundreds of people, anyone may leak the information, but there is one thing Carrie does not understand very much. Even if someone can confirm the information, why do the scholars believe it and withdraw so quickly and decisively? This person must be someone the scholars trust very much. Only someone who is very trusted can do it. It's really troublesome, Carrie thought with a headache. But there is no way. As long as you start from the people you contact and follow the clues, you will know it sooner or later. Hi. After a deep breath, Carrie said nothing more. He already understood in his heart that the topic now was to find a way to deal with the situation at hand and report to the 5 elders. However, Carrie did not plan to report it himself. Of course, the boss should report on such matters. How could they overstep their authority? Only the boss had the qualifications. Thinking about it, Carrie took out the Den Mushi and handed it to Spandine, whispering, "Boss, reporting the situation of O'Hara to the 5 elders is the most important thing." Chapter 260 Frame the Navy starting from Konoha to be a villain. Gurgle. Spandine swallowed his saliva and his face was pale. If he had not come before and had not seen the situation on the scene, he would definitely be a million happy to talk to the 5 elders, showing loyalty and expressing his merits. But now everyone has run away, all of them have run away, no one is left, everyone has run away, and talking to the 5 elders at this time. It will definitely attract the wrath of the 5 elders, and this matter was originally his responsibility, and the Navy headquarters was just cooperating. The 5 elders will definitely bring down thunderous anger. He has worked hard for so many years to become the chief of CP9, planning everything, thinking hard, and racking his brains to climb to this position. He dare not be dismissed now. He also wants to use this merit to enter CP0, become the strongest intelligence agency, and establish a relationship with the celestial dragons. Spandine looked at Carrie and asked tentatively, "You say it, Carrie?" Carrie said coldly, "You are the chief of CP9. During the mission, only the highest chief can contact the 5 elders. We can't break the rules." Next to him, CLO laughed. Spandine wanted them to bear the anger. In fact, this rule was established by Spandine to protect the rights of the chief. "I didn't expect it to fall on me today. It's really a self-inflicted blow." After hesitating for a long time, Spandine thought about it and didn't communicate with the 5 elders. Instead, he called the Navy first. At this moment, the Navy warships have just arrived at O'Hara. 10 Navy warships are dispersing under the command of Sakazuki to surround the entire O'Hara Island. At this moment, Sakazuki stood on the ups and downs of the deck, with a cold face and a white hat, and the entire deck was extremely quiet. Sakazuki was cold-blooded and ruthless. He would kill pirates and would not allow a trace of evil to exist. The military discipline was also famously strict in the Navy. Under Sakazuki's command, the Navy soldiers had the best military discipline. Bolu bolu. The sound of the den mushi sounded, and Sakazuki forgot his eyes and walked to the main mast, picked up the den mushi, and said indifferently, "I am Vice Admiral Sakazuki of the Navy Headquarters." "Vice Admiral Sakazuki, I am CP9 Commander Spandine." Sakazuki frowned slightly. Even Sakazuki had heard of the name Spandine, who was famous in the CP intelligence agency. He is known for his cruelty, bloodiness, and ruthless fighting. He is a very annoying guy. CP9, the main person in charge of this operation, is only cooperating with the launch of the demon killing order. Sakazuki is unwilling to greet such a person, so his tone is cold. "What's the matter? If the demon killing order is launched, just press the golden den mushi, we will receive the order and start the action." "No, no." On the other end of the microphone, Spandine was startled and waved his hand to say no. "They are still on the island. If the demon killing order is launched at this time, they will also be finished. The demon killing order does not distinguish between enemy and friendly forces. They are responsible for destroying everything on an island." Sakazuki did not speak. He was waiting for Spandine's words. Spandine coughed twice and said in a low voice, "Lieutenant General Sakazuki has a big problem. All scholars in O'Hara have fled, and even the residents have fled. Now the whole O'Hara is empty, not even a single figure can be seen, and even the library of the Tree of All-Knowing has been destroyed. In fact, it was not destroyed. It was just a trick by Charlotte. It looked like the library was destroyed, but most of the books were still preserved. Charlotte was also trying to gamble that if the Navy did not destroy O'Hara, these books would be preserved." "What's going on?" Sakazuki's pupils suddenly widened and asked sternly. "The Demon Slayer order is a secret, a real secret. At this time, there is actually a risk of leakage. This is unimaginable. Even such confidential information can be leaked. What else can the Navy headquarters and the world government not leak? This is not just about the escape of O'Hara scholars, but also about the leakage of intelligence." At this time, Spandine said in a deep voice, "Vice Admiral Sakazuki, you should quickly notify the Navy headquarters and Admiral Jean Guo that someone in the Navy has leaked secrets. The Navy headquarters should investigate strictly and then notify the 5 elders." As soon as these words came out, Sakazuki frowned immediately. Does Spandine think he is a fool? He actually wants to take the blame himself and ask the Navy headquarters to stab him. Isn't this equivalent to saying that all the blame lies with the Navy? Sakazuki is a tough guy. He has been in the Navy for many years and has seen many cruel and cunning pirates. Spandine wants to use this method to deal with Sakazuki and let the Navy take the blame. He really underestimates Sakazuki. Sakazuki immediately replied indifferently, the O'Hara incident is not the responsibility of the Navy headquarters. The Navy's mission is the demon-killing order. We don't care about the specific things. And according to the regulations of the Navy headquarters, during the execution of O'Hara, no one can contact the outside world to prevent intelligence leaks. Sakazuki's words not only pushed the blame away, but also indirectly told Spandine that the Navy could not leak secrets. The purpose of the leak was the CP intelligence agency. After that, Sakazuki hung up the phone without giving Spandine any information. Because of the opportunity to speak. The Den Den Mushi hung up, Spandine called a few times, confirmed that Sakazuki hung up the phone, threw the phone, and cursed. Asshole, Sakazuki, I remember, you dare to hang up my phone, I will get revenge one day. Carrie and Chloe looked at each other, and two words flashed in their eyes at the same time, idiot. Really think Sakazuki is a fool, not even knowing such a simple blame, and still wanting to calculate others, I really don't know what he is thinking. Spandine vented for a while, but really couldn't find a good way. He didn't want to report, but he had to report, so he could only grit his teeth and dial the Den Den Mushi. During the whole process, his hands were shaking. The Den Den Mushi quickly connected, and Spandine's face suddenly changed. The Den Den Mushi connected too quickly. Under normal circumstances, the Den Den Mushi needs to ring for a long time before the five elders will answer. At this moment, it was connected after ringing, which means that the five elders are also waiting for the development of the matter, which also means that the five elders attach great importance to this matter. Thinking of this, Spandine couldn't help trembling. At this moment, a voice came from the microphone, Spandine, how is O'Hara? The voice was low and hoarse, and Spandine couldn't tell which five elders it was, but when he heard this voice, Spandine trembled all over. He quickly reported, five elders, something happened. Spandine was so scared that his voice was trembling. Something happened. The microphone changed to another voice, and the voice was cold. Spandine suddenly felt a chill on his back, and trembled, yes, five elders, we rushed to O'Hara, O'Hara was empty, all the residents were gone, and there was no scholar at all. What? The five elders exclaimed. Immediately, he shouted, who leaked the secret and told O'Hara that the world government wanted to destroy O'Hara? Who did this?